The world today has leveled up tremendously. All mages now use AI technology to cast spells with zero effort. But our main man here was born built different and can't vibe with modern tech. While normal people cast spells in a literal blink, he takes a whole hour for just one. Even so, he's hyped that his casting speed is faster than before. After grinding through every book in the house, he suddenly stumbles upon one. A book that no AI could ever crack open. But because he's a real one who liked this video, he's the only one who can open it. Low-key, this turns out to be the ultimate archive of the strongest archmage in history. A legend who didn't scroll TikTok or rely on any AI, yet still smoked everyone. And okay, bet, no more yapping, let's get into it. Open. The story kicks off with the silhouette of a young man, carrying traces of magic as he enters the desolate ruins. Appearing before him is the monster lord of this domain. The moment they lock eyes, it lets out a roar, flashing its razor-sharp fangs. Instantly, layers of magic circles in the sky converge into a single point. The young man lowers his head, hair whipping in the wind, as he prays to the earth. A glowing circle manifests beneath his feet. A massive snowflake appears in his hand. This ice block will freeze the globe, embracing it in an eternal slumber. As soon as he finishes the incantation, the Snow Queen is summoned to bring the permafrost. The temperature plunges as everything begins to freeze. The monster backs up a few meters, roaring warily. With just a single icy breath, the Snow Queen freezes the beast solid. Job done. The magic circle at his feet fades, and he looks up. The sunlight from outside begins to seep in. The young man's blood-red eyes carry a sharp glint as he returns to the high-end city. The Mado clan, the strongest magic family in Korea. I was one of the many geniuses in this clan, regarded as a top-tier prodigy until that incident happened. An older man, In Hyuk, speaks up with a furrowed brow. Haran, do you understand? The young man with the blood-red eyes is Haran, the third son of the prestigious Mado family. He smiles. Yes, father. I will show you results worthy of our Mado clan's reputation. In Hyuk turns sharply toward the window. You must graduate as the valedictorian of the Obelisk Magic Academy and become the world's best mage to lead this clan. Your talent outshines your brothers. No one can match you. I have high expectations for you. Son, reach the peak of magic and prove your worth. Haran raises the blue gem at his chest with one hand. He confidently declares, yes, father, I will definitely prove it. In his mind, he thinks, to become the world's best mage, I told myself I must surpass not only my brothers, but also my father, the best mage in this country. 2 years later, at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy, the teacher holds a notice board. All sophomores, listen up. Today is your first practical exam. First up is Sang Hyuk. Don't be nervous. Just do what you do every day. Hearing this, he looks down on the task. Why would I be nervous? Everyone already knows who's going to be in last place anyway. Hey Dan, that piece of trash who doesn't even know basic magic. How did he even make it his sophomore year? What a total flop who can't even use AI magic. Hey Dan puts his hands in his pockets with an annoyed look. In this era, mages are still precious, rare talents. The simulation monsters are summoned. The system announces, Sang Hyuk's practical exam begins. His first move is a fire attack, Fireball. In a flash, the system notifies. Practical exam complete. Magic beast neutralized within the time limit. Result pass. Sang Hyuk shrugs cockily, easy peasy. There's something you should know. Modern magic has evolved massively through AI integration. Today's mages have AI tattoos to cast spells easily without complex chanting. But I'm just not compatible with that, unlike Sang Hyuk. Next, 2 more simulation monsters appear. Haran begin. Haran closes his eyes halfway, concentrating mana in his hands. In his head, he carefully repeats every step. First, accumulate mana, the root of magic, into the heart. Follow the 8 steps to form the spell formula. Suddenly, the monsters swarm him, breaking his focus. Sang Hyuk stands to the side, laughing and trolling. What a clown. You call that magic? Haran, you old-school mage who can't use AI magic. Know your place. You're not worthy of even touching magic, Haran. Sitting on the ground, staring at the black smoke. Time limit exceeded. Magic beast neutralization exam. Fail. This becomes entertainment for the crowd. They mock him as he clenches his fists, his expression unreadable. I failed, but at least my chanting speed was faster than before. The moment I was labeled AI incompatible was the same moment my father gave up on me and even handed me a potion to destroy the mana circuit in my heart. But I have no intention of quitting my dream. I chose traditional magic. Something long forgotten, but unfortunately, these ancient spells can currently only be learned through books in Haran's room. Books are everywhere. Damn, If only they'd turn classical magic books into ebooks, it'd be great. There's no space left to stack them, he thought to himself, but suddenly Haran's eyes hit something. A strange magic book. He wondered if he'd even bought this one, and out of curiosity, Haran picked it up. At first glance, he tried flipping through a few pages. It's a bit old, but looks high-end and expensive. What is even written here? The handwriting is too mid to read. Zeeble Beethanel. It's been a minute since I've seen that. Legend has it that the first archmage of humanity, Zeeble Beethanel, was the first emperor of the Beethanel magic empire and the creator of all magic. I used to read books about him all the time when I was a kid. Suddenly, the book lit up, emitting a blinding light along with glowing golden magic. Haran instinctively dropped the book on the floor. What is this? He frowned, scanning it warily. This light. The book is glowing intensely. A voice came from within. O descendant who shares my constitution and can hear my voice. I, Zeeble Beethanel, leave this book to you. He shielded the light in front of him with his hand. Thinking to himself, a voice is coming from the book. At that time, I had no idea that being an incompatible person would actually be a godsend for me. Haran remembered that day, when Sahu Uuk said those who failed the AI practical would have to take makeup classes. He just stood there listening to the gossip. Someone failed the practical? It's that guy rejected by the AI. Back to the present. Standing before a life-changing chance, a guy who could only endure helplessly like me never thought I'd get a regression like this. In a blink, it was the next day. At the academy cafeteria, everyone was coupled up. In a corner, Haran sat quietly by himself. Just then, a guy carrying a food tray walked over. Eating alone again today? He recognized him. Oh, you're here? The guy casually pulled out the opposite chair. That dish looks fire. The young man in front of him was totally chill. His name is Ji Sunshan, but he's a bit of a ditz. But he's in the academy's top 10 and reached the 3rd magic circle at age 18. A pretty talented mage. While spacing out, Sunshan noticed his food. If you're not eating that, give it to me. Haran frowned and reminded him, focus on your own plate. Then he looked at him pensively. This is the only person I can call a friend in this hellhole of a school. Sunshan said while stuffing meat into his mouth. If anyone bullies you, let me know. I'll smoke. Haran could only decline. Then he looked out the window. No need. Hey, I found a weird book yesterday. Sunshan spoke up curiously. What book? He remembered the book sitting on his desk. A strange book where everything from page 3 onwards is blank. Then Haran calmly recounted yesterday's weird phenomenon. It's a book about Zeeble Beethanel, but maybe someone trolled it. There was light and a voice when I opened it. Sunshan didn't doubt it for a second, just vibed with it. Even magic can be used? That's high budget. What's the content? Haran smirked, looking dismissive. Leaving magic to his descendants, that kind of stuff, but you can't open it without the right constitution. He looked hyped. Sounds sick, can I try? He suddenly turned serious and mysterious. And the last page says you have to die once first. Sunshan was shook. What? Haran's eyes dove deep into yesterday's memories. Not in the heart, but creating a magic circle in the brain. Sunshan looked completely lost. Stop capping. That's wild. A magic circle in the brain? That's basically suicide. Hey, let me see that book first. That night, at the Obelisk Academy dormitory, Haran brought out Zeeble's book. Is it this one? You can't open it without Zeeble Beethanel's constitution, right? He suggested to Sunshan, you try opening it. Quickly, he flexed every muscle, trying to pull it open. Sunshan gave up helplessly. Can't open it. It won't budge at all. Haran asked curiously, maybe it's magic locked? He just scratched his head to know. Whatever, forget it, I'm heading out. Good night. As soon as he said it, Sunshan dipped. Afterward, Haran casually opened a few pages. His mind was full of thoughts. I can open it so easily, and this page was blank before. But right then, Zeeble's voice rang out again. Descendant, if my hunch is right, you're using magic. By creating a magic circle in your heart, right? For normal people, this is nothing out of the ordinary. Haran, seriously read the next lines. But for you and me, that is not the right way. What is this? The book suddenly floated up. Zeeble continued. If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, destroy the magic circle in your heart. Then create a new circle in the brain. After that, reopen this book, my disciple. Haran trembled as he stared at the closed book on the floor. This is a sick joke. He keeps pushing me to create a magic circle in my brain. As everyone in this world knows, the primal mana source is toxic to the brain. If you let it invade the gray matter, your mind will collapse, and in the worst-case scenario, it leads to brain death. Haran clutched his head, one hand balled into a fist. Yeah, no matter how I look at it, this is just telling me to KYS. He grumbled, getting into bed and pulling up the covers. Who would actually do that? Haran ignored the book. He went straight to sleep and caught some ZS. By noon the next day, Sahu Uuk was watching Haran with a judging gaze. Student Haran, what's up? He carefully brought Zeebel's book to him. "Professor, could you please check this book for me once?" Sang Hyuk muttered, "A book? Using archaic text?" He flipped through each page. He thought to himself that it looked quite ancient, but a moment later, Sang Hyuk asked, "So, how do you want to check this?" Haran frowned and suggested the best way. "Just help me open it. And could you check if it's sealed with magic?" Sang Hyuk couldn't help but be curious. A seal? He quickly confirmed. "Yes, there's a very strange rumor going around the academy lately." Hearing this, he warned, "Haran, focusing on rumors won't help your grades. I'll check it, but focus more on your studies. Let me concentrate for a second." Sang Hyuk looked serious as he ran a magic scan. Immediately after, he gave a blunt verdict. "There's zero trace of magic on this book. Forget the rumors and focus on your work." Though skeptical, he took it back. "Thank you, sir." Haran walked down the hallway dejectedly, clutching the book. "I hope there was a chance. If even Sunshine, who has high mana, and a professor can't open this, then maybe it's the real deal." His hand lightly brushed the cover of Zeebel's book. That night, Haran sat lost in thought, staring at the book. He took out some small pills and pondered. "The medicine my father sent. If I take this, the magic circle in my heart will be destroyed." Haran recalled In Hyuk's stern words. "Put magic aside and focus on magical theory research." Haran bit his lip, his pupils shaking. "But I have no intention of giving up on magic." "Don't shake. Anyway, my life is already at the edge of the abyss. Today I die." The moment he took the pill, Haran's pupils constricted. The pain in his chest sent him sliding to the floor. "It hurts so much. The magic circle linked to my heart is shattering. This pain is the death of a mage. From now on, I challenge the taboo, channeling mana into the brain. My old self will die and be reborn as a true mage." As soon as the mana was channeled into the brain, the pain vanished. A pain that felt like death was around the corner. "Right, is this what death feels like?" Someone whispered a single word. "Death." Haran vaguely realized someone was whispering. Zeebel's hand gently supported him. "My descendant, can you hear me?" Haran had no strength to open his eyes, only able to guess it was the sound of mana. Haran's body was lifted, enveloped in a source of light. In the darkness of the sky and earth, the spirits of mana were dancing and whispering to me, then merging into the mana with that sound. Haran thought, "I can hear them. They are laughing, singing." The final words of the voice left behind felt like a blessing. Haran suddenly snapped his eyes open. He forced himself up and looked around. "I'm still alive?" Haran quickly looked at the open book. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Text had appeared on the blank pages. Inside, he confirmed one thing. The whispers were getting clearer. That voice echoed softly in Haran's ear. "Congratulations on taking the first step. Eider, that is the name of this book. From now on, your legend begins through this book, Eider. I leave all my magic to you." Haran felt as if he were being uplifted by Zeebel. He suddenly reaffirmed, "No, what should I call you now? My disciple." A few days have passed since that time. As usual, Haran had class, but he seemed to focus only on Eider. Another new page appeared. Turns out learning magic that actually fits you is this much fun. Eider contains a vast amount of dormant knowledge. First of all, mana has its own will. In normal people, when mana enters the brain, the wills of both sides clash and destroy the brain. This is why mana is toxic to the brain. But I'm built different. The brain's will blocks the mana's will, so the brain isn't destroyed. The brain doesn't accept the mana's will, which is why this body has the ability to reject AI. It interferes with the brain's will. And the professor up front called out loudly, "Listen up, everyone. You're all aware that the sophomores have their midterm evaluations coming up, right? This time, there's a new rule." This cut right through Haran's thoughts about Eider. A new rule? The professor smirked with a punchable face. "Starting this year, any student who fails to meet the standard will be expelled. This is a new regulation proposed by the head of the Motto clan himself." Sang Hyuk intentionally raised his voice to talk trash. Finally time to take out the trash. Even the professor threw shade. "Seems like someone in this class is on thin ice." Haran didn't even pay them any mind. He just rubbed his chin, planning his next move. Later that afternoon, in the city, the sky turned amber, and the streets were starting to empty out. Haran. He walked alone to a place called Training Center A. He stood outside, overthinking for a while. The rental simulation centers downtown are crazy expensive. 200,000 won an hour? Damn, looking at these prices makes my head spin. After thinking it over, Haran pushed the door open anyway. "Hello," he said to the receptionist. "1 hour, please." The guy looked a bit surprised. "You're alone?" Haran nodded. "Yeah." The receptionist handed over a card. "Use room 14, then. Here's how to use the hologram equipment." Haran took the card, nodded, and left. "I got it." The receptionist stood with hands on hips, watching him walk away. Wasn't that Haran from the Motto clan? A highborn son who's AI incompatible. Talk about an L. A moment later, Haran was in room 14, starting the Wolfpack Challenge simulation. Before he knew it, more than 5 wolves had surrounded him. They bared their teeth and growled. Haran flicked his hand forward, getting ready to strike. They might just be low-level mobs, but facing 10 at once isn't a walk in the park. He calculated his odds. The average time to clear this at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. I've been grinding based on Eider every day, and this is the best way to check my progress. Haran's brow furrowed. A glint of determination lit up his eyes. Behold, my new mana circuit, the Infinite Circle. The simulation wolves began to pounce. With just one move, a wall of water appeared. Water? This is actually sick. Excitement surged through Haran's veins. Is this my real power? Unbelievable. Other mages only activate the mana circuit in their hearts to use AI magic. But I can activate it from my brain to my entire body thanks to the Infinite Circle. The power I've suppressed for so long is finally unleashed. In an instant, Haran drew a fire element magic circle. He was so shook his jaw literally dropped. Zeeble spoke up to calm his disciple. Don't be surprised by these small things. You have a long way to go. The Infinite Circle. That is just the foundation of Bethanel magic. Control the magic according to what your heart visualizes. This is the first step of Bethanel magic principles and the beginning of Bethanel's legacy. A blinding light shattered everything. Training time was up. As Haran left, the receptionist called out. Thanks for coming. Come back soon. I just want to go home. Speaking of which, I wonder how that fallen genius did. His excited face immediately soured. Because on the system screen, an incredible time was displayed. Haran cleared the Wolfpack Challenge in 6 minutes and 37 seconds. That's literally international pro level. How did an incompatible guy set this record? I bet this piece of junk hardware is glitching again. That afternoon, Haran comfortably held Eider, humming, "This is the start of a legend." Haran remembered the simulation earlier. The Infinite Circle. When connecting it to my intent for the first magic circuit, I struggled a lot. What's recorded in Eider? That is completely different from everything I've learned until now. He remembered Zeebel's advice. This mana is your arms, your legs, your heart, and your brain. Control it however you want. Haran rested his chin on his hand, obsessing over those words. What does that even mean? Trying to vibe with such vague words, he could only stare at the entries in Eider. Haran recalled an ancient concept. It's like there's a transparent curtain over your thoughts. You can see it, but you just can't touch it. In magical theory, this is called the Wall of Enlightenment. Mages hit this when they reach their limits, and it's been an absolute truth for ages. For now, I need to focus on circulating mana through my whole body as instructed in Eider. Will this actually work? Early the next morning. The sky was cloudy as he returned to school. Haran was still deep in thought. By the time I snapped out of it, I had been circulating mana for 10 hours straight. Usually this would have knocked me out cold, but weirdly, I feel fine. Is it morning already? Just then, Sunshine approached from behind. Good morning, Haran. Why do you look so drained? You good, bro? Haran got a heavy slap on the back from him. Usually, he'd be fine, but mana suddenly flared up, enveloping his body. Maintaining mana circulation during daily life isn't easy at all. I need to adapt to this new magic circle quickly and master it. I have to lock in. Back when I was 12, after connecting to the second magic circle, I was called a prodigy and carried all of Father's expectations. But now, I've only just connected one circle. What should I do about the magic in my brain? Breaking the wall of enlightenment. That is a crucial step for advancing in magic. That's what Father used to say, back when he still had high hopes for me as a kid. Perfection is just a shackle. Perfection is a lie created by human arrogance. Thinking this, Haran suddenly blurted out, perfection is a lie. After class ended, that he dove straight into training. As Haran's eyes clamped shut, that the energy inside his body became clearer. I can feel it. Mana is my arms, my legs, my heart, and my brain. Just control it as I wish. What's imperfect is free imagination. A type of magic that doesn't need incantations, instant casting. AI magic shortens chance to activate spells. Its movement must follow certain fixed rules. But the method Bethanel recorded is all about free thought. The form of the magic can be changed at will. They don't have to. They'll follow the algorithmic process of a spell formula. Haran's cheeks flushed red with boiling excitement. It's only the first circle, yet it drains my stamina like this. I can't believe I can use such cracked magic. At this moment, he affirmed to himself, I am transcending the wall of enlightenment to reach even greater heights. A typical morning at the academy. Sang-hyuk called out from outside the room. Haran, someone's looking for you. Follow me. Haran, who was studying Eider, paused. Looking for me? He then followed him out. It's your father who's visiting. In-hyuk's presence took Haran by surprise. Father? He was led to the reception room. The arrogant In Hyuk, wearing a long coat, spoke up. "Komin." Sang Hyuk replied in a low tone. "I brought Haran here." He glanced briefly toward the door. Haran stood before In Hyuk without any emotion. "Father, it's been a while." Sang Hyuk took the hint and quickly bowed. "I shall take my leave now." Now, only the father and son were left to talk. "Since you're still at school, that I assume you haven't taken the pill I gave you yet?" Haran looked In Hyuk straight in the eye. "Yes, but I've recently made progress in my magic." He was annoyed by his son's dry joke. "Progress? You still haven't given up on that delusional dream?" However, responding to In Hyuk. But he insisted firmly, "Yes. I will definitely become a top-tier archmage of this era." This attitude made him freeze. Haran's eyes were still full of conviction. Seeing this, In Hyuk could only sigh. "Haran, you've wasted a whole year already. Look at reality. No matter how hard you try or what you achieve in the future, if your body still can't accept AI magic, that you can never become a complete mage. But you have natural talent. If you just give up those useless illusions and seriously study magical theory, you can still show your talent even if you're incompatible." Haran interrupted sternly. "Father, I've said once already. I will not give up on magic. I don't want to live a mid-life in your shadow. What I want, that is the position of the next head of the Mado clan." In Hyuk went silent at his absolute confidence. Becoming an archmage or the head of the Mado clan takes more than just willpower. He smiled and asserted, "I'll prove it to you." Disdain flickered in his father's eyes. "Prove it how? Don't tell me you plan to just pass the academy standards to avoid expulsion." To build trust, Haran made a bold promise. "In this upcoming exam, I will place in the top 10. If I don't, I'll leave the academy and dedicate myself to magical theories," he said. "But if I do, I want you to acknowledge my ability as a mage and promise to support me with everything you've got." In Hyuk had a headache because of his precious son. "A little bit of progress, and you're already acting up? I hope it's not some meaningless progress." Haran stood watching his father's retreating back. The weather was quite clear with bright sunlight. Time flew by, and several days later, Sang Hyuk stood on the podium, reminding them sternly, "Listen up. I'm now announcing the format for this midterm evaluation." The class started whispering. "Dueling? Darn, I'd rather fight monsters." The professor shouted to silence them. "This exam will be a one-on-one single elimination tournament. In other words, a duel. The tournament will last for 3 days. From a round of 16 onwards, external corporations and partners of the Magic Tower will attend as spectators. Give it your all." As the announcement ended, Haran clenched his fist with resolve. It's time to show everyone. A typical day at the Magic Academy. Inside the main hall, whispers echoed. "A dueling match? Even a Magic Tower is coming?" Haran walked through the crowd, glancing around. The news about the midterms had the whole school buzzing. If the Magic Tower is coming, the media will definitely be watching. You need to know about this group. The Magic Tower is an organization founded by the 12 highest-ranking mages in the world, wielding power equivalent to a nation. Every student dreams of joining them. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. "Yo, Haran, you faulty product. You feeling okay?" He didn't even bother to give Sang Hyuk a glance. However, there's one thing Haran had to admit. This guy is Sang Hyuk. He might act like a total tool, but he's one of the top sophomores. He walked up with a sneer to provoke Haran. "I heard I'm your first opponent in the midterms. You ready to take this L? I'm definitely getting my revenge for what happened 5 years ago." Hearing that, Haran could only sigh. 5 years ago, in the finals of the junior magic competition, this guy lost to me miserably. Everyone called him the crybaby mage, because Sang Hyuk literally wailed when the referee announced Haran as the winner. He was all tears, crying for his mommy. Time passed, but ever since he found out I was AI incompatible, he's been constantly bullying me. Now, Sang Hyuk was acting all high and mighty again. "I heard anyone who fails the standard this midterm gets expelled, right?" One of his lackeys burst out laughing. "Then we gotta make sure to give him a proper beating before he gets kicked out, right?" Sang Hyuk seemed to love the backup. "What's up? You gonna run home, crying to your mom again?" Looking at his smug face, Haran smirked. "This guy is my first opponent. I can't miss such a golden opportunity. These midterms are the perfect chance to prove my skills. I'm going to use you to the fullest." Sang Hyuk mocked. "I thought it was the other way around." Sang Hyuk's face went dark when he got shut down like that. What? The 3-on-1 trash talk battle. That caught everyone's attention. Sang Hyuk was salty, but he kept his voice loud. "Is this bastard crazy? For real? You still haven't woken up to reality? Does this damn faulty product really want to die?" Haran felt helpless at how childish he was being. He didn't forget to put on a smug face. "You were talking big like this 5 years ago too, right before I beat you. It's been so long, and you haven't improved at all?" This attitude made Sang Hyuk back up a few steps. "You bastard, you." A second later, Haran switched to an innocent, laughing tone. My bad. Are you really this salty over a little loss. KBB mage Sahu Uuk. Sang Hyuk was so mad his veins were popping. Damn it, you're just a washed-up failure. Haran directly swatted Sang Hyuk's hand off his collar. Seems like you've been living at the bottom of the social ladder. So, you don't know, being washed up only applies to those who were once at the top. And once a genius, always a genius. Just wait and see. I'll make sure you remember that. With those words, he turned and walked away, satisfied. Sang Hyuk, frustrated, bit his finger and hissed. You damn glitch. I'm gonna grind you into dust. The next day, Haran was trending on the hot search with the title, The Return of a Genius. Is it real? Haran, the prodigy of the Mado clan, rises against adversity. Dry his hair, he thought. I actually made the front page of the web news. Looks like Sang Hyuk's family has deep pockets. They found a reporter to write exactly what I needed in no time. With a personality like his, that he was bound to pull something. Thinking this, Haran became even more determined. This midterm exam must show everyone the return of a prodigy. The more attention I get, the better it is for me. Perfect. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was In Hyuk. He answered calmly. Yes, father. I saw the article. Yes, you don't need to worry about it. This made his father suspicious. Did you do this on purpose? Haran simply replied. Yes, I provoked Sang Hyuk to draw his attention. In Hyuk fell silent, recalling yesterday's conversation. Haran, I accepted your previous proposal. That doesn't mean I trust you. It's only because it doesn't negatively impact the Mado clan. Even now, I don't believe you can win. That article could become a disgrace to the Mado clan. Yet you want to leave it be. What is your goal? Haran was getting tired of hearing this. Everyone thinks the Mado clan has already disowned me. Even if I do something shameful, it's just a small matter for the clan. He touched Eider while In Hyuk continued. But no matter how small, it's still damage. No matter where you are, you still have to carry the reputation of the Mado clan. A strange glint flickered in Haran's eyes. I know, but considering the benefits, I don't think it's a big deal. This shocked him. Benefits? If you win, what does the clan gain? He simply stated calmly, me. The Mado clan. That will have the world's greatest mage and the strongest leader in history. I will become the greatest head the Mado clan has ever seen. On the other end of the line, In Hyuk sat back in his chair. You just set a goal, and you're already talking about surpassing the magic tower? Fine, let's leave it at that for now. Haran looked visibly relaxed. Thanks, father. He spoke up once more, but if you do anything that damages the clan's honor, be prepared for the consequences. I'm hanging up. Haran put his phone on the table. His hair moved slightly in the breeze. A wide smile spread across Haran's face, as if he already held victory in his hand. The stage is set. In a blink, midterm evaluation day arrived. The students were present, and the stands were packed. Haran walked onto the arena, still warming up his hands. His opponent, Sang Hyuk, teased him with a smirk. Yo, failure. Did you see my article? Prodigy, huh? You're famous now. Just thinking about the moment that you failed to use a single spell and lose in total disgrace. I could laugh forever. In response, Haran casually dropped a hint. Maybe the one taking the L won't be me, but you. He lost his cool a bit. What? Are you tripping? Haran placed a hand on his chest and said airily. Thanks for following my plan perfectly, by the way. Do you hate me that much? Honestly, you're not even on my radar. I'm definitely winning anyway, so don't be salty. Sang Hyuk's eyes widened in rage. You're actually insane. Immediately after, Haran dealt more emotional damage. One circle. Just one magic circle. That is enough to smoke you. At the massive plaza, in the stands, 3 figures could be seen. On the Obelisk Academy campus arena, Haran declared with a confident, sharp look. One circle. Just one magic circle is enough to beat your ass. The crowd in the stands went silent, watching closely. Hearing this, Sang Hyuk gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down. He bit his finger in frustration and cursed. This bastard. A failure dares to talk down to me? At that moment, the referee blew the whistle to signal. The first match of the Obelisk Academy sophomore midterm evaluation. Begin. Haran smiled, his face full of resolve. Sang Hyuk swung his arm, unleashing mana. You glitch. His eyes glowed brightly. Out of thin air, a ball of fire rushed toward Haran. Haran dodged while internally analyzing Sang Hyuk's signature magic. He triggered the AI chip. Sparks flew from the back of his neck. Sang Hyuk furrowed his brows. He pointed forward and shouted, casting his spell, triple magic circle, detonation. His eyes lit up as he sneered. A second later, a massive explosion erupted from Haran's direction. The reporters in the stands quickly snapped photos. Sang Hyuk laughed breathlessly, sweating as he insulted him. Dumbass, you're trash, but still try to flex. Suddenly, his face darkened, and his brows knit together. As the dust settled, Haran appeared, looking completely chill. No way, not even a single scratch. Then try tanking this. The words had barely left his mouth. When Sang Hyuk's hands fired 3 flames simultaneously. Haran simply used magic to create a water orb in his hand. Water strike. A shield formed from the water orb. Effortlessly blocking the flames. His face went pale as he gasped. What? In his mind, he thought, my signature detonation magic was blocked that easily? A mysterious person put a hand to their chin and whispered. Strange. Looking out from the glass window in the stands. The other person agreed. Indeed. It's only a first circle spell, yet he can cast it instantly like that. A girl named Sui looked over with a serious expression. I was wondering why you postponed the Blue Tower schedule just to watch a student's match. Do you know something about Haran's magic? Kanjin, with his hands in his pockets, replied calmly. No, I just read the article. That's saying a young prodigy has returned, so I came out of curiosity. She put on a helpless face and replied. So it was just a coincidence? But if people find out the Blue Tower Master, an 8th Circle Mage, is here watching a student match, it'll definitely cause a stir. Kanjin burst out laughing. I know, right? This man is indeed the master of the Blue Tower, the 8th Circle Mage, Kanjin. Both of them looked toward the arena. He put his hands on his hips and continued. That's why I'm using the VIP room. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. Kanjin turned his head to see who it was. Then he raised his hand excitedly and cheered, as expected. You're here too. Meanwhile, out on the field, Haran stood there casually with his hands on his hips. Opposite him, Sang Hyuk gritted his teeth, wondering to himself. Damn it, what the hell is going on? My triple circle detonation was blocked by his single circle water strike. The scene of him fighting with water orbs. That played back in his mind. Sang Hyuk's mood. That grew even more tense. That guy's casting speed is insanely fast. Right then, Haran smiled excitedly and teased. What's up? Curious about my casting speed? He waved his hand and yelled, shut up. Just die already. Sang Hyuk fired 3 flames again. A massive explosion erupted on the simulation screen. He clenched his fist with a savage laugh and insulted him. Dumbass. From the moment you used that single circle spell to flex, I already knew how this would end. You glitchy failure. What else are you going to try? A trace of magic was pushed toward Sang Hyuk by Haran. It rushed right up to Sang Hyuk, making him scream, what the? Sang Hyuk glared, breaking into a sweat, wondering. When did he cast Wind Spear? And my attack? That didn't even leave a scratch on him? Why is he still standing there like it's nothing? Sang Hyuk gritted his teeth and questioned him. You bastard. Do you really think you can win using only single circle spells? Once again, Haran cast a spell and replied calmly, of course. The spear rushed forward like a lightning bolt. He raised his hand to block the massive pressure from Haran. Sahu Uuk. That looked relieved when his shield managed to hold it off. Then Sang Hyuk gathered something in the palm of his hand. What do you think you're doing? Don't think you can act high and mighty just because you're faster at chanting, you glitchy failure. Haran, he knit his brows in total confusion. When did he cast a wind spear behind me? Not wanting to stay in the dark, Sang Hyuk directly demanded, what the hell did you do? Kanjin and Sui watched every move intently. He pointed upward, creating a small wind spear, and asked with a smile, still don't get it? Want me to do it again? Then he snapped his fingers, creating an illusion of a small bird flying out. That whirlwind turned into a giant bird and charged forward. Sang Hyuk turned his head and cried out in shock, what? How is this happening? Is this really wind spear? How can you launch 2 attacks at the same time? Haran heard him and replied with a sly grin. Exactly. Normally, that's impossible. But I can. Try blocking this. There's 4 this time. 4 wind spears were launched one after another. On his side, he waved his hand to create a barrier and shouted, shield. The shield surrounded and protected Sang Hyuk from the attacks. Sang Hyuk smirked, trying to keep his cool. It's only single circle magic anyway. As long as I block well, wait, what? The wind spear suddenly pulled a U-turn and stabbed him in the back. Sang Hyuk gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. A wind spear that curves its trajectory. On this side, Haran mocked him, thinking is good, but is it okay to be spacey like that? The match has only just begun. A second later, the birds from the wind spear rushed toward him, following Haran's hand. Sang Hyuk jumped back to dodge. Damn it, this bastard. He told himself he had to get out of the wind spear's range and keep his distance. The power and range of magic both have limits. If I can create some space, that weird attack won't be able to reach me. Haran realized his intention and praised him. Wise choice. Then he cupped his hands and raised them high. Casting a new spell, a violent gale suddenly erupted. Sang Hyuk looked up and screamed in panic, what is that? Instantly, a giant bird charged toward him. Kanjin stood above, watching the match. And was slightly surprised. He just cast that instantly. Not to mention you could even change and merge the trajectories mid-flight. What kind of magic is that, anyway? Right then, a man watched in silence. In Hyuk stood with his arms crossed, his gaze stern, not missing a single second. Clan head in Hyuk. The man known as the head of the prestigious Motto magic family. The 8th circle mage in Hyuk. Sui, standing beside him, confirmed in confusion. Exactly. Haran's magic is completely shattering the rules of open-source magic. Let's clarify a few concepts. Registered open-source magic like Wind Gale / can only have its trajectory edited once during use. Using that as an example, if an opponent stands outside a 38-meter range, the spell won't reach, and if the trajectory is edited once, it cannot be adjusted a second time. In other words, magic only works exactly as it's recorded. So, current duels between mages. They're like a game of wits. Reading the opponent and reacting flexibly are the key factors, just like using skills in a video game. But Beathanel-style magic completely ignores the principles of modern magic. Just then, the wind spear bird slammed right into Sang Hyuk. Down in the arena, he sat on the ground, mocking himself. I was defeated by a mere first circle spell? Haran stood with his hands in his pockets. Standing before him, he reminded him, "You underestimated first circle spells way too much. Sang Hyuk, even if you unleash all your third circle spells, I only need one circle to take someone's life." He was so spooked he turned pale. What? Haran, with a dark expression, gathered magic in his hand. First circle magic, water strike. All magic is the same. To kill someone, you don't need fancy, over-the-top spells. Sang Hyuk was suffocating, trapped in a swirling mass of water. Haran gestured while continuing his lecture. The Academy's combat uniform is protected by a safety zone barrier. But it looks like even that won't save you this time, will it? Just look at the state you're in. After those words, the stands went dead silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Haran's next move. He then turned and reported with a smile. "Professor, the result is clear. Is there any need to continue?" The final whistle blew. The massive stands erupted as fans went wild. The match is over. The winner is Haran. Once it was done, 2 medics stepped up to help Sang Hyuk off the field. Haran turned and walked into the tunnel. He clenched his fist and thought, "It's been a long time since I felt like this." The feeling of being a true mage again. Elsewhere, Kanjin and his assistant walked down the hallway, reflecting on the match. He stopped and looked down out of curiosity. Let's see if this really is the return of a prodigy. Interesting. I need to look into him more closely. In another spot, Sunshine burst through the door, cheering happily. "Yo, Haran, you won?" That was cracked. Seeing him, Haran called out awkwardly, "Sunshine, don't get too close." Sunshine asked inquisitively, "How did you train to get that good? Your spells were top tier." Those wind spears were flying everywhere. The magic was merging and popping off. Vroom vroom. Haran gave a mysterious smile and asked, "Want to know?" Sunshine leaned in close and replied, "Duh, obviously." "So," he whispered into Sunshine's ear, "that magic is a secret." Right then, Haran looked at his phone and asked Sunshine, "Have you seen this yet?" Sunshine asked back, "What is it?" On the screen was an article about him. Breaking news, the rebirth of Supernova Haran. That's my post-match interview. Are you curious about my magic? A crowd with cameras stood before him. A reporter probed, "Excuse me, what is the instant casting magic that Haran is using?" The crowd kept asking, "How do you cast magic instantly like that? And what about changing the trajectory or merging the wind spears?" Haran started to answer. Well, suddenly, someone appeared and interrupted. "I'll answer that question for him." He widened his eyes in shock at the person before him. Haran gasped in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" The master of the Blue Tower, the Ice Demon King, Kim Kanjin. Kanjin waved his hand as if he didn't know Haran personally. "I watched your match very closely. From what I saw, Haran used the 4th circle engraving magic." Someone gasped, "Engraving?" Then Kanjin raised his hand to create a small fireball. The crowd watched, stunned. He confirmed, "That's right. This is a type of magic that allows you to activate spells prepared in advance at a desired moment. If that's the case, instant casting is entirely possible." A curious person immediately followed up. "Then why isn't such a good magic more widely used?" He winked and explained with a smile, "Because engraving has a weakness. It can only store magic that is 3 circles lower than the user's level." "Well, Haran, am I right?" Haran of course smiled. "Yes, that's correct." He turned to him with a bright smile, internally grateful. "I was just thinking about how to explain Beathanel's magic. Luckily, I was saved there." A reporter looked confused. "So that means Haran has already reached the 4th circle level?" Sunshine grabbed his shoulders and declared, "That's right. I vouch for him." The reporters immediately started snapping photos to capture the news. Sunshine looked at the images on the screen and exclaimed, "This is definitely going to be breaking news. Reaching the 4th circle at this age is basically matching the record of the Magic Tower Masters. Since the Blue Tower Master confirmed it, it's got to be legit." Are you really a fourth circle mage? But whatever, let's put that aside for now. At this point, the person on screen continued the interview. So, how do you explain breaking the principles of open source magic? Sunshine cheered. Here it is. Kanjin put his hand to his chin, looking pensive. About that, Haran placed his hand on his chest and confidently replied. Let me explain. Breaking the rules of open source magic is actually quite simple. I simply improved the spell formulas. Kanjin's eyes widened in shock as he broke into a sweat. Improve the formulas? No way. Improving a spell formula is like turning a car into a plane. That's not something you just do. If he's already AI incompatible, who knows how far he'll actually go in the future. Right then, Haran pointed his finger and shouted, variant magic. From now on, I will call this type of magic with improved formulas variant magic. Kanjin's eyes sparkled as he grinned and muttered, This is a literal revolution. After today, the magic world is going to be in total chaos. The screen cut to the title, The Rebirth of a Supernova. Sunshine finished watching with a dark expression and frowned. Variant magic? Do you really think I'm buying that? He replied casually, believe what you want. Then he patted Haran's shoulder and asked, if you were me, would you believe it? Well, whatever, a win is a win. I'm heading back to the dorms. Haran asked in surprise, this early? Sunshine walked away, waving goodbye. I have to face a really tough opponent tomorrow, so I need to save my energy. Stamina, stamina, stamina. Haran stood with his hands on his hips, muttering a tough opponent. Huh? The sky was clear with white clouds as the crowds packed the stands the next day at the Obelisk Arena. The crowd watched the match in silence. Sunshine was holding his cheek. He fell to his knees before his opponent. Haran looked down from the stands and thought, the tough opponent Sunshine mentioned. It must be her. The golden hair of a girl fluttered in the wind. She raised her hand high and chanted, Moonlight Great. This was Adella, a rare genius. Born from two prestigious magic families, the Stars family of France and the Mystic family of Korea. Haran watched and gave a serious assessment. Adella's magic is unique. It's because of her lunar attribute magic, the secret art of the Mystic family. Sunshine gritted his teeth, struggling to defend against her. She flicked her hand, causing a layer of light to flash. He was instantly blasted backward. The referee blew the whistle and declared, match over. The winner is Adella. The stands were buzzing with constant chatter. Haran's gaze sharpened. He watched Adella's retreating back and analyzed, a combination of light and dark attributes, a secret moon-reflecting technique of the Mystic family. But it hasn't been registered in open-source magic yet, so there's zero info on its range, power, or properties. An opponent of this caliber is truly a problem. Wait, Haran's gaze locked with Adella's from a distance. He looked confused, totally stunned, and wondered. Did she just look at me? After the match, Sunshine snatched a water bottle from Haran's hand and ranted, I hate this so much. He smiled to comfort him. You did great. Here, drink some electrolytes. He complained miserably. Of all people, I had to face Adella. Talk about bad luck. Did you win your second match? Haran smiled cockily, of course. He did the math and confirmed. Then your next opponent is suddenly, Adella walked over and praised them. Good work out there. That was a solid match. Sunshine scratched his head, confused. Huh, thanks to you. I learned a lot, Haran. She quietly looked at Haran. Confusion was written all over his face. Adella suddenly spoke up. You've returned as a real mage, haven't you? I hope you'll help me remember the reason why I entered this academy in the first place. Haran heard Adella's strange words and thought. The Motto clan and the Mystic family. Adella and I have known each other since before we even enrolled. The Motto clan and the Mystic family have a very tight relationship. So Adella and I often cross paths at events. If I had to use one word to describe our relationship, it'd be rivals. Adella even gave up her studies in France and chose Obelisk just to beat me. But ever since I was labeled AI incompatible, we haven't spoken a single word to each other. The fact that I carried the incompatible label became a huge deal, causing Adella to lose her only real rival. Then he scratched his head and spoke up to deny it. Adella, I'm still not quite on your level to be your target yet. Adella turned away and replied seriously, we won't know until we fight. Sunshine patted his shoulder beside him and whispered, hey Haran, are you even ready for this? Haran turned back, confused. Huh? Ready for what? His face went dark as he gasped in panic. You really don't know? Your next opponent is Adella. He widened his eyes and cried out in shock, what? The next day on the arena floor, two figures stood there while the referee kept checking his watch. Adella rubbed her hands, watching in silence. Two guys saw this and started gossiping. Where's Haran? He probably got cold feet and bailed. Figures. From behind Adella, mocking voices erupted. He was flexing about variant magic or whatever during his interview, but in the end, it was all cap. He knew he couldn't take Adella, so he dipped. She turned to glance at the referee. A second later, The referee shouted the announcement. Time's up. Per regulations, Adella wins by forfeit. Suddenly, Haran rushed in, shouting, "Wait, sorry I'm late." The referee held the whistle in his hand and scolded him. "Haran, what took you so long? Actually, save the excuses for later. I'm not giving you a second to breathe. Consider this your penalty for being late. Get in position." Adella clasped her hands and asked, "Can I ask why you were late?" He closed his eyes and replied calmly, "It's nothing. I was just doing a little prep work." She asked back, confused, "Prep work?" He gave a sly smile in response. "Because you're strong, Adella. I had to properly prepare to take you down. This match is going to be a banger." Adella asked in disbelief, "Prepare? Prepare in just one day?" Looking at Haran in front of her. That she thought to herself, "I can't feel it. The Haran standing before me, right now, isn't the same as he was yesterday. Can I actually count on his strength?" Then Haran raised his hand and gave her a heads up. "Just so you know, you'd better go all out." A voice boomed from the stands. "Begin the match." At that moment, Adella raised her hand, and a fireball appeared. She pointed forward and shouted, "Flammable spear." The fireball in Adella's hand glowed intensely. A second later, 3 flames shot out. Haran quickly yelled back to counter, "Wind strike." Those 3 flames were immediately blocked by his gusts of wind. Adella clenched her hand, a faint light glimmering in her palm. A small staff appeared. Adella shouted, "Earth metal," and the arena floor began to crack open. The ground under Haran's feet split, forcing him to move. He leaped and pulled a mid-air flip to dodge the attack. Adella jumped up and reminded him, "You're already in the air. You can't dodge this one." She glanced over as a magic circle appeared behind her. Arrow palm. Haran watched and muttered, "An attack while I'm defenseless mid-air? Normally, this would be impossible to avoid. People usually think that, but Haran reached down, making a shield appear, and shouted, "Shield." The crowd in the stands dropped their jaws in shock. A defensive shield cast right in midair? No way. Adella stammered in panic. What? He flipped the shield and used it as a stepping stone? Haran's magic truly felt like a one-of-a-kind phenomenon. Haran looked down at her from above and thought to himself, the Mystic family's lunar attribute, secret art. To deal with that kind of magic, I have to use everything I've got. So in this battle, I'm going to pull the sun itself down. Just watch. Adella quickly shielded her eyes as a flash of light erupted. She knit her brows and wondered, sunlight? He's about to launch an attack. All I can do now is defend. A second later, Adella pushed both hands forward and shouted, "Grand shield." Haran rushed in, unleashing his arrow move. He gripped a sword made of water and dove down from the sky. Haran chopped straight into Adella's shield. He gritted his teeth, impressed in spite of himself. Single circle arrow magic combined with a triple circle defensive spell. You're pretty cautious. With that, Haran jumped back on his own shield. He touched the ground to steady himself and keep from falling. Adella saw this and told herself, "All right, now it's my turn." Suddenly, she gasped as she realized her feet were frozen. Adella broke into a sweat, hesitating, while Haran watched her every move in silence. Adella couldn't believe it, wondering, when did he use Earthlock? Did he cast the spell the exact moment he touched the ground? He's too fast. I can't even track his movements anymore. She snapped her head around to follow Haran. He gestured, and a stream of water appeared. Haran opened his palm and shouted, "Arrow, water, arrow." Adella quickly cast a spell to shatter the ice beneath her feet. Water orbs manifested all around Haran. Following them, a pod of dolphins charged forward at high speed. Adella could only use her shield for defense. Streams of water slammed into the barrier. Adella gave a slight smile, thinking, looks like he's not that hard to handle after all. Then she recalled what Kanjin said in the interview. From what I saw, Haran used the 4th circle engraving magic. Engraving. Engraving can only trigger spells from the 3rd circle or lower. Haran might be a 4th circle mage, but if he only uses these basic 1st circle spells, he has 0 chance of taking me down. Suddenly, something streaked down from the sky, and a pillar of light slammed into the ground right behind Adella. Her eyes widened in shock, wondering, when did he attack? Did Haran hide his variant wind spear? Got inside the sunlight beforehand? Adella squeezed her eyes shut in pain. She suddenly collapsed at Haran's feet. He looked down and asked, "Has it been so long that you forgot what your rival is capable of?" In that room, Sui couldn't take her eyes off the battle. His combat instincts are truly out of this world. Kanjin gave a goofy grin and analyzed. From that first combo the moment he dodged Earth Metal, Haran had already calculated everything. While jumping into the air, he baited Adella's attack, used the barrier as a platform to gain height, and used the sun as a backdrop to blind Adella. That's when he set the wind spear, thanks to the delayed activation property of engraving. Then, as he fell, Haran used arrow to keep Adella's eyes on him, pretending to fight on the ground with earth metal. And chose the moment her back was to the sun to unleash the preset wind spear. After speaking, he glanced at the man sitting there. A second later, Kanjin added, "The One Circle Archmage is a fitting title for him." In-hyuk muttered a denial. "But it's still just first circle magic. Watch." At that moment, the three of them stood on the arena floor. Adella looked up at Haran with a calm expression. She didn't even try to dodge. He sat there and spoke in a confused tone. He has the advantage, but he still hasn't landed a finishing blow. This isn't enough to end the match. In-hyuk's gaze caught the image of Haran clenching his fist. He continued to explain, "Besides, Adella hasn't used that magic yet." On the floor, Adella placed her hand on her chest and sighed. "That was amazing. You really made me remember how it used to be. Now, I'm going to fight you for real." Haran moved into a combat stance and whispered, "Here it comes." Her entire body began to glow. Seeing this, Haran broke into a sweat, on high alert. The lunar attribute, Secret Art, but the Mystic family's ultimate move, a radiant aura, exploded as Adella summoned magic circles one by one. It was so powerful that the arena floor beneath Haran's feet began to crack. The light from the circles beamed straight down at Haran. Watching from above, In-hyuk fell into silence as he saw the man leave. Kanjin called out with a smirk, "Leaving already?" But In-hyuk's eyes held zero faith left. "The fight's over. What's the point in staying?" Suddenly, a roar of shock erupted from the stands. The brown-haired girl's eyes went wide, completely stunned. "No way." Even Kanjin's mouth twitched into a difficult grin. Over on this side, Sunchan's jaw was on the floor. The scene ahead even had Adella looking like she'd turned to stone. How is this possible? Not only was Haran unscathed, but he had summoned a massive magic circle. He calmly manipulated the surging flames to attack. Fire Dance God. Adella's legs instinctively backed up. Second circle magic? Haran's smile turned smug. "I told you I was late because I was busy prepping to take you down." She barely heard him, her brows knitting together. "Engraving only works for first circle spells. Does that mean you've reached the fifth circle?" Haran left the question hanging and simply smiled. "To understand everything, we have to go back to the previous night at the Obelisk Academy dorms." Haran looked solemnly at the Eider book on his bed, his brows furrowed and his mind racing. "It'll be hard to beat Adella with just first circle spells. My fighting style doesn't match the hidden potential of the secret arts." Flipping to the first page, Haran brooded anxiously. "I originally planned to overwhelm her once I became more proficient." On a new page of Eider, it said if he could properly utilize his intent. The next page instructed, "Channel mana into the magic circuit." Inside the Eider book, some text was written, "This magic circuit will lead you to a new realm." He was a bit taken aback. Is this some kind of hidden mechanic? No, there's no time to hesitate. Haran mustered his courage. And touched the magic circle on the page. Light erupted from within, surrounding him. He shielded his eyes as the flash exploded. Damn it, glowing again? What now? Just like before when the energy fragments were released, in the blink of an eye, Haran completely vanished. When he finally managed to open his eyes again, Haran had appeared in a completely different place. He looked around and muttered to himself, "This is..." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Welcome to the first trial. I am Alpha, the guide and manager of the first trial page." Haran turned around, his pupils shrinking in shock. He asked again, "The first trial page? Alpha?" Alpha gave a slow, confirming nod. "Precisely. This is the first trial page inside the Eider book." Haran instinctively backed up. Inside the book, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Excitement surged through him. It's not spatial teleportation to some far-off place, but a dimension inside the book? That's insane. Next, Alpha gestured, introducing the first round. In this trial zone, we will test whether the successor's intent is fully formed. The trial details will be announced once we begin. If you pass, information on second circle magic from pages 18 to 31 will be updated. Haran rubbed his chin, thinking for a good while. Looks like if I want to level up to the next circle, I have to clear this trial. She reminded him once more, explanation over. "Do you wish to begin the trial?" Without flinching, he decided instantly. "Of course. Let's get it started." Alpha bowed. "Understood." "Then, let the first trial begin." Alpha closed her eyes as a strange light enveloped her. Haran watched every movement with wide eyes, seeing her form gradually dissolve. He thought to himself, I didn't think this would be a human, but I didn't expect a magical entity either. Just then, Zeebel's voice rang out. "I will now announce the contents of the trial." He frowned, recognizing it immediately. That's the instructor's voice. Suddenly, a stone appeared in midair. This stone is called the Elemental Mana Stone, an incomplete, raw gemstone. With 4 elemental properties mixed in no particular order, Your task is to fully refine this stone. Haran's mind shuddered for a moment. Refine this stone completely? The elemental mana stone is incredibly fragile. I have to manipulate mana with extreme precision for streams of mana inside the stone that are currently in a state of total chaos. And I have to refine that. This is like trying to separate salt, sand, sugar, and pepper after they've been tossed together. This is no walk in the park. To refine this, one must have absolute mastery over their intent. But then, Haran smiled with excitement. Actually, this might be fun. His pupils emitted a surge of blue mana. Before Haran's eyes, his intent manifested as intricate flashes of light. As the mana swept through, they were rapidly separated. Haran closed his eyes tight, using magic to refine the mana stone. He tried to steady himself, focusing his mana stream once more to isolate each cluster of light. Haran gave it his all, gritting his teeth hard. A split second later, the backlash sent him flying straight into a bookshelf. Haran slid down, cursing under his breath. Damn it, even a tiny fluctuation in mana creates a shockwave. So I have to be that careful? I try to pull the mana apart, but they're too tangled up. It's hard to decompose. But I've got a plan. I'll just keep grinding until it works. And then, who knows how much time passed. Despite failing, Haran didn't give up. Every time he refined, he got hit by a counterattack. I refined over and over. Just one mental slip-up, and I have to restart from zero. I repeated this again and again. Finally, the mana stone reached a stable state. I did it. The elemental mana stone. Right then, Zeebel's voice rang out. Congratulations, successor. You have passed the trial. To the one who has mastered their intent, I shall update the Eider book with a method to form the second magic circle, the resonance circle. Haran snapped his eyes open and found himself back on his bed. An indescribable feeling surged through him. Am I back? Quickly, Haran reopened the book. He couldn't hide the grin on his face. I finally have the second circle. Even though he had talked a big game, Haran was still on edge. Before the match starts, I have to master this at all costs. Back to reality. The match between Haran and Adella was in full swing. She exerted her full power, activating her magic circle as a radiant aura exploded. The immense pressure caused the ground beneath his feet to cave in. But she didn't stop there. Adella flicked her hand again. The light from the magic circle was pushed to its absolute limit. Sun shone in a corner of the stands. I couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Is this it for Haran? Below, she gently brushed her hair aside. The match is over. Adella's eyes showed a hint of respect, mixed with disappointment. I didn't expect you to get this strong in such a short time. Haran, who even are you? But this is the end. The genius I once aimed for is gone now. Suddenly, something behind her made her freeze. Adella turned her head, her brows knitting together. What is this? This sound. It was a voice full of confidence and iron resolve. Second circle, activate. Dark resonance. Mana gathered into a tight point in Haran's palm. Behind his back, a second magic circle manifested. The combination of two infinite circles and free will. That become my arms and my legs. This reaction far exceeded the expectations of Kanjin and In-hyuk. Sunshine stood in the corner, jaw dropped. Adella, that once again couldn't hide the shock on her face. What was happening? Before her, magical hands seemed to be tearing open the space itself. He didn't flinch at all. Fire dance god. Adella quickly backed up, activating her defensive magic. However, at that moment, Haran's magic gun was complete. First resonance form. Her pupils contracted, shaking slightly, staring at the weapon before her. Adella was rooted to the spot. No, I can't stop this. In that moment, she helplessly gave up. Adella's eyes glistened like sunlight. You're back. Once again, you're my target. As soon as she finished speaking, the magic gun discharged. The referee, standing nearby, had to shield himself from the sheer pressure. Naturally, Adella took the full force of the blow. Kanjin and In-hyuk watched the ensuing events with bated breath. Adella was seen leaning over. Losing control, she had completely blacked out. At that moment, Haran also slumped to the ground, gasping for air. A second later, the referee regained his composure and announced. Match over. The winner, Haran. In the observation room, Kanjin called out to In-hyuk. Are you leaving already? A faint curve appeared at the corner of In-hyuk's mouth. I have another schedule to attend to. Kanjin didn't bother stopping him, simply replying, I see. He really is a terrible liar, isn't he? After the match, the group gathered in the lounge. Haran smiled wearily, taking off his outer coat. That was exhausting. He recalled the things he learned from Eider. The second infinite circle, resonance. When synchronized with the intense circle, it enhances magic. And moonlight magic is a hybrid between the range of light, and the power of darkness. Meaning, if I could adjust the ratio of darkness in that magic, The attack range would narrow. I used that enhanced dark magic to overpower her radiant aura. Regardless, moonlight magic is the mystic family's secret art. It's not something just anyone can easily access. Based on the structure of the magic circuit I glimpsed back then, I succeeded in manipulating mana through the resonance circle. It allowed me to see through the structure of moonlight magic and distinguish its components clearly. Refining the elemental mana stone also improved my mana control. Without all those factors, beating Adella would have been nearly impossible. Just then, Haran noticed a strange reaction from everyone. Kanjin appeared, slightly adjusting his glasses as he walked toward Haran. Kanjin gave a hearty smile and called out, "Haran." Haran's eyes went wide with shock, causing him to jump to his feet. "Tower Master." Kanjin didn't beat around the bush. "I'm here to discuss a few things with you." Now, Kanjin and Haran sat facing each other. Kanjin smiled and opened the conversation. "Sorry to bother you while you're this drained. I watched your whole match. It was an incredible fight." Haran remained calm, yet wary. "Thank you." Kanjin pushed up his glasses. "Let me get straight to the point, Haran. Have you already reached the 5th circle?" This question made him pause for a beat. He thought back to the match. Come to think of it, I did use 2nd circle magic during the fight. And the master of the blue tower thinks I used engraving. If I can use 2nd circle, 3rd circle, or even 5th circle magic, they'll obviously assume I've reached that level. Thinking this, he laughed it off and waved his hand. "No, I haven't reached the 5th circle yet." Kanjin's eyes lit up. "I thought so. Then how did you manage to use 2nd circle magic?" Haran knew he was being scouted. Haran kept a straight face and replied, "If I told you it was secret magic, would you believe me?" He rubbed his chin, scanning Haran. "Does this secret magic happen to be the variant magic you mentioned in your previous interview?" Haran remembered the day he talked a big game to the media. He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's that variant magic." He thought to himself, "I'll just wing it and say that. Reaching the 5th circle at 18. That is too far-fetched. If that gets out, it'll be global breaking news. And if I use 3rd circle magic later, it'll be another mess. For now, I have to keep this under wraps." Kanjin praised him. "That secret magic is impressive. But what does it have to do with 2nd circle magic?" A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Haran felt a surge of tension and placed a hand on his chest. "I've actually improved engraving magic as well." These words were like a shot of adrenaline for Kanjin. "You improved that magic? So there really was a way? That's remarkable." He reached toward Haran. Right now, his investigative tone was replaced by a laugh. "Impressive. I didn't think anyone could fix the flaws of engraving." Haran reflexively replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Red." Sure enough, Kanjin was using magic to probe him. Kanjin's eyes glowed a deep red. This felt like a crushing pressure on Haran's chest. The surrounding space seemed to freeze. Then he spoke. He smiled slightly. "Right. There are none of the telltale signs of a 5-circle mage. Not a single one. Looks like you really haven't reached the 5th circle yet. I'll take my leave now. I'll handle the explanation for the reporters myself." With his ruby eyes. But hearing those words, Haran jumped up and called out after him, "Thank you, sir. Have a safe trip." Even after Kanjin left, he remained bowed. Only then did Haran heave a massive sigh of relief. He brushed back his hair and muttered, "I can't believe the Tower Master used his ruby eyes to check me." Haran recalled the intense scrutiny Kanjin's eyes brought. The ruby eyes, the eyes of the Blue Tower Master, Kim Kanjin. They are said to be able to see through the very nature of mana and are considered the best analytical eyes in the world. He was sweating buckets. Even the Tower Master didn't notice. "I'm safe, right?" Thinking back to the records in Eider, Haran thought to himself, "Bethanel system magic is my biggest secret. I can't let it slip." A moment later, an announcement echoed through the arena. "Match over. The winner is Haran." Haran's face no longer held a shred of confidence. When he returned to the waiting room, Adella appeared from behind him. "Wait." He looked back at Adella, stunned. "You're supposed to be resting for at least 4 hours. Why are you up so soon?" Despite being covered in bandages, she was very much awake. "I'm Fine." Seeing that, Haran asked directly, "So what do you need?" Adella stammered a bit. If you don't mind, I wanted to hear your feedback on the match. We still have the finals ahead of us, after all. If you're tired, we could do it later." Haran breezily pointed toward a side room. "It's cool, let's do it now. Feedback helps me out, too. Let's head into the lounge." For a moment, her heart skipped a beat. Just like before, there's so much to learn from your strategy and magic usage. One day I'll become just like him. Haran walked ahead, scratching his head. "Man, why is the back of my neck burning up?" In the city center stands a skyscraper. Inside is a special room, where the person within seems quite interested in Haran. "Haran, wasn't everything supposed to be over for you?" At the towering skyscraper in the middle of the city, a flag with a dragon crest flew. Headquarters of the Mado Clan Corporation. Inside a large room, two figures were present. The girl looked at Haran's face on the screen and cursed under her breath. Damn it. Wasn't this supposed to be over? Brother, are you really going to just leave Haran alone? She was the eldest daughter of the Mado clan, Seiya. Very quickly, the young man, Jihan, replied. Then what should we do? Seiya suddenly got worked up and shouted. What if Haran comes back to the clan? You know what happened a year ago better than anyone. If he's treated like that again. Before she could finish, Jihan cut her off. Don't worry, Seiya. He recalled the image of Haran when he was number 1. Then he looked at Haran's current state and judged. He might have been a star a year ago, but now that kid is just trash. In actual combat, he can only use second circle magic. You saw his match too. However, Seiya was still wavering. But brother, everyone is hyping him up like crazy right now. Immediately, Jihan comforted her with sweet talk. Listen carefully, Seiya. The opponents Haran fought. They're currently just third circle students. He's a 4-circle mage, so of course he'd win convincingly. But did you forget Haran is AI incompatible? He's just trying to hide that with some tricks and ancient techniques. Compared to a normal 4-circle mage, Haran's skill level is far below. Even if he's a bit flashy, he's still a fluke. Despite being a bit shaky, Seiya still trusted him. So, that's how it is, right? Exactly. No matter how hard he tries, he's still just crawling on the ground. Jihan added, an incompatible person is still incompatible. She bit her nails, feeling restless, and if by any chance he becomes a threat to the position of successor. This comment directly provoked Jihan, the wine glass in his hand. That was even crushed by his grip. By then, it won't be too late to deal with him. In the late afternoon, under a golden-tinted sky, but the matches at the arena had not yet concluded. 3 blurred figures were on the field. A student collapsed from exhaustion. The referee raised his hand and blew the whistle. The match is over. The final winner of the sophomore midterm evaluation. That is Haran. From the stands, endless praise erupted. The genius has returned. Hooray! Haran stood in silence before those words. So cool. This is cracked. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Ancient magic surpassing, i.e., Haran truly was a genius. Sunshine cheered from the corner in pure bliss. Haran, you're number 1. You did it. Everyone acknowledges your strength now. Congrats, Haran. Suddenly being shaken, he panicked. Sunshine, chill out. A few people in the back sneered in contempt. Who does he think he is? Without that ancient magic, he'd be a total nobody. Just then, Professor Jangso appeared with a radiant smile. Congratulations, Haran. As your tutor, I'm truly proud of you. Sunshine heard this and immediately chimed in. Then you should treat us to a victory dinner, Professor. Haran sighed and warned, Sunshine. But the professor laughed and added, no need to ask. I was already planning to invite you too. Hearing this, Sunshine jumped for joy. Hell yeah, let's go. Hooray. Suddenly, Haran spoke up with difficulty. Wait, I'm sorry. I really want to go, but I have a super important appointment. This was a total shock to Sunshine. What? How can we go without the main character? Haran hurriedly waved and bolted. I'm sorry, it's really important. Sorry, Sunshine. Haran changed his clothes and headed straight to a specific location. I have a very important meeting. As soon as he arrived, he ran into someone. An older man standing next to a luxury car bowed. We've been expecting you, young master. That young master was indeed Haran. The butler opened the door and invited him in. The head of the family wishes to see you. I will take you back to the main estate. In a flash, they returned to the Shin family estate. The atmosphere there was deathly silent. Haran knit his brows and scanned the surroundings once more. It's been a year. After being found AI incompatible, I rebelled against my cold father and moved into the academy dorms. I wasn't allowed to set foot in the family estate anymore. He walked into the grand hall alone. Haran muttered to himself, I wasn't allowed to set foot in the estate. And nothing has changed. After walking for a bit, his pace slowed. In front of Haran was a room with doors tightly shut. A subconscious sense of pressure flared up. It was just like back then, his father's study. Taking a deep breath, that Haran boldly knocked on the door. In-hyuk sat quietly inside the room. His eyes held a sharp intensity from within. In-hyuk's voice carried through the door. You've finally returned. It's certainly a beautiful moon tonight. Haran stood before the room he hadn't entered in a long time. You've finally returned. In-hyuk called out from inside. Enter. Haran bowed his head respectfully. It's been a long time, father. The man closed the book in his hand and said, take a seat. I once thought you were a failed product. A chanting speed 20 times slower than an average person. A single lapse in concentration and the formula vanishes instantly. Unable to perform multi-layered chanting. You are the textbook example of what it means to be incompatible. And how useless that could be. But your extraordinary talent. That is something everyone must acknowledge. That's why I asked you to switch to AI magic engineering to utilize that gift. Naturally, we didn't expect much this time. We thought it was just the final struggle of a loser backed into a corner. Hearing these words, Haran remained steadfast and replied, I understand. In-hyuk then mentioned an article with the headline, He has returned. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued. When I read the article GA posted, I thought it was a good chance for you to wake up if you tasted ultimate humiliation. But you completely overcame the penalty. Of an incompatible person created variant magic. And completely exceeded my expectations. This bet, that you won, Haran, your performance in a match. That was truly worthy of being called that of a real mage. As soon as he finished speaking, that surprise caused Haran's pupils to shrink. He stood up abruptly. His voice was full of confidence. Thank you, father. In-hyuk gave a faint smile. His words were a concession. From now on, I promise to support you with everything I have. Whatever you need for your path of magic, just say the word. Furthermore, I'll allow you back into the Mado clan. As the successor of this family, you'd better behave accordingly. With this backing, Haran could finally stand tall with confidence. Immediately after, he put the pressure on him. And finally, I have one warning. If I ever see you stagnate or regress again, that I will personally destroy your magic circles. Haran's hands clenched in a fist from sheer oppression. My father is something else. Is this the pressure of an 8th circle mage? It's terrifying, but this is my last shot. His blood-red eyes were full of resolve. Yes, father. In-hyuk calmly returned to his seat. So what is your goal now? Haran looked a bit confused. My goal, sir? His father's eyes held no affection as he spoke. Yes. Weren't you always aiming for the position of head of the Mado clan? Yikan, Sef, In-hyuk, Minyi. Currently, you're the furthest behind among your siblings. Haran placed his hand on his chest as an affirmation. As I said before, my goal is to become the head of the Mado clan. That's all. First, I'll make everyone in the family acknowledge me. In-hyuk glared and questioned him. How? He stepped forward. He placed his hand on the table. At the event happening in 2 months, the World Academy Games. The most outstanding talents from all over the world will participate in this festival. And I will bring home the gold medal. Let's explain this event briefly. This is a tournament only for students under 20, an Olympics for the magic world. This festival is on par with adult-level tournaments and is a dream stage that attracts global attention. In-hyuk still lacks some faith in Haran. However, our country's current best record is only a silver medal, won by the Blue Tower Mage. He recalled the top prize winner. Right after, In-hyuk emphasized one thing. You know how unrealistic it is to aim for a gold medal at these games. Responding to him, Haran made a firm proposal. Yes, that's why I have one request for you, father. He asked what condition. His condition was quite simple. During the 2 months of this tournament, please don't let my siblings interfere with me. Because of these words, In-hyuk, praised him internally. How bold. Asking for protection now, just in exchange for a gold medal he might not even win. Normally, ide refusa instantly. But this is quite interesting. A few days later at the academy dorms, books were scattered all over Haran's room. He had even fallen asleep on the floor at some point. The early morning sun woke Haran up. Did I pass out? He sat up and rubbed his stiff neck. As soon as I got back from the clan, I started researching the second trial. Even though I passed the first one. To reach the 3rd circle, I have to clear the 2nd trial. And right now, I still have no clue what to do. The only lead is, I have to raise my resonance state to deep resonance to master the 2nd circle and move forward. Flipping through the pages of Ider, Haran muttered. To take the 2nd circle trial, I just need to place my hand here and move according to the principles of resonance. Right now, all I know is that I have to combine the intense circle and the resonance circle organically. Is this messy handwriting supposed to be it? 2 circles appeared in the middle of the page. Water and fire intertwined. Haran sat blankly for a while and then sighed. Let's take a walk to clear my head. The sky today was quite clear for a stroll. Haran threw on a shirt and sweatpants for a lap. Right, a change of scenery sometimes helps sharpen the mind. The air is so fresh. After the walk, I'll grab breakfast and get back to deep resonance. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Watch out. Just as he turned his head, something zoomed toward his face. Haran couldn't react in time and took the bag full in the face. A girl ran over to check on him. Are you okay? He held his face and groaned. Ow. Who is it? Adella? Wait, why did that bag fly at me? Adella was a bit hesitant. About that. I was about to drink some banana milk. I was so hyped that I was swinging the bag a little, and it just flew off. It ended up hitting you right in the face. Seeing her embarrassment, he hummed in reassurance. I see. Adella bowed repeatedly. I'm so sorry. Haran smiled and shook the milk carton in his hand. It's fine. Thanks to that, I got a free banana milk. But do you still only drink this? Adella opened her bag to show him. Yep. This is the greatest beverage ever created by mankind. Haran looked at her, speechless. Seriously? The sky was clear with white clouds. Adella asked curiously, Haran, I heard you just went home? His face looked brighter than before. That's right. I went back to the Motto estate yesterday. Hearing this made her feel 100 relieved. Well, that's great then. Is your dream still to become the head of the family? Suddenly, Haran paused for a beat. Did I ever say that? Adella thought back to their childhood memories. Then she smiled and affirmed, You did. We used to talk about it all the time. Haran rubbed his chin, looking pensive. No, that's not just a dream of mine anymore. Her heart skipped a beat. What? So you've given in to reality? I mean, it makes sense of the Motto clan. You have so many outstanding siblings that becoming the head is a tall order. Haran's eyes went wide as he shot back. Huh? What are you talking about? My dream is to become the master of the Motto clan and stand at the absolute peak of all mages, at the top of every magic tower. That is my goal now. Adella looked away and cleared her throat awkwardly. The peak of all magic towers? Wow, that's a goal far beyond my imagination. Just following your lead is starting to feel a bit high pressure for me. As night began to fall, the moon hung over the roof of the Motto clan estate. Sahu was sweating bullets, biting her nails. She couldn't hold it in any longer and slammed the table. Brother, aren't you worried at all? Jihan crossed his arms and said sternly, Father must have a reason. Despite saying that, he was deep in thought. I didn't expect him to set such a condition. Recalling what happened earlier, Jihan and Sahu entered In Hyuk's room. Father, you call for us. What's the matter? He stared intently at the two of them before speaking. I know your personalities all too well, so I have an order for you two. For the next 2 months, do not mess with Haran. This came as a shock to both of them. Sahu turned pale and got agitated. Father, why? Jihan, being calmer, spoke up on her behalf. Could you tell us the reason, sir? He explained the origin of his decision without rushing. You both know Haran officially returned to the Motto clan yesterday, right? The boy is still a minor, and there is a 1-year gap from when he left the family. So, I think we should give him about 2 months to adjust back to the clan. Especially you two. I know you both want the head position and will put immense pressure on Haran. Jihan fell silent, speechless. A moment later, he smiled and affirmed, Yes, I understand, Father. Is there anything else you need to instruct us on? Hearing this, In Hyuk stood up and looked toward the door. No, you two must be tired. Go get some rest. Fragments of mana faded away, returning to the present. Sahu couldn't help but wonder, Brother, are you just going to let it go like that? She wore a look of total annoyance. But Jihan was even more twisted inside. Damn it, this is unacceptable. He carefully analyzed the situation in his mind. Min Hyuk and Min Ji don't care about the succession, so not calling them makes sense. But leaving Haran alone because of a 1-year gap? Father should have said that gap was due to the successor's incompetence, and he had to deal with it. Besides, protection only applies to kids under 16 before their AI engraving. That brat is 17, he's past that limit. This left him feeling lost. So why? Why did Father say that? Sahu sat in a corner, muttering a guess. Could it be that Father has already? Jihan brushed it off, reassuring himself. No way. Haran hasn't been able to show Father much yet. She quickly followed up, then why on earth? He remembered Haran's match from a few days ago. He must have seen something in him. Or maybe Father is curious about that mysterious magic system Haran mastered. Or perhaps Father and Haran made some kind of deal. This made Sahu even more agitated. A deal? What kind of deal? Exactly. Our Father never makes decisions like that. This is so frustrating. Haran, should I call back all the people I sent to watch him? Jihan said mockingly. Might as well, unless they're 100 sure they won't be spotted by the Black Shadows. A secret organization, the Black Shadows, the intelligence unit directly under Father's command. They act as the Motto clan's underground arm, a special team that does everything from infiltration to gathering intel and bodyguard work. Before Jihan left, but he didn't forget to throw in one last line. By the way, I've already pulled all my guys off Haran. Sahu stood there frozen. What are you planning? A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. I'm heading out first. As soon as he stepped out, a smirk appeared on his face. Sahu sighed. There's no way in hell I'm leaving him alone for the next 2 months. If Haran made a bet and a deal with Father, things are dangerous. I'll have to call on the Black Tower. A beautiful morning at Obelisk Academy. Professor Jangso stood at the podium, leaning on his hands with a bright smile. All right, the midterm evaluations are over. Great work, everyone. Let's start with a round of applause. I'm honored that our class has the top student, Haran. He stood up with a confident posture and accepted the praise. Then the professor handed Haran a piece of paper. I can say you're the most outstanding 17-year-old in the country right now. Congratulations. He accepted it carefully. Thank you, Professor. Jangso encouraged him while giving a reminder. Since you're number 1, I think you should hold this spot for the next 2 months to reach your goal of competing in the Academy Olympics. Confidence was clear in Haran's eyes. Yes, that's exactly what I plan to do. He leisurely returned to his seat. Some guys were watching him, constantly whispering things like, what's the big deal? He thinks he's hot stuff just 'cause he's got those magic eyes. Another chimed in, 2 months? Give it a week, and he'll be exposed. Another hurried to agree. For real, an incompatible will hit his ceiling sooner or later. Haran sat down without saying a word, because he always knew exactly where his limits were. A little while later, Sun-chan stretched, looking exhausted. Finally done. 8 periods of nothing but pure theory, man. Haran winked, suppressing a sigh. But hey, tomorrow is all practicals. He was about to say more, but felt bad for him. Haran lightly punched his chest. See? I told you to work on your stamina. Sun-chan suddenly slumped to the ground, moaning, are you even a mage? Hearing this, he thought to himself, what a weakling. Sun-chan's face went dark, sweat pouring down like rain. He quickly chased after Haran. What did you say? Weak mage? So I can't even tease you about being weak anymore? He nonchalantly waved him off. If you don't like it, put in the work to fix your weaknesses. Sun-chan pouted visibly. I'm definitely going to fix it, and then I'll blow your mind. Just watch. Haran turned around and burst out laughing. Oh, really? Then after dinner, let's hit the gym. Sun-chan's face instantly went blank. Haran couldn't help but ask, what's with that look? He dodged the question with a lame excuse. I'd love to, but I suddenly feel under the weather. Haran called him out with a straight face. If you don't want to go, just say you don't want to go. At this point, Sun-chan was still capping hard. Honestly, it's not that I don't want to train. I just don't like training with you. Get it? Get it? He was annoyed, yet a bit confused. Why the hell don't you like training with me? Sun-chan let out a long sigh. To be real, it's 'cause I'm terrified. The way people looked at him that evening. At the Obelisk Academy gym, Haran was furiously lifting a 200-pound dumbbell. That clown. I told him training is important. 2 students nearby were pale with shock. Who is that? Can a human even lift that much? In another corner, a guy with glasses seemed to recognize him. Isn't that Haran? The person next to him replied, the sophomore who just topped the midterm evals, right? The final weight was finally put down. Haran breathed a sigh of relief and headed out. Because I put everything into mastering beefino magic, I've neglected my physical training. I'm way behind schedule. It was written clearly in the Eider book. Since the infinite circle is a massive circuit that flows through the entire body, it and physical training influence one another. When both the body and the magic circle are strong, resonance efficiency increases. Therefore, you must train both your physical strength and your magic. To create the optimal vessel. Back at the academy, a simulated 3-eyed beast was growling. They were surrounding Haran. Their eyes glowed alongside their razor-sharp claws. Haran watched intently, ready to dodge. Suddenly, he sensed something. Blue mana swirled around his body as 2 monsters lunged. Haran ducked quickly, and they slammed heads into each other. Only then did he counterattack. Fire Dance God. The flames made the monsters falter and vanish. Now only one remained. As it was being incinerated, the system announced, Haran, simulated combat training against monsters, complete. Jangso checked the data from the side. The result is a perfect clear. Maximum points. He grinned widely. Thank you, Professor. Sitting out in the hallway, Haran kept staring at his palm, thinking to himself, thanks to the infinite circle, my physical abilities have increased by about 1.5 times. If I reach the 3rd circle, they'll probably jump even higher. I have to strengthen the infinite circle even more. After saying this, Haran closed his eyes to train. Mana surged along with his intent. Focusing on the intent circle and the resonance circle, he shifted his energy throughout his body. Reduced the fluctuation value and rotation speed of each circle by 12.25 and 4.63, respectively. Increased the mana purity in the intent circle by 8.9. Just a little more. Haran stopped the chant, gasping for air, drenched in sweat and looking pale. Sync rate, 99. I've tried everything, but I still can't hit that last one. But I have to reach the realm of 2nd circle mastery at all costs. Before he knew it, the sun had set. Today, Haran was out for a jog. He had his headphones on, practicing his breathing. Just as he passed a deserted alleyway, Haran spotted something. A figure was lurking inside. Instantly, the guy threw a punch. He quickly ducked and dodged it. Haran questioned him in a sharp voice. Who are you? You're Sahu Uuk. Sahu Uuk didn't hold back and lunged at Haran with a punch. He ripped off his mask, revealing a face full of rage. You're pretty good at running, huh? You're like a damn rat. Haran backed away and took a stance. What is this? It's the weekend. Haven't you gone home yet? Or is it that you can't go back? You're under disciplinary review, so no matter how much you want it, you're stuck, right? He was so agitated his body was shaking. Shut your mouth before I kill you. Haran didn't stop and kept roasting him. Seriously, you flex your family's power, and this is all you've got? Even if you weren't under review, you'd be too embarrassed to even show your face at home. You've got nowhere left to go, do you? Rage caused Sahu Uuk to lose control. He directly used magic. Shut up, you piece of trash. Haran realized he had poked the bear a bit too hard. This psycho. I tease him a little, and he actually dares to use magic in the middle of the street? Of course, Sahu Uuk couldn't stop. You bastard. Haran's blood-red eyes glared back. Haran aimed for his back and struck. Sahu Uuk was momentarily caught off guard. His footing faltered because of it. Finally, Haran pinned his arms and slammed him to the ground. He remained silent as Sahu Uuk screamed, "Let me go, you brat." He thought to himself, the opportunity is here. A moment later, the police arrived. Sahu Uuk stubbornly roared, "Let me go. I'm going to kill that guy today." The man in the black suit warned, "Shut it and come with us." He struggled, demanding to be released. Only then did Haran speak up to explain. "Since I was attacked with magic, I was forced to use physical force to subdue him. The entire incident was caught on CCTV. I didn't think he'd actually use magic here." The man replied, "We'll discuss the details at the academy tomorrow. It's late. Head back to your dorm." Haran lingered, watching Sahu Uuk being dragged into the car. His gaze darkened with deep thoughts. "Keep it up, Sahu Uuk." Just like that. The next morning at Obelisk Academy, a large crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board. It read, "Disciplinary notice, student Sahu Uuk. -10 points for unauthorized use of magic outside campus. Obelisk Academy Office of Student Affairs." Whispers erupted. "Did you hear? Sahu Uuk was using magic on the streets to pick fights last weekend." "For real?" Haran stood behind, ears perked. "But why only a 10-point deduction?" "Exactly. He should have been expelled." He knit his brows, but said nothing. Sahu Uuk caused such a mess and got off with just -10 points. It makes sense, though. The Beck clan definitely stepped in. Beck is a rising family doing everything to build a reputation, so they frequently donate massive amounts to the academy. It's hard for the school to hand down a heavy penalty. Sahu Uuk must be getting chewed out right about now. Elsewhere, Sahu Uuk was facing a storm of fury. "You idiot." He cringed, explaining, "Father, I'm sorry." The man snapped, "I told you to keep your head down until graduation. Is that really so hard?" Sahu Uuk replied sheepishly, "No, sir." The head of the Beck clan warned angrily, "If our family doesn't secure a title, it's all your fault." "Got it." His heart skipped a beat. "Yes, I'm sorry. I'll remember." "God damn it." He hurled his phone against the wall. Sahu Uk's teeth were gritted. Haran, Haran, Haran. Curse that bastard. This is all his fault. Just then, someone appeared behind him. Someone's holding quite a grudge against Haran. "Huh? Sahu Uk. Instructor Smith? What, is that a problem?" Smith burst out laughing and took a step back. "Not all. Loving or hating someone is your private business. Butlisten, Sahu Uk. Don't you want to get back at Haran?" This made Sahu Uk blank out. "What?" Instructor Smith repeated. "Don't you want to?" Back at the obelisk dorms, Haran sat in his room, lost in thought. He leaned back in his chair. "I could file another complaint about Sahu Uk with the academy, but, well, I've already benefited enough." Haran's phone screen lit up. Inbox, one new message. From Father in Hyuk. "The negotiations with the Beck clan are settled. I've secured a 3 stake in the Mana Stone mining rights they hold to keep this incident under wraps. Well done. If there's anything you want as a reward for securing these shares, just tell me." This was exactly what Haran had calculated. To secure a title, the Beck clan doesn't just care about the academy. They have to build close ties with prestigious families. This time, they really had no other choice. This move by the Beck clan was very logical. After all, the victim of this incident was the direct bloodline of the Mado clan. The Beck clan clearly wanted to settle this. Not mess at any cost. But with terms this good, even 3 proves that a title is incredibly important to them. A title is the symbol of a family, like Mado for the Mado clan or Mystic for the Mystic family. It's the yardstick for a clan's rank. Actually, Sahu Uk was exiled from his family after this. As he is now, he can't do anything to me. So that's that. Forget the old man for now. Time to focus on reaching the deep resonance stage. It's been a few days since the Sahu Uk incident. Obelisk Academy has finally quieted down. Haran took a walk around. He silently observed. Are the students being more strictly monitored because of what happened with Sahu Uk? Suddenly, someone called out from behind, "Haran." Haran put on his best poker face and turned to greet him. "Hello, Instructor Smith." The man didn't speak immediately, only nodding with a smile. However, Smith's eyes were filled with scrutiny, making Haran feel a surge of tension. A second later, he stepped forward with an indescribable radiance. "I wanted to ask this for a while, Haran. You don't seem to like me very much, do you?" He reflexively replied, "Yes, I mean no, sir." Smith laughed it off, his words heavy with subtext. Fair enough. I've said some pretty harsh things to you, but they were all sincere advice. Don't misunderstand me. Though his mouth said yes, Haran wondered why he was acting like this all of a sudden. Sensing an opening, Instructor Smith reached out toward Haran. So, shall we start fresh from now on? He chuckled, partially declining. That won't be necessary, sir. Thank you. Suddenly, his nerves were jolted. Why am I getting such bad vibes, all of a sudden? A thick scent of mana radiated from a man. It's a bit late, but congrats on taking first place in the midterms, Haran. And congrats on finding your own path. Haran gritted his teeth, sensing something was wrong. It was definitely a mana signature, but what hit Haran's eyes? That was Instructor Smith's black magic erupting. This dark mana. Is this from the Black Tower? Realizing the key point, his heart skipped a beat. A force that few people would ever want to mess with. The Black Tower is different from the 12 official towers currently in existence. It's an unofficial organization, a notorious criminal syndicate founded by a mage claiming to be a dark sorcerer. With this info, Haran was nearly scared to death. Instructor Smith is a member of the Black Tower? Then does that mean? But there are other Black Tower mages in the school too? Since when? No, that doesn't matter right now. First, I need to analyze the magic formula to understand the situation. In front of him, an analysis board appeared alongside the swirling magic. Haran's pupils lit up as he saw through the formula. This is too familiar. This is mind control magic. Wait, mind control? But my brain is already immune to all outside interference. So, Instructor, Smith's mind control won't affect me at all. Thank God I dodged a bullet. He hasn't realized this yet. I have to act like I've fallen for the mind control spell. And then squeeze all the Black Tower info out of him. Haran intentionally let his eyes go glassy. Instructor Smith seemed suspicious for a moment, but he brushed it aside for now. A piece of trash who can't even use AI. But he's quite the actor, making me apologize. Listen, Haran. From now on, keep this item on you at all times. And don't ask any questions about why you have to carry it. Got it? He acted like a puppet and replied, yes. The corner of the man's mouth curled into a seductive smirk. Is that so? Now, explain your variant magic to me. Haran cursed inwardly. How the hell am I supposed to explain that? He then clutched his head in pain and slumped down. The man muttered, it seems his will to protect the secret of his variant magic is too strong. Fine, stop. In a blind spot. Haran gave a slight smirk. Dumbass, I need to clarify a few things. Mind control magic interferes with the opponent's brain. To amplify emotions or manipulate them at will. It's the signature magic of the Black Tower. When a high-level mage uses this, it can destroy a person's mind, making it an extremely dangerous forbidden art. And just like that, if a victim has a strong will regarding a specific memory, trying to dig it out can cause their mind to collapse. He thought to himself, if he's giving up this easily, then my variant magic clearly wasn't their main target. Instructor Smith clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then he clutched his head, looking down on Haran with total contempt. This rare magic doesn't suit you at all. I was planning on selling it, but I can't let the mission fail over this. I'll just wait until the job is done. It won't be too late to snatch that magic from you then. Haran, you okay? You've been spacing out while I'm talking. You must be exhausted. I'll stop bothering you. Good luck. Haran acted like nothing was wrong and replied, yes, sir. Understood. He watched as Instructor Smith's figure faded into the distance. A strange glint flashed in Haran's eyes. Back to the end of the school day at the academy. He strolled through the courtyard alone. I am starving. Better hit the cafeteria. Yesterday, during class, Haran chose a secluded spot for himself. He pulled something out of his pocket. It was the illegal chip Instructor Smith had given him. Haran fell deep into thought. An illegal bio-AI chip? Great. He gave me this because they want to frame me for using illegal AI. If her plan works. The media will have a field day. Haran's fake persona exposed. They want to drag my reputation through the mud. Instructor Smith has no personal reason to destroy me like this. Sure, our relationship isn't great, but this is extreme. Haran analyzed the situation calmly. It's highly likely someone put in a hit with the Black Tower. He went through the potential culprits in his mind. If that's the case, it's pretty obvious. First suspect, Sahu Uuk. Haran, I'll kill you. But on second thought, he's currently under disciplinary review. This would be too much of a stretch for him. Then it's probably one of my siblings. People with a clear motive to kick me out of the race for head of the family. First, Sister Minji isn't active in the power struggle and isn't the type to pull a stunt like this. Brother Min Hyuk. Is very eager to become the head, but he doesn't have the guts to pull something this big. So it's either one of the remaining two or both. At this thought, Haran's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Should I just snatch Instructor Smith and beat the truth out of him? No, the Black Tower is hypersensitive. Smith might not even know the mastermind, and catching him might alert the big fish. Besides, picking a fight with the Black Tower now serves me no good. In that case, at a massive building in the city, Haran arrived at his destination. The man inside didn't even turn around as he called out, "Welcome, Haran. So, what do you want to talk to me about?" Kanjin's pupils contracted as if probing him. Haran responded with caution. "The master of the Blue Tower, Kim Kanjin. Why does he look colder than usual today?" But he had to speak. Kanjin rubbed his face, looking a bit evasive. "I told you not to cause any more trouble." Haran stared straight at his furrowed brows. "But I have to say this. The rumors were true. What the hell is he researching that has him this stressed out?" He started the conversation with a small question. "Are you researching something, sir?" He replied without hiding it. "Yes, a special type of mana stone. It's taking much longer than I anticipated." Haran tilted his head to look at the stone. "That's an elemental mana stone. Here's a rare chance." As soon as Kanjin invited him to sit, he spoke up. "Let's get straight to the point. Everyone's busy. You said you had something important that had to be said in person. What is it?" Haran's lip twitched. "He's way too stressed today. Anything I say will probably fall on deaf ears. If that's the case, I'll have to negotiate." He made up his mind. He continued, "Before we get to the main point, I want to say something about that mana stone. You're researching the elemental mana stone, aren't you?" These words were like a bomb going off in Kanjin's head. His pupils narrowed with excitement. "Haran, how do you know about that stone? I haven't even gone public with its name yet. You'd better explain yourself clearly." Haran waved his hands, trying to de-escalate. "I didn't plant any spies in the Blue Tower or steal any info." Kanjin probed him suspiciously. "Then how do you know?" He rummaged through his backpack for something and said simply, "Because I have one too." When he saw the mana stone, Kanjin jumped out of his seat. "This is..." He confirmed the situation. "That's right. This is an elemental mana stone that has been perfectly refined." His pupils shook uncontrollably. "Haran, the one who refined this stone. Could it be?" Haran didn't deny it or make excuses. "Yes, it was me." Suddenly, Kanjin burst out laughing. Unbelievable. He thought to himself. The Red Tower Master, James Blood, is the top dog in magic engineering. Even the elite refinement engineers of the Blue Tower and myself, one of the 3 best in the world at refining mana stones, couldn't refine this mana stone. And yet, a high school student pulled it off? Kanjin's face hardened. "Haran, did you come across this mana stone by pure luck?" Haran replied with a deadpan attitude. "Precisely. I figured only the Blue Tower could handle this kind of stone, so I brought it along." He smirked, but the tension was rising. "May I ask how you obtained this?" He smiled, looking at the stone in his hand. "I'd rather not say. I just happened to find it and happened to refine it. That's all I can say for now." Of course, Kanjin didn't buy it for a second. "Just happened to find it and happened to refine it? You must have some crazy luck then." "Fine. A mage has the right to keep his secrets. I won't ask any further." Hearing this, Haran heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, sir." He turned with a proposal. "But, may I take a look at it for a moment?" He nodded. "Of course." Kanjin put on cloth gloves and inspected it carefully. This is the only completed version of a stone carrying 4 attributes simultaneously. "So, the reason you brought this here is because you felt the time. That was right?" Haran revealed, "Yes. I want to craft a sacred relic." He was curious. "A sacred relic? What kind are you thinking of?" Haran pondered. He hadn't decided on the form yet. Clothing, accessories, or a weapon. Anything is fine, as long as it has attributes that boost magic efficiency. Kanjin didn't hesitate to give a reality check. "Fine, but high-grade mana stones that require equally high-grade submaterials. The crafting fee will be insanely expensive. You know that, right?" "I am aware. You're the direct heir of a prestigious magic clan. Just ask your family for the funds, and it's done." Suddenly, Haran cut through his excitement. "That won't work. I want to keep the creation. Out of this sacred relic a secret from my family and everyone else." Kanjin burst out laughing again. "Haran, man, you really know how to make things difficult. How do you plan to handle this then? Without family backing, can you even afford it? It's roughly this much." Haran smiled as if it were a joke. Instead, as soon as the question left his lips, "Do you have another way?" Haran seemed to have closed the deal. "I'll refine an elemental mana stone right here for you. I'll do it right in front of your eyes." Kanjin's expression softened. "You mean you'll share the refinement method with me?" He clenched his fist in affirmation. "That's right." He let out a satisfied laugh. "Incredible. If you do that, I'll owe you a huge favor." Hearing this, Haran paused and then made his request. "In that case, could you help me with one more thing?" Kanjin tilted his head, his gaze sharp. "What is it? Does it have to do with the main reason you came today?" He sat up straight and pulled something out. "This is..." He held a chip in his hand and recognized it instantly. "A chip. An illegal bio-AI Yun-grade chip. Where did you get this?" Haran clenched his fist, full of resolve. He remembered Instructor Smith's mockingly casual face and said, A Black Tower mage at the academy gave it to me. There are Black Tower mages hiding at Obelisk Academy. Help me take them out. Night fell. The moonlight was brilliant tonight as a car dropped Haran off at the gate. He didn't forget to nod to the driver. Thanks for the ride. Get home safe. Suhai glanced at Haran. Sure. See you next time. He watched as the car disappeared into the distance. A moment later, Haran returned to the dormitory area. He lay comfortably on his bed after a long day. Man, I'm beat. Thinking about Kanjin, he mused. But it was a total stroke of luck. I didn't expect Kanjin to be researching elemental mana stones. Thanks to that, I can craft the sacred relic behind my father's back. Haran thought of Sahu Uuk again. That brat, Haran. That I won't let you off. He relaxed. Originally, I was going to use the 3 mining rights I squeezed out of the Beck clan as a bargaining chip, but now I can hold on to them longer. Awesome. I hope everything goes smoothly. He recalled the conversation with Kanjin, but it really is hard to believe. In a high-security place like Obelisk Academy, there are Black Tower mages hiding out. The only evidence is this illegal bio-AI chip. His eyes went wide, a bit disappointed. Is it too difficult? Kanjin's lip curled up. He winked it off. Normally, the Blue Tower wouldn't act based on a student's subjective feeling and uncertain info. But fine, let's give a shot just this once. A voice came from the phone. Are you here yet, Haran? Haran replied to the person on the other end. Yeah, let's stick to the plan. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside alone. The phone call hadn't ended yet. You don't need to worry about that. As long as the info is accurate, we at the Blue Tower guarantee there will be no mistakes. Haran replied firmly, yes. I'm counting on you all. I'll be in touch soon. The elevator doors opened. Someone was already waiting. He put on a smile, but his eyes stayed sharp. Hey everyone, I'm here. The girl with the blue eyes was the second daughter of the Mado clan, Minyi. Her face lit up when she saw him. Oh my god, it's been forever, Haran. He chuckled and complimented her. Long time no see. You haven't changed a bit, Minji. She winked playfully. Is that a compliment? Haran nodded. Duh, obviously. She happily welcomed her younger brother. Our Haran has grown so much. You're almost taller than Minhyuk. Right on cue, the 2 sons of the Mado clan appeared. Minhyuk walked over from the table. Minji, don't start with that. Welcome back, Haran. He spoke bluntly, but not unkindly. But anyway, welcome home. Haran gave a polite, casual laugh. Thanks, Minhyuk. He thought to himself. He's still as straightforward as ever. But Minji wasn't having it. Ugh. What are you even talking about? Inhyuk asked blankly. Did I say something wrong? Next, Haran glanced at the other 2. Long time no see, Jihan. Suh. Jihan greeted him with a smirk. You look more like a man now. Definitely less of a brat. He was the eldest son of the Mado clan, Jihan. Sitting next to him was the eldest daughter. Suh. She chimed in, long time no see, little brother. Standing before them. Haran forced a fake smile. They were smiling, but their eyes looked like they wanted to eat him alive. The culprit was definitely right here. Jihan raised his glass, calling everyone to order. Let's eat and talk. What's the big deal that brought us all together like this, little bro? Once everyone was settled, Haran spoke plainly. Nothing special, really. I just realized it's been a while, so I wanted to get the siblings together. Say I didn't buy a single word of it. Everyone here is busy with a million things. And you called us for something that trivial? He played it off with a smirk. Well, if I didn't organize it, you or Jihan would have done it anyway, right? She couldn't hold back and slammed the table. Excuse me? Who do you think you're talking to? Fine, just cut the crap. What's your angle? Haran played dumb. My angle? What do you mean? Say I laid her cards on the table for everyone to see. Stop acting. You're planning to jump into the succession race, aren't you? He lowered his head and peered at her. If I said I didn't care about it, would you even believe me? Saya barked back. Who the hell will believe that? Then why bother asking? You little brat. Jihan calmly cut in. Saya, that's enough. These things aren't just settled with words. They have to be proven through actions. Right, Haran? I heard you mastered a pretty interesting eye technique called variant magic. Do you plan on sharing that magic with the family? This caught Haran off guard. He saw right through Jihan's play. Nice move. If he shared the secret magic, it would prove he was giving up on the succession. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Saya chirped in support. That's a great idea. Haran took a deep breath. Then he put on the most pitiful face he could muster. Guys, this secret magic is my only hope. It's the only way an incompatible, like me, can live as a mage. I just can't share it. Minji was immediately hooked by his act. Well, if that's the case, it really is our little brother's only hope. Saya went blank, while Inhyuk seemed to catch his drift. Across the table, Minji was wiping tears from his eyes. Thank you for understanding. Jihan laughed and raised his wine glass. Well, talking about the succession won't get us anywhere. Let's just drop it and catch up, shall we? Minji nodded in agreement. Exactly. I want to hear all about what Haran's been up to. The meal was laid out, but no one really touched their food. Seiya and Jihan whispered to each other, while the other three laughed and chatted. Suddenly, the clock struck 10 p.m. Haran glanced around to check the vibe. It's getting pretty late. Now then. Suddenly, all four of their phones buzzed with an emergency alert. Their faces instantly froze. Minji looked confused. What is this? In-hyuk was slightly agitated. This is an emergency broadcast. Seiya was fuming. Right now? Seriously? Why at this hour? Jihan's face, however, turned completely pale. He was visibly shaken by the content. The screen showed an urgent notice. Dark Mage from the Black Tower, discovered among Obelisk Academy staff. Smith Lin Smith, second son of the Smith family, has been apprehended. Arrest made by Blue Tower 6 Circle Mage and secretary to Kim Kanjin, Young Sua. Haran noted how quickly Jihan tried to hide his phone. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Found you. He'd never forget that distorted look on his brother's face. Haran thought to himself, so it was you, Jihan? The night deepened, and the moon remained full. It's late at night, and the moon is still full. On the way back, Hazan gets a call from someone. It's just like you said, Hazan. On the phone screen is a long message, sent at 10:31 p.m. Young S.A., a 6th Circle Mage of the Blue Tower and the secretary to Kim Kong-jin, has discovered suspicious activity by Lin Smith in the training equipment warehouse of Obelisk Academy. Lin Smith is accused of tampering with the equipment for the survival test. And if not for Young S.A.'s chance appearance at the training equipment warehouse, it is hard to imagine what kind of disaster could have occurred during the survival test scheduled for this Friday. The South Korean government, the Korean Magic Association, and the International Magic Association have declared they will not tolerate the Black Tower's actions in this incident. The person on the other end continued, but how did you know Lin Smith would interfere with the training equipment warehouse? Hazan adjusted his earpiece and said, I just made a logical deduction based on the available information. If Smith had already infiltrated the academy, it was highly likely he would act on campus. Plus, considering the timing of when he used mind control. Magic on me and this week's schedule. The day Smith could act was Friday, the day of the large-scale survival test. And if he wanted to mess with me during the survival test, Smith would definitely have to tamper with the training equipment. Normally, the training equipment is checked the afternoon before the test, so the time he could tamper with the equipment would be tonight, Thursday night. The Blue Tower was tasked with monitoring the equipment warehouse, while I called you all over to find the Black Tower's collaborator. As a result, Smith was caught. Confirming a Black Tower spy had infiltrated Obelisk Academy. I also discovered that Jihan has connections to the Black Tower. The plan went perfectly. I stayed hidden and got the information. A flawless plan. It's just a shame I haven't found decisive evidence of the connection between Jihan and Lin Smith yet, but a slow investigation will reveal it eventually. Kong Jin, on the other end of the line, said with a bright smile. Hazan, at first I thought I was helping you with this, but it turns out you were helping me. The Blue Tower's reputation is soaring because we solved this case. I'll be sure to repay you properly. He chuckled out loud. Well, I won't refuse then. The man praised him before hanging up. That kind of straightforwardness is good. I'm off to handle the rest of this. Hazan smiled, took off his earpiece and said, Yes, thank you for your hard work. He thought to himself, that's a wrap. Before anything else, an explosion occurred behind him. The aftershock sent Hazan flying. His face contorted at the scene before him. What? A figure appeared in the fire and smoke. Hazan, 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 die, you useless piece of junk. Hazan couldn't believe who was in front of him. Sahu Uuk? He mercilessly launched a sphere of energy towards him. Hazan's eyes glowed. He's too fast. He quickly activated a resonance magic, water protection. Under Sahu Uuk's frenzied assault, Hazan could only defend. The power is too great. At this rate, the water protection will be shattered. I have to recalibrate. Hazan quickly escaped the area as a large explosion erupted. He was thrown into a pillar on the campus. But this was within Hazan's expectations. I knew I couldn't completely avoid it. Sahu Uuk stood up from the smoke and shrieked. This is the real difference between you and me. A defective piece of trash like you dares to look down on me. That's what you get. Hazan backed away, calling out, Sahu Uuk. He suddenly noticed something unusual about him. Wait a minute. Something's not right with this guy. Bloodshot eyes, flushed skin. That reaction. That it's the illegal enhancement drug, Outburst Potion. The characteristic of this drug is that it forces magic acceleration, causing all blood vessels to burst, turning the body blood red, and creating a berserker. That's where it gets its name. But more importantly, the user will fight to the death. Sahu Uuk charged furiously. Hazan snapped, are you crazy? He had lost his mind. Sahu Uuk looked manically. Crazy? No. Imparfali lucid. Hazan's mind was racing. Red mana. A third circle spell, Fire Scorch. Before he could finish casting, he was grabbed by the wrist by Sahu Uuk. Hazan struggled to get away. You lunatic. Drool dribbled uncontrollably from his mouth. I told you I'm still lucid. Perfectly lucid, in fact. Get ready to die. Fire scorch. Smoke billowed straight into the sky. Sahu Uuk looked leisurely at Hazan's body. What's with this guy? Still alive? You blocked my magic twice. A defective piece of trash like you dares to do that. How dare you? He became hysterical, scratching at his face. Suddenly, Sahu Uuk blanked out and muttered, could be. Haran panted, observing his every reaction. Those emotional swings are definitely caused by the Berserker's draft. But what's incomprehensible is his magic power. Even with the Berserker's draft, thought his power shouldn't have spiked this much. Guess I'll have to test it out. Sahu Uuk's eyes glowed blood red. What are you looking at, you bastard? He quickly summoned a flock of birds to scout. Wind spear. They lunged at Sahu Uuk on command. You prick, you dare use that garbage magic on me? His voice dropped low. Watch the wind spear. Correct. But you should also watch right here. Sahu Uuk's pupils contracted in shock. When did he get down there? He took the chance to activate his second move, arrow, palm. Because the distance was too short, Sahu Uuk couldn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and thought, got him. Fire mana. At this range, it was Haran's turn to be stunned. When Sahu Uuk activated burst fire, he screamed, die. However, he quickly sidestepped and dodged it. The thing about burst fire is that it's deadly at close range, but the range is only 7.74. If you pull back, you can dodge it. Were all those spheres just now useless? Haran wiped the dirt off his face and asked, do you hate me so much that you'd even use a bio-AI chip? He laughed like a maniac. Gee, what kind of BS are you talking about? He intentionally put on a look of disappointment. So you really don't remember. The chip on the back of Sahu Uuk's neck lit up. Why would I use that on a defective product like you? If all you're going to do is talk trash, just die already and stop wasting space. Haran dodged while delivering a lecture. Illegal bio-AI chips enhance the user's physical body and strengthen magic circles through illegal modifications. It also changes the power and range of spells. He didn't understand a word. So what, you prick? Haran backed away to dodge the attack, not forgetting to set a trap. The funny thing is, I'm currently researching changes in magic circle structures and formulas. So as soon as mana or circles are overclocked, thought I notice it instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought, whether it's luck or not, both the illegal chip and the draft gave me very useful clues. Sahu Uuk grew more agitated. What the hell are you saying, you bastard? Now, it was Haran's turn to counterattack. I won't thank you for this. The only difference is whether I finish it tomorrow morning or right now. 0 resonance. Facing this situation, Haran had to take a gamble. Reaching this realm means surpassing one's own limits. But lately, I've been thinking a lot while reading the Eider book. He clutched his head, exhausted. The problem lies in the penalty. Linking circles with different attributes and accelerating them puts immense strain on the body and mind. The penalty is the duration. If I can master the second circle and then use resonance, thought the duration will be 3 minutes. After that, I won't be able to cast spells for 12 hours. I have to think carefully before using it. Sahu Uuk looked at him crazily. Are you scared, you moron? Why are you standing there mumbling to yourself? He didn't pay any attention, focusing only on calculating. The resonance duration is 3 minutes, and that much time, that is more than enough. Earth spike. The ground cracked under the move. A sharp pillar stabbed into Sahu Uuk's thigh. He was stunned. Third circle magic? How can a piece of trash like you use third circle magic? Haran pointed at his head and mocked him. Beats me. How can I use it? Sahu Uuk, enraged, created a massive sphere. You bustot, D. Haran remained calm, teasing him. I see you're not just bad at magic. Your trash talking is pretty weak too. It's too hollow. Demon. Guardian. This time, the fireball was blocked. But Sahu Uuk seemed pretty confident in this hit. You idiot. You couldn't block it earlier, so why use that move now? Just burn to death. Suddenly, the water turned into a cyclone, extinguishing the sphere. He was completely shook. What? Haran firmly held the upper hand. Think carefully before you open your mouth. If I were you, after seeing that earth spike, I'd have realized this water guardian is different from before. Your moves won't work on me anymore. Sayuki is fast dakend. Haran. Shin Haran. That's right. I finally get why you got so strong. You used illegal boosters. That's why you're this powerful. Haran felt helpless listening to this idiot's explanation. It's over. I'm not going to show you any mercy, because this is the mess you brought on yourself. Haran waved his hand, summoning Dark Eye. Deep inside Sahu Uuk's blood-red eyes, pure terror was visible. What? Haran reminded him once more in a cold voice. If you had shown even a bit of hesitation about killing or attacking me, thought things wouldn't have reached this point. Sahu Uuk fell into a deep abyss without a single ray of light. Damn it. Stop hiding. Come out, Haran. Stop lurking and face me. Haran stood to the side, activating Earth Element, Mana Shackle. His entire body felt like it was bound by invisible ropes. Is this just some lame sealing magic? Every movement was held fast by the elements. Haran's voice rang out, sounding ominous. It's too late. The final bit of pity I can spare is helping you go out as peacefully as possible. Sahu Uuk let out a desperate scream. Stop talking trash. It's not over. If it weren't for you, my life would... He didn't let him finish, cutting him off directly. But would your life really be any different? I don't think so. His vision went pitch black. Where are you? You bastard, where are you? Haran mercifully left him with one last thought. You just end up blaming someone else anyway. By the way, besides the physical side effects, do you know why illegal bio-AI is banned? Sahu Uuk said. What? He shrieked in agony. A third magic circle appeared in Haran's palm. I just tried adjusting my magic frequency to sync with your overheating chip. How does it feel? Using the Berserker's draft, but it still hurts, right? Drool leaked uncontrollably from Sahu Uuk's mouth. Stop it. Facing this scene, he simply gave a firm push. Once the AI and the body are forced past their limits, just a slight external nudge makes everything collapse. Oh, and finally, I want to say thanks because thanks to your crazy stunt, I just scored something pretty useful from the Bet clan. The scale this time will be way bigger than before. Probably 30 of the mining rights. No, maybe 40? Sahu Uuk's tears flowed from pure resentment. You, Haran, kept that punchable smirk on his face. Goodbye, Sahu Uuk. Thanks for the gift. Don't go regretting it now. As soon as he finished, he struck the chip on the back of his neck hard. Sahu Uuk's scream was absolutely gut-wrenching. Immediately after, the magic vanished, and he collapsed onto the ground. Haran picked up a phone from the floor. He quickly dialed a number. Haran called in Hyuk. Father, it's Haran. He replied slowly. What is it that you're calling me at this hour? He glanced to the side and said, I know you've been watching everything. True, it's late, but it's way too abnormal for a loud fight like this to break out in the dorms without a single student or cop showing up. In-hyuk clicked his tongue and guessed. Maybe the students were already evacuated. As for stopping the police, well, you can't be sure it was me. He smiled as he called him out. Plenty of people can stop the cops, but only you would stand by and watch until the fight was over. Anyone else would have stepped in to stop it or stabbed me in the back. Thanks to your earlier protection declaration, the siblings can't send people to tail me anymore. In-hyuk stopped denying it and confirmed. Correct. Haran noticed someone in the bushes. A footstep appeared. This person wore a mask with glowing red eyes. That had Soc tailing you. A moment later, a cleanup crew arrived at the scene. On the other end, In-hyuk spoke up. If you knew I was watching, why didn't you ask for help? He hesitated for a moment. It's because I want to show you my third circle magic. He frowned, somewhat puzzled. I thought it would be hard for you to achieve anything in such a short time. So you were hiding the fact that you could use third circle magic? Haran insisted firmly, yes, about that. He said that, but his heart thought otherwise. Of course, that's just a lie. Actually, I just used the resonance effect of second circle mastery. Then, Haran said a bit cautiously, my power is still lacking in many ways, so if you knew I could use third circle spells, my siblings would start pulling some shady moves. And since Uncle Soc is here, that using soundproof magic and illusions to seal off the area. In-hyuk was quite satisfied with Haran's performance. Alright, it's late. I'll send a car. Go home and get some rest today. Haran replied quickly, yes, thank you, father. See you later. After the call ended, In-hyuk gave a slight smile, then couldn't hold back his excitement and burst out laughing. I don't know what you did this past year, but being that confident is very good. Back to Haran. He was greeting the person in front of him. Long time no see, Uncle Soc. The man reached up to remove his mask. Soc had a long scar that running down his face. Long time no see, young Master Haran. Wait a second, those injuries aren't minor. Let me give you some first aid. The family doctor will handle the rest. He smiled and agreed. Yeah, thanks. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Soc put his mask back on and gave a sharp salute. Nothing that happened here will leak out. Back at Jihan's estate, he irritably ripped off his tie. God damn it. How the hell did it end up like this? A figure emerged from the shadows. Just getting off work? I've been waiting forever. But this sofa is actually pretty comfy. He frowned, scrutinizing the intruder. Black Tower? The man didn't deny it, just laughed and continued. Talk about bad luck, though. Who knew the Blue Tower would butt in and ruin everything? Getting caught before even doing the job. What a joke. Jihan raised his voice in a fit of rage. You think this is funny? You were so confident you'd never fail, and now you're back? What do you want from me now? The man stood up and waved his hands. My bad. I tend to laugh when I'm stressed. The mission failed, so I'll be issuing a refund. Of course, the cleanup will be handled thoroughly. You are a VIP client, after all. Your info won't leak, so don't sweat it. As for Lynn Smith, he'll be dead before sunrise. Jihan brushed it off as if it wasn't his problem. I don't care if he lives or dies. But what about the fact that he gave a chip and the booster to Sahu Uuk and another chip to Haran? How are you going to handle that? The Black Tower mage asserted confidently. Don't worry about that. That Sahu Uuk kid is already brain dead. This caught him off guard. Brain dead? What do you mean? The man explained. Seems like he went rogue and attacked Haran solo. Between the drug and the backfire. But the kid's nothing but a breathing corpse now. Jihan's face darkened. I don't care about him. What about Haran? The Black Tower mage held up a finger. He was injured. Oh, but he's fine now. This attitude was driving Jihan crazy. Are you kidding me right now? The man replied mockingly. I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling you what I saw. With the current intel, Jihan gritted his teeth. You're saying Haran defeated Sahu Uuk? A guy who was juiced up on both a chip and Berserker's draft? The mage snapped his fingers. Bingo. Exactly. Though, I can't be 100% sure about the details of the fight. I don't know if he was monitoring or protecting him. But Soc was there. He used isolation magic to seal the area. Very sharp. I couldn't track the whole fight. Real shame. Jihan frowned, making a grim deduction. Could be the Black Shadows? Since when has Soc been tailing Haran? The mage waved it off. Beats me. I only saw him show up after Haran left our VIP's place. Jihan thought about the Black Shadow squad. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Soc, the captain of Father's personal Black Shadow Guard, intervened personally? Why would someone like him be there? Why? Jihan tried to compose himself. If the Black Shadows are involved, I have to be extra careful. I should probably lay off Haran for a while. Then Jihan brought up the chip. What about the chip in Haran's hands? The man laughed again. Don't worry about that either. The chip he has was pre-programmed. The self-destruct code has already executed. It's completely fried and vanished in a thin air. Anything else? Jihan turned away. No. The Black Tower mage opened the window to leave. Then I'll take my leave. Still got to process Lynn Smith. My dear client. But I'm out. In the blink of an eye. But the man completely vanished. Jihan knew his plans had to change. He had to erase every scrap of evidence. So, Setin wouldn't find anything. If that guy could bypass his home security so easily, he had to act fast. A few days had passed since the showdown with Sahu Uuk. I have to be quick. It was a few days after the fight with Sahu Uuk. Haran closed the Eider book and let out a long yawn and stretch. He reflected on the news. The Blue Tower Master said Lynn Smith died of a sudden heart attack while being transported. I figured as much. But for him to be taken out that fast is beyond my expectations. Looks like Uncle Soc handled the Sahu Uuk situation perfectly too. Just then his phone buzzed. A message from Inhyuk. Negotiations with the Bet clan are finished. In exchange for dropping the matter, we received 43 of their mining rights. Well done. Thanks to this, our upcoming overseas project won't have to worry about funding. Think carefully about what you want as a reward and let me know. Haran smirked with satisfaction. He rarely sends a text this long. Is he really that happy? Well, whatever. Everything turned out fine. He felt more relaxed than ever. Now, his phone screen only showed one notification. An event that had the whole world hyped. Haran smiled, looking toward his next goal. Academy Olympiad. Suddenly, magical sparks swirled around Haran. He clenched his fist tight. Instantly, the sparks shattered. Phew, the 12-hour resonance penalty is finally over. Now it's time to start the third circle. The Eider book glowed brilliantly. Just like before, he flipped through the pages. Challenge page, let's go. In a blink, Haran's figure vanished. He struggled to open his eyes because of the blinding light. There was nothingness in front of him. What is this? This white void. Is this a world inside the book too? Just then, a figure appeared. The one who appeared was an alpha. Welcome to the second challenge page. I am Beta, the overseer of the second challenge. Haran nodded, thinking to himself, the second challenge? So this page is just like the first trial. In the first challenge, the overseer, named Alpha, gave him the mission to perfectly refine mana from an elemental mana stone. Beta then spoke up to explain, Oh, Inheritor, on this second challenge page, we will test your ability to control magic circles freely. The details of the challenge will be announced at the start. If you pass, you will receive updates from page 32 to 81 regarding the third circle. This mission caught Haran by surprise. For real. A second later, an excited smile spread across his face. Updates from page 32 all the way to 81? I thought it'd be like 10 pages. This is huge. But that means the third circle is on a whole different level, isn't it? Maybe even Heart Mind and Resonance can't compare. I'm hyped, but also kind of low-key terrified. Beta placed a hand over her heart to announce the mission. Let the challenge begin. As soon as she said it, she vanished completely. Right after, Rabble's voice rang out. O disciple of mine, I shall now announce the contents of the second challenge. He recognized the voice immediately. Master, Rabble created a magic circle and instructed, from now on, 100 magic arrays will appear one after another. You must activate every single one of them. Haran touched a random circle. The mana inside felt like it had shifted. The master continued his guidance. Once your circle resonates with the array, it will activate automatically. His eyes went wide at the mana's reaction. Why did it change so suddenly? Then, another circle appeared. Each array stays visible for only 3 seconds. If you fail to activate an array within that time, you'll have to start all over from the beginning. By now, Haran understood the drill. So, I just have to memorize them, right? As if reading his mind. Rabble immediately warned him, by the way, the sequence of the arrays changes every time, so don't even think about cheesing it by memorizing the order. He had to scrap that idea. This really isn't going to be a walk in the park. Well, let's give it a shot. Outside, it was already late afternoon. The dormitory was bathed in the warm gold of the sunset. Inside the room, the Eider book lay still. Haran's face was pale from exhaustion. He felt 100 helpless inside. 8 hours. I've been at it for 8 straight hours, and I only hit 10 in a row max. At least I'm starting to get the hang of it, though. But just getting the hang of it isn't enough to pass. I need more clues. With that thought, Haran went back to reading Eider. Suddenly, he froze at a certain piece of information. The book glowed as Rabble appeared. Oh, and by the way, I didn't leave you with just that one Eider book. If you're stuck, try finding the other books I left behind. They'll definitely help your progress. Haran was shook. Wait, there's more than just the Eider book. So I'll have to hunt down other books too? I don't even know their names or where they are. Meanwhile, somewhere else near a large river, Haran walked into a convenience store, thinking, I should take a walk to clear my head. From inside, a voice called out, I'd like to pay for these, please. Haran bumped into Adella. Adella looked pretty surprised too. Haran. The two of them ended up having a conversation by the riverbank. Haran spoke first to break the ice. We sure run into each other a lot, don't we? Adella smiled. We really do. He blurted out when he saw her face. Did you pull an all-nighter last night? Adella quickly looked away to hide. Guilty. I found an essay. It was so good I lost track of time reading it. You want to check it out? The title is Feasibility of Spatial Movement Magic. Haran pointed at the screen and said, This? Sounds kind of like a scam, doesn't it? She insisted, I know, right? But just give it a read. He felt a bit overwhelmed by her intensity. Why are you suddenly so hyped up? Following Adella's lead. He began reading the first few lines. The two fell into silence. Adella sipped her favorite banana milk 1 spoonful at a time. A moment later, he handed the laptop back to her. It's actually pretty good. Adella's face lit up. Really, surprisingly, Haran added at the same time as her. But there's no conclusion. Suddenly, he realized something. He thought to himself, this thesis was analyzed based on documents researched and synthesized by Rabble. Rabble, as expected, even though the form and structure are a bit different, many parts, that are very similar to Bedel's basic theories. It looks sketchy on the outside and empty on the inside. Haran asked Adella, who was the author of this book? Adella looked a bit surprised. Sang Yoon. After hearing that name, Haran rushed home to search. He muttered the name under his breath. Sang Yoon. An anonymous magic researcher with no organization, no info on age or gender. Looking at the paper in his hand, Haran thought, there's only been one thesis so far, the book from earlier. Maybe it got such bad reviews that they just vanished. He casually crumpled the paper and told himself, this is the limit of info a normal student like me can find. He reached for his phone on the table. However, a smug smirk played on his lips. Hello. Greetings, Blue Tower Master. For a very simple reason, I'm not a normal student. At the building with the blend of antique and modern design. The Blue Tower. The ringtone blared loudly. Kanjin was slumped over his desk. Hello, it's Haran. He sounded exhausted from pulling an all-nighter researching. What's up? He smiled, his words heavy with intent. I think we can help each other out a bit. This made Kanjin snap wide awake. Haran's gaze turned dead serious. Can you help me find someone? A fresh morning at Obelisk Academy. Somewhere in the training hall, Haran summoned. Got a magic circle. Sunshine focused his strength into magic to block the hit. Unexpectedly, his wind spear branched out. He pouted and snapped. No way. Come on, man. Haran, you're totally cheating. Haran put on a shameless face and shot back. How is this cheating? It's just first circle magic. What's the big deal? What a troll. Sunshine had to hop around to dodge the hits. You shameless prick. Who fights like this using only first circle spells? Just when he thought he'd escaped, more wind spears appeared. Sunshine could only grit his teeth and take the hit. Haran let out an excited oh. Turns out he used magic to create a shield. He managed to block it. Feeling bold, he teased, see? You blocked it just fine. He panted, nearly dying. Switch it up. Let's go melee. This suggestion happened to suit Haran perfectly. Fine by me. But you think you can beat me in close combat? Sunshine didn't even listen and charged. However, before anything could happen, his fist was pressed against Sunshine's throat. One more step, and he was knocked out cold. This move left the other student's jaw dropped. Haran pulled back his fist. Well, I guess I'm decent at melee too. The advantage of variant magic decreases, leaving only the power gap between second and third circle spells. Nice tactics. Sunshine turned red and sulked. Are you praising me or dissing me? This isn't fair at all. He took off his shirt, revealing his combat belt. Your magic is dirty and your melee is insane. You play so dirty, Haran. Haran walked over, stuck a piece of paper on his back, and said, if you don't like it, then train your physical strength harder. Suddenly, Sunshine changed the subject. So, what are you planning to do now? Haran asked, confused. Do what? He smirked, mentioning the upcoming competition. Isn't your goal to win the Olympiad? This made Haran flinch. How did you know? Sunshine got cocky. You think I just found out? It's obvious. That's why you were so obsessed with blocking those light stones during the test, right? The average student blocks 27 times. But you did 74 times. Lately, whether at a test or training, you've been taking the top spot with overwhelming results. You want to compete with the seniors, so you think this is the best way, right? But as things stand, I think it'll be hard for you to win the Olympiad. What? I knew it. What's more, the favorite. To win this time is a fifth circle magic user. Since you're only at the second circle, it's going to be a tough mountain to climb. Hearing those words, Haran's mood sank. Sunshine was right. To make a splash at the Olympiad, even with resonance, which allows me to use third circle magic, it wouldn't make a huge difference. To stand a chance against them, I need to reach at least the fourth circle. And to do that, I have to find Sangjun. That afternoon, his phone displayed a GPS location. He called Kanjin to confirm. Kanjin looked at the paper in his hand and said, first off, my bad for getting back to you so late. I didn't think finding one person would take a whole week. That's a first for me. Let's get straight to the point. Sangjun's current residence is... Haran's jaw dropped in shock. This is the old bookstore I always visit. Haran thought to himself, Sangjun is here? He never expected him to be, right, in the commercial district in front of the academy gates. After being told I was incompatible with bio-AI magic, I searched for info in old magic books, but I never knew where the Eider book came from. Could it be from here? Without thinking twice, Haran headed straight inside. Hello. The man inside stopped what he was doing and looked up. He walked over to Haran. Haran, it's been a while. He smiled and greeted him. How have you been, sir? The man laughed. Great, of course. But I heard you've mastered magic now. You look much better because of it. Haran chuckled. It's all thanks to you. The man teased back. I didn't do much. I just sold you some books. Haran felt a sense of gratitude. But it's thanks to those books that I've made it this far. The man felt quite flattered. Well, thanks for the kind words. But what brings you here today? At this point, Haran got to the core of the matter. Can I meet your son, Sangjun? He looked visibly startled. Why do you want to see Sangjun? Wait, how do you even know him? He stated frankly, I read a thesis your son wrote. I have some questions about it, so I looked him up, and I heard he was here. I'm sorry for investigating him behind your back. But this is very important to me, so I absolutely must meet him. Sangjun's father scratched his head and stammered. A thesis? Ah, he did write one of those. Fine. I'll arrange for you to see him. Haran bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. Before he could celebrate, the man added another piece of news. But even if you meet him, that you won't get any answers. Haran couldn't hide his confusion. What do you mean by that? Without saying much more, he opened a door. Follow me. Sangjun is in here. After walking a short distance, Sangjun's father stopped in front of a room. Before opening it, he turned and said, go on in. This was Sangjun's room. What met Haran's eyes was an unbelievable sight. Sangjun was on the bed, hooked up to a ventilator, and 4-drip was connected to his arm. Sangjun's father slowly approached the bedside. He is currently unconscious. Haran froze for several seconds. Is this him? He confirmed slowly, yes. This is my son, Sangjun. The two sat in silence by the bed for a long time. Haran hesitantly looked at Sangjun's father. May I ask what happened? He nodded softly. Of course. Sangjun committed a mage taboo. This made him even more curious. What taboo specifically? He explained calmly. When circulating mana, you must never let it flow through the brain. That is a mage's ultimate taboo. These words were like a slap in the face to Haran's current magic. What? Mana in the brain? If that's the case, he had done it himself. He clenched his hands and asked why. Why'd he do that? Sangjun's father replied simply, because of the thesis. To perfect the theory in that thesis. That which had completely collapsed halfway through. Haran immediately remembered what he had read. The only way was to circulate mana through the brain. He looked at Sangjun on the bed. The father spoke with self-reproach. I should have stopped him at all costs. Haran thought to himself. So this person was close to mastering Battle-style magic too? The man then returned to his question. So, I'm afraid your questions won't get any answers. If Sang-jun could talk to you, I'm sure he'd be very happy. Haran had no intention of digging into the man's pain. It's okay. I was the one who brought it up. I'm sorry for troubling you. Sang-jun's father patted his shoulder to reassure him. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I know you're a serious kid who loves books. The way you search for magic books every day. That reminds me of Sang-jun. This meeting lasted until the sun was about to set. Before leaving, Haran made a request. If possible, may I look through the books your son used to research his thesis? Sang-jun's father rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Sang-jun's books. Sure, they'll just rot away in the library anyway. Take whatever you need. But I have two conditions. If you read Sang-jun's books and write a thesis on spatial movement magic, please add Sang-jun's name at the end. He affirmed seriously, of course. I will do that. Right after, he continued with the next condition. Good. The second condition is that no matter what happens, that you must never let mana enter your brain. This forced Haran to lie. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Having secured the agreement. Sang-jun's father led him into the room. Here are the ones Sang-jun researched, but the specific one you need is. Haran walked to the bookshelf, a strange sensation washing over him. There's something about this book. One of the books pushed itself out, and fell straight toward where Haran was standing. The cover caught Haran's eye. This looks exactly like the Eider book. He quickly picked it up in a daze. Sir, this book is. He recalled Sang-jun and said, that's the one Sang-jun always carried with him. It seemed very important. Go ahead and read it. I think the answers to your questions are in there. Haran replied quickly, yes. He quickly flipped through the first few pages. Man, this handwriting is god-awful. This is definitely a book master wrote. Thinking this, Haran asked politely, Sir, may I take this book home to read? If you let me borrow it. He laughed heartily. Just take it. Take any others you need too. He was incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. I wonder if there are any others. Sang-jun's father rubbed his chin. I'm not quite sure. Haran offered a hint. Have you? That ever seen a high-end book with a red cover? A moment later, he replied, I don't recall seeing anything like that. Fancy books like those rarely show up in a small shop like this. With those words, doubt filled his mind. Then where did Sang-jun get that book from? Haran gripped the book tightly. I see. Thank you, sir. He wondered to himself. Then why on earth did the Eider book show up in my bag? By the time he returned to the dorm, it was late at night. Haran sat on his bed with a new book and Eider. I searched everywhere in Sang-jun's library, but only found one book similar to Eider. A smirk played on his lips. Well, getting one is better than nothing. As the two books were brought close together, a connection formed. He was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. What the? Both books are glowing at the same time? Rabble's voice rang out. I leave this book for the official inheritor of Eider. A series of phenomena occurred around Haran. Again? I'm getting sucked into the book again. He continued the introduction. This one is called the Book of Mimia. Haran gritted his teeth, enduring it. Its master's voice. Am I really being pulled inside again? The final words Rabble left were, enjoy the full blessing of knowledge. The light faded completely, and Haran vanished. He had fallen into the world inside the book. Haran sat up and looked around. Where am I? Suddenly, a skirt fluttered. A small hand poked the back of Haran's neck. He turned around, and a finger touched his cheek. The girl in front of him had a peculiar smile. Gotcha. Welcome to the Book of Mimia. Haran was jaw-dropped to the girl before him. Who are you? She shot back me. I'm Mina, the manager of Mimia Sis. Nice to meet you. Inheritor. He looked around, confused. Mimia Sis. Mimia replied, that's the name of this library. Rabble. Betel Neo prepared this place for the future inheritor. It's exclusively for the successor of the Betel Neo family. Haran looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Calling this a library is a bit of a stretch. It's too tiny. Mimia smiled and teased him. That's because your achievements are still low. This library has a special trait. Its scale changes based on the level of the inheritor. Looking at this size, it seems you haven't even passed the second challenge yet. He confirmed without hesitation, yeah, that's right. Mimia's face suddenly turned serious. Hey, can you speak more casually? Haran had no idea what she was talking about. Huh? She pointed at his face and explained, we're going to be seeing each other for a long time. Talking so formally is going to get old fast. Just relax. Haran understood her point and smiled slightly. All right, I'll do that. Mimia praised him. Good boy. By the way, inheritor, you're pretty lucky. You found me at only the second circle? Haran looked bewildered and shot back. Is finding you early supposed to be a bad thing? Mimia reached forward and laughed out loud. At the very least, you'll be able to reach the fifth circle without breaking a sweat. Those words hit Haran like a bolt of lightning. The fifth circle? Just like that. As soon as he spoke, Mimia floated up, magic radiating from her. A book from the shelf slid out automatically. She controlled the book with her hands. Mimia handed it to him and instructed, "Read this and you'll understand." Haran took it and flipped through a few pages. "Wait, is this a detailed theory on resonance?" Mimia gave a brief intro. "Everything in here consists of information not found in the original Eider book, like the one you're reading now." Hearing this, he felt a bit curious. Why didn't he just write it all in one book to make it easier? She gave a playful compliment. "Excellent question. Data overload. Stuffing everything into the challenge pages made the authentication process for the inheritor too heavy. So the original book only kept the bare essentials, and Mimesis was created as a supplement." Haran froze, his pupils trembling slightly. "So that means Master recorded the more advanced details in this Mimesis, right?" Mimia praised him. "Exactly. If the Eider book is a summary, this place is more like a textbook or reference library." He nodded thoughtfully. "I see. So all the books here are packed with dense information like this? And as I achieve more, the number of books will increase." Mimia winked. "Bingo. Precisely. Now, do you get why you can reach the 5th circle?" Haran nodded firmly. "Definitely. This is more than enough to help me crush the second challenge." The Mimia book began to glow. Haran was pulled back to reality. He slowly opened his eyes. 79. The second challenge requires syncing 100 magic arrays. Initially, it took me 8 hours just to sync 10. But since meeting Mimia, I can sync 79 instantly. Haran's mood significantly improved compared to his earlier struggles. The previous grind was such a waste of energy. He felt the magic coursing through his veins. "If I'm fast, I'll finish all 100 tonight. If not, by tomorrow. Getting the Mimia book before the Olympiad. That is a total godsend." The city at night was lit up at the Shin estate. Haran was led somewhere by a maid, following closely behind. He thought to himself, "Why did father call me? Is it for the reward from the Sahu Uuk incident?" Images of Sahu Uuk flashed through his mind. He couldn't shake his cluttered thoughts. "I plan to spend the whole day at Mimesis after class. Perfect timing, but this is important too." A moment later, the maid opened the door to announce him. "Master, young Master Haran has arrived." In-hyuk's voice echoed from within. "Send him in," he called out softly. "Father." His father's eyes looked heavy. "Have a seat. I'll be blunt. Unlike last time, the credit for this incident isn't entirely yours. But the fact that you contributed more than half is undeniable. Adding both cases together. 0.26 of the Mana Stone mining rights are thanks to your efforts." Haran replied seriously, "Yes, sir." In-hyuk continued, "The family gained a huge advantage because of you, so you deserve a proper reward. Is there anything you want?" Haran didn't miss the beat. "Yes, father. I want an artifact. One from the deepest level of our family's vault." This made him frown. "An artifact? Don't tell me you believe those rumors about the secrets of those artifacts. They're just antiques." On the contrary, Haran stated firmly, "No, I don't think so. I believe the legends about the artifacts, including the myths, are real." In-hyuk sighed, rubbing his temples. "You're still so naive. Who actually believes such fairy tales?" "Fine, I'll respect your choice. But you can only take one single item." Having received approval, Haran smiled. "Thank you, father." Next, his father asked about the specific item. "So, which artifact do you want?" He played it a bit vague. An ancient artifact sitting quietly in the family treasury. What Haran was aiming for was quite special. It was the ancient cloak of Rabble Betel Neo. According to Haran, In-hyuk took him to the Motto clan's treasury. The manager handed him a small box. Before handing it to Haran, In-hyuk said, "I hope you don't regret this choice." Haran happily took it with both hands. "I won't. Thank you, father." Before he left, his father gave him one last reminder. "Believing in fairy tales at your age. You really are too green. Focus on your training. Don't give yourself a reason to regret. You're dismissed." Haran held his ground. "Yes, sir." Soon, the car carrying him left the estate. Haran talked to himself. Most of the artifacts the family owns are the real deal. He glanced at the box beside him. Rabble Betel Neo's cloak. If this is Master's real cloak, that 30 mining rights deal was peanuts. Wait, but what if it's a knockoff? Driven by that thought, he opened it to check. Whoa. Haran's face was the picture of shock. Holding the cloak in his hands, he still couldn't believe it. This is pure mana fiber. Manatech weave. Processing mana stones into fiber by pulling them into threads. It's an insanely difficult technique to master. In the whole world, there are fewer than 30 artisans who can even make mana fiber. And this isn't just partially made of it. The entire cloak is woven from it. Haran cradled the cloak like a precious treasure. And besides, how do they have such high-end tech back in that era? At this level, modern mana fiber gear can't even touch it. I've never seen anything this high-spec before. A goofy grin spread across his face. Back at the dorm after midnight, Haran pulled the cloak out to study it. There was some scribbled text on the hem. The signature in this god-awful handwriting. It's definitely Master's. I see it every day, so it's unmistakable. But wait, what's with this structure? Why are the inner and outer structures reversed? Haran started mulling it over in his head. Another reason mana fiber is a pain to use is that you need distinct structures for the inside and outside. The inside is designed to boost conductivity and mana efficiency. The outside is designed to block mana flow to minimize damage. But this cloak has the structure. That completely reversed, meaning the outside has higher mana efficiency and takes more damage, while the inside blocks mana, actually nerfing the wearer's magic power. This left Haran totally baffled. Master wouldn't make a rookie mistake like that. Or maybe it's supposed to be inside out. He hesitated and tried flipping it. Even after turning it inside out, the inner and outer structures remained the same. If that's the case, then this design was clearly intentional. But for what? Is this really a legendary artifact? Now I get why Father let it rot in the vault. Haran opened the book of Rabble Betel Neo. He appeared at Mimia's place. As soon as he arrived, he called out to her frantically, "Mimia!" She was relaxing when she encountered Haran. "Oh, the Inheritor is here. Wait, is that Rabble's cloak? Inheritor, you found this fast. You're lucky as hell." Contrary to her mood, Haran looked grim. "But this cloak seems a bit off." Her smile vanished. She looked it over carefully. "Off how?" Suddenly, Mimia shrieked. Then she pointed a finger at him. "Inheritor, you're only at the second circle, right?" Though he was full of questions, he nodded. "Yeah, that's right." Hearing that, Mimia reached a conclusion. "I can't tell you yet." Haran was not happy and tried to coax her. "Don't gatekeep it. How am I supposed to know how to use it then?" But Mimia shut her eyes tight and refused. "Sorry, Inheritor. I'm really sorry, but I can't explain this cloak yet." Seeing her like that made him flustered. "What? Why not?" Mimia quickly pushed the cloak back to him. "I take back what I said earlier. The Baitel family has a very special kind of magic." At that point, she looked startled. Haran only focused on her last words. "Special magic?" Mimia clutched her head and made a huge fuss. "Now that I think about it, I'm not even supposed to say the name of that magic." "Whatever. Let me start over. The Betel Neo family has a very special kind of magic called true magic." Haran listened intently to every word. "True magic." She put her hands on her hips and confirmed it again. "Exactly. Unlike the magic you're using now, this is true magic." He looked confused. "Are you saying the magic I've been using all this time isn't real?" Mimia stayed serious, leaving her answer vague. "Technically, yes. But regarding this true magic, I can only reveal more once the Inheritor reaches a certain level." Haran wouldn't give up. He deliberately asked a probing question. "Is it some kind of restriction?" She answered naturally. "Exactly. This cloak is a support item for true magic." Hearing that, he could only sigh in defeat. "So you can't tell me anything about it, right?" Mimia laughed and praised him. "Bingo. You're sharp, Inheritor." A moment later, Haran held the cloak again. "So, what level do I have to reach to get an explanation for this cloak?" Mimia took a deep breath. "You've got to hit the 5th circle." Haran stood frozen in his tracks after hearing that. His reaction only made her more amused. "You must master the 5th circle and be strong enough to pass the 5th challenge page. Only then can you truly begin with Baitel magic." The book of Rabble Betel Neo was opened. Haran practiced activating the magic circles. 98, 99, 100. The count ended and the circles vanished. Haran was thrilled with his achievement. "Finally, I did it." Rabble's voice rang out. "Congratulations on passing the trial." Haran recognized the voice. "Master." Immediately, he praised Haran. "Passing this challenge was no easy feat. You've worked hard. Now, I will teach you how to connect to the 3rd circle right away." Haran rubbed his wrist and wondered, the 3rd circle? The answer came quickly. It was the 3rd realm in the Betel Neo system, the 3rd infinite circle, intervention. His eyes widened involuntarily. Intervention circle. Haran closed the Rabble Betel Neo book. Looking at the book, he thought to himself, so that's the 2nd trial done. Time to connect with the intervention circle. Haran put on the cloak and gathered both of Rabble's books. Without this cloak and the Mimia book, the 2nd trial would definitely have taken a lot longer. To explain this, we have to go back to last night at Mimia's. Mimia revealed the secret to unlocking the cloak. You must master the 5th circle and be strong enough to pass the 5th challenge page. Only then can you truly start with Baitel magic. This made him hesitate. "Well, nothing I can do about that then. I'll just leave it in the vault and wait until I hit the 5th circle." But Mimia stopped him. "Wait a sec, Inheritor. What are you thinking? While it's such a masterpiece, rot in a warehouse?" He asked with wide eyes. What else can I do with it? The inner and outer layers of the mana fiber are reversed. It's useless. She quickly snatched it. Oh my god, give it here. This cloak. Dot prevents mana from leaking out and keeps it trapped inside, flooding your body with energy. When your mana reaches a saturation point, the infinite circles will spin faster than usual, and the mana circulating through your brain will increase. In other words, your brain gets hit with a massive amount of mana, allowing you to recover from fatigue instantly. Same goes for tired body. With this tip, Haran took the cloak back. I get it. So wearing this cloak means I can cut down on sleep, right? Mimiya ran over to tease him. You act like you get it, but you don't. Wearing this cloak means you won't need to sleep at all. His jaw dropped. What? No sleep at all? Mimiya was confident in the cloak's power. Exactly. Just wearing it for about 5 hours a day will keep you in peak condition. And this is just a side effect, so I figured it's okay to tell you. The real power of this cloak is something else entirely. With these secrets revealed, Haran's spirit was high. Now I really want to hit 5th Circle Mastery ASAP. Before he left, Mimiya had one last warning. By the way, you know this only works for the inheritor, right? To anyone else, it's straight up poison. Haran stood tall with confidence. Of course I know. With this cheat item, the next challenges should be a breeze. Time flew by. 2 days later, Haran was wearing the cloak in the dead of night when his eyes snapped open. He was still focused on the notes in the Rabble Betel Neo book. I've tried so many times, but I'm still a hair away. I've almost grasped intervention, but the book says that the 3rd circle of Betel-style magic is intervention, intervening with someone else's mana. To do that, you don't need to be 100 synchronized with their mana. Haran bowed his head, thinking. So this is the full explanation of the intervention circle? Messing with other people's magic? A cocky, excited smirk crossed his lips. Now that's interesting. Since gaining power, he had been training relentlessly. Actually, I never saw this coming. I didn't expect the second challenge to be a stepping stone to the intervention circle. Haran continued reading. To connect the 3rd circle, one must resonate the heart, mind, and resonance circles, then synchronize with the surrounding mana. He made a firm decision. If I keep resonating like this, the 3rd circle will form. With that, Haran got to work. All right, this time is the one. He half closed his eyes to focus his magic, synchronizing all the mana, filling the air, and letting the mana in his body reach saturation, as if building a new home. Several sources of mana began to dance around Haran. That was the beginning of everything. I found my vessel. Mana was slowly being absorbed. A clear voice whispered in his ear, let's play. I can hear the voice of the mana. Come here. The voice rang out again. It's so tight but so warm. I don't want to leave. That's right, this is our new playground. Let's play a new game. What should it be? Haran seemed to drown in the magic. Halfway there. Just keep this resonance going. The mana particles held hands. Link into a ring. Create a playground. Hold hands and form a circle. Sing and dance become one. Sweat poured off Haran. It's so hot. If the mana amplification rate is off by even 1, the mana won't stay in my body. With just that one margin, I have to stabilize the mana in my body, then slowly drop the rate to 0.01 to form the circles. Don't let them notice. Keep it quiet. The sun began to rise outside. Haran collapsed to the floor. His eyes were wide, and he was drenched in sweat. Haran felt like a completely different person. Done. 1st circle, heart-mind. 2nd circle, resonance. And he clenched his fist tight. Now Haran could feel more relaxed than ever. This is the 3rd infinite circle, intervention. Haran was focusing his power. This is the 3rd infinite circle. I finally connected the intervention circle. The 3rd magic circle. I need to get stronger as fast as possible. Let's aim for 5th circle mage. In a forest during the early morning hours. He was lying casually under a tree. There were even a few birds on him. Haran thought to himself, a survival combat test? Ooh. It's a major test held in a massive training area in a remote mountain range, limited to 32 hours. All students are equipped with special artifacts during that time. With the area shrinking over time, the longer you survive, the better. The test is as simple as that. He looked at the instructions in his hand. All right, time to move out. The twist was that students had to survive monster waves while keeping an eye on each other, all while racking up points. At that moment, the birds perched on him took flight. Suddenly, someone lunged at Haran from below. But he dodged in a flash. Haran didn't hesitate to strike back. Kong Ji-ha had to give him props. Nice dodge, kid, but I've already got the upper hand. Hearing this made him see red. But the guy kept talking smack. You idiot, what's a punch gonna do? Haran really wanted to deck this guy. He immediately thrust his hand right through the barrier. Haran was pissed enough to want to crush this dude. Kong Ji-ha never expected him to be this jacked. Haran sent him flying into the distance. Kong Ji-ha couldn't withstand the sheer power. And took a nasty fall. My shield got wrecked by a basic earth spell. He had taught the guy a lesson he'd never forget. What a loser. Bragging about a sneak attack? And who screams while they're ambushing someone? Haran felt a surge of excitement. His power was growing by the day. Is this the power of intervention? Weakening the core. Dot of a second circle shield, and then piercing it with a first circle earth spell. He recalled the moment. Kongjia didn't even have the strength to get back up. He just turned around and walked away. Being that sloppy, you've got no shot at dodging. Thanks to that, Haran banked 10 points. The sky today was crystal clear. Haran walked along, lost in thought for a while. I think I've got the hang of using intervention. At this rate, he could interfere with third circle magic, not just second circle. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind him. Haran, of course, picked up on it instantly. The opponent was radiating an immense amount of power. Haran suddenly sensed this terrifying energy. He didn't expect that in just a split second. But he'd be surrounded. Looks like they were drawn by the sound of the fight earlier. A normal student would probably be whining about back-to-back fights, right? They'd probably be crying for their lives. But for me, the guy who has to dominate at number 1, thought this is a golden opportunity. A wolf suddenly howled. Haran wasn't scared. He was actually hyped. Bring it on, you mutts. Someone was busy watching his footage. She was introducing the top students one by one, all of whom were exceptional. If it stays like this until the end, thought they'll definitely make the top 10. But making it to the finish line is the real challenge, isn't it? Though by now, I doubt anyone still questions Haran's true skill. Right, Instructor Jangso? He remained glued to the screen, and after a moment, he agreed. We can't look down on him just because he's incompatible. Who'd even dare? He's been crushing it at number 1 in every single training session. Right now, Haran was still leading with a massive point gap. But the most surprising thing was, he totally understands the behavior of bloodsucker wolves. He doesn't kill them right away. He waits for the pack to show up. When one is hurt, the rest will come running even from 5 kilometers away. He's farming kills using their own instincts. If he keeps this up, that we might actually have a winner this year. Back in the forest where the battle was raging, Haran fought without a single second's rest. He was focused on calculating his score. But then he noticed something weird. An earthquake? No way. The ground is moving. Haran seemed to realize what was happening. A massive, elephant-sized body with a jade shell. It was a monster. The jade hex turtle had appeared. How the hell did such a rare monster show up here? Its massive, elephant-like body and jade-colored shell. Confirm it. The jade hex turtle has appeared. Why is such a rare creature in a place like this? Haran, but decided to crouch down and carefully scout the situation. This is my first time seeing one in person, but let's see how I handle this fight. At another location, the academy. The evaluation tower at the outdoor training grounds. The encounter between Haran and the jade hex turtle. Originally, boss monsters were placed in this training ground. That's to create scenarios for escaping danger or to force students to cooperate. But even if Haran is a total prodigy, could he really take it on solo? The jade hex turtle is a long-necked turtle-class monster, rank 4, grade C. It's famous for its insane defense and is known as the natural enemy of mages. It possesses a violent, raw power that can pulverize anything in a heartbeat. He had stayed on guard from the start. If I can just take it down, I'll bag a massive amount of kill points. But Haran seemed to have overlooked something. He immediately unleashed his power. Haran was determined to take this monster out no matter what. He moved fast, using his shield as a stepping stone to dodge the attacks. But the durability was definitely lacking. Even a 6-circle mage would break a sweat against a jade hex turtle. Haran switched to another power, the fire dance. He found himself surrounded by flames. Haran felt that using this now, that might not be the best move. Will this actually work? But the monster's power, that seemed to be ramping up by the second. He took one look. Dada knew for sure it was a no-go. This is no cakewalk. Soloing this thing is a challenge, even for 5th circle mages. It's only this fast because its body is infused with mana. Wait, it has mana inside its body. Haran suddenly came up with a much cooler idea. Time for a little experiment. He channeled power through his legs. The jade hex turtle never saw this move coming. Haran quickly ran to kite it. One headbutt from this thing is enough to snap a tree like a twig. One direct hit and I'm toast. I can't just keep running forever. I've got to fight. He decided it was time to make a move. Haran immediately deployed a shield for protection. But even this method couldn't hold out. Damn, that's heavy. I miscalculated. I can't dodge this. He gritted his teeth, fearing he might actually lose. After its attack, but it can't move until the energy in its legs recovers. Haran knew this was the golden window. That monster was about to be on the receiving end. Thought of his first real strike. When he was a kid, Haran read in a guidebook that the jade hex turtle puts too much pressure on its legs. When performing a double dash. Right after the attack, while its leg power hasn't recovered yet. Thought this is the ultimate opening to strike. The people at the academy watching through the screen were just as tense. Watching his every move in high definition, Haran activated intervention once again. The Jade. Hex Turtle never expected to face such a formidable opponent. It lay motionless on the ground. Haran let out a sigh of relief. Because he had finally won, he immediately checked his current score. Fighting a high-rank monster really pays off. The points are through the roof. The sky remained a clear blue. At the Motto clan's estate, they were also watching his battle live. He even put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. The Jade Hex Turtle's weakness is the ice attribute. But I still don't get how it was taken down by someone who only has 3 circles. Do you know? Forgive me, sir, but I have no idea. He's always been like this. Even though it should feel suspicious, food sources in a survival test are vital. His judgment is truly spot on. In-hyuk subtly reminded the person beside him. It's not that he's weak because of me, Master. May I ask one thing? Why is young Master Haran acting so flashy? Surely he knows these actions could backfire and lead to interference from young Master Jihan or Lady Sae. He assured them he knew his son perfectly. The boy has calculated everything. That's why he's doing it. Back when Haran's magic was sealed, he was naturally excluded from the family competition, so his standing in the clan. That was at a pathetic low. But now it's different. Somehow, through means I don't know, he has gained incredible power and made significant progress in magic. In the 2 months leading up to that competition, he asked me for protection against interference from his siblings. That wasn't just to protect himself, but to allow him to make these bold moves. He's grabbing the world attention to solidify his rank in the family. Clearly, he wants to build power as fast as possible. And once the 2-month protection period ends, Haran can be confident that interference from Jihan or Sae, that will be meaningless. What a wild kid. The scene shifted to night. Haran was sitting with his cloak on, a piece of grilled meat in front of him. First day of survival training. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., combat is prohibited. It's for safety. But if they play it this safe and stray from the original rules, the students' skills won't improve. Many schools abroad train under rules even stricter than the original regulations. In this regard, the academy definitely needs a change. This time we were allowed magic tools. So I'm using Master's cloak to recover. Let's keep things separate, though. It had begun to get even darker. He was happy to be eating a good meal, but then he sensed something behind him. Haran. Well, he ran into 2 of his friends. He asked them curiously as they sat down, "But why did you 2 just step out of the bushes together?" Adella replied calmly, "We were fighting until 11 o'clock. The guy beside her quickly corrected, it wasn't a fight. I just got bodied in 1 hit." Haran guessed what they were trying to say. So right at 11, the match had to stop. And you 2 followed the scent of beef here? They talked until their stomachs growled. "It smells so freaking good. When do we get to eat?" He looked at them, feeling they were being too forward. "Who said you could eat?" They even put on a pathetic act. "Since when is there a mine or yours between us?" Haran felt these 2 were a real handful. Fine, whatever. It'd be a waste to toss it. Better you guys eat it. As soon as they heard him agree, they dove right in. "Let's dig in. Thanks for the meal." They ate heartily without a hint of hesitation. True, everyone's wiped after a battle. This is seriously delicious. Adella quickly recognized the familiar flavor. Is this honey bear meat? The monster from the bear family that lives in the forest. It's supposed to be amazing when grilled. He completely denied it. No, it's not. Among the monsters in the training area, only 2 types are edible, honey bears and jade hex turtles. The rest are either poisonous or have nasty meat, so you can't eat them. Given his strength, she could guess. Don't tell me you actually took down a jade hex turtle? Haran couldn't deny what he'd done. Yeah. Earlier today, over on the west side, the other guy asked while biting into the meat. For real? A monster? I've only ever seen jade hex turtles online. How'd you catch it? That's goat status. He felt extremely annoyed by the guy. Don't talk with your mouth full. Adella was very knowledgeable about these monsters. Until now, no mage below the 5th circle has ever been able to easily capture a jade hex turtle. He obviously knew this. Haran immediately showed the 2 of them his power. A fire quickly blazed up in the deep forest. Both of them felt intimidated. "Man, you've leveled up so fast." "Wait, did you already reach 6th circle magic?" Haran really is built different, like a hero. "According to that style, you're only at the 3rd circle. But if I want to keep it a secret, I have to play it this way." Both of them couldn't help but wonder. "Hey, how did you even beat it? Did you aim for the jade hex turtle's head to take it down?" He immediately answered the question, "No, I just pierced right through its shell." Even this was hard to believe. For real? You can do that. The Academy is live streaming the whole thing. Just go check it out yourself later, and you'll see. Anyway, that you guys will find out soon enough regardless. The 2 of them didn't seem to fully grasp what he meant. Since we're going to be facing off tomorrow anyway. Play fair, okay? Adella seemed like she had something on her mind too. Actually, perfect timing. I've got something to show you guys as well. Day 2 of the combat survival test. Remaining time, 2 hours. The survival zone has shrunk, and now only 4 people remain. Who will take the top spot in this survival match? Haran was walking along looking totally chill. Some kind of power seemed to be drawing near. Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind. Haran immediately went on high alert. Something appeared to have manifested in the sky. Shangudwa had finally made his entrance. Well, have you seen enough of a Prodigy's power yet? He quickly leapt down from above. Shangudwa was dead set on taking him out. But Haran was never going to go down that easily. This power made him realize he's fast. Shangudwa was definitely a match for him. The wind slash was just a smoke screen to distract him. The real move was closing the distance for melee, followed immediately by a spinning kick at point-blank range. Shangudwa even taunted him, "Sucks to be you, running into me." He quickly recognized who this guy was. "Sorry, but I actually think I'm pretty lucky." Haran recalled a previous scene. This guy had knocked out countless people weaker than himself. On top of that, he was admired by many. Shangudwa is something else. His body enhancement magic is top tier. Among the second-year students, he ranked in the top 2 for combat techniques. He's an expert in physical enhancement spells. This isn't an opponent I can use intervention on half-heartedly. He had already calculated his move. In that case, I've got to settle this with melee fast. The guy still didn't know what fear was. Going hand-to-hand? Bring it. At the Academy's outdoor training monitoring room, everyone was glued to the screens, watching Haran and Shangudwa. Looks like they've opted for a physical enhancement magic battle. Obviously, Shangudwa has the upper hand here, right? He's the strongest second year in a fist fight, and even won the National Youth Body Enhancement Magic Championship. But considering yesterday's fight against the Jade Hex Turtle, Haran's true strength is still a wild card. The two were considered to be on equal footing. Haran seemed to have noticed something specific. Found his mana flow. It's concentrated in his fist. No, it's shifted down to his knee. He seemed to have found his strategy. Haran immediately deployed a shield. It was the safest play. This guy's kicks were nothing to sneeze at. What if I use a shield here to push him back? Haran immediately launched a surprise attack, catching Shangudwa completely off guard. He broke through my shield. I've never seen magic like this. He really is a reborn genius mage. Looks like the rumors weren't just cap. This is getting interesting, but I've got my pride too. In a melee fight. That no one has ever bested me. Haran stayed focused on the fight. Here's my chance. He immediately threw a punch. But Shangudwa saw it coming and blocked it with his arm. This left Haran feeling surprised. Even the spectators outside were shocked. He blocked it. Shangudwa is definitely a tough nut to crack. Haran didn't expect this guy to be so sharp. He actually reacted in time. His reflexes aren't half bad, but he's still a total newbie. If I fake, dot a melee move, and blast a flame palm, even with defensive magic, his arm won't just walk away from this. Shangudwa fought back until his arms were bruised red. Haran seized the opening and rushed him instantly. He didn't even have time to pull himself together to counter, but Shangudwa wasn't about to go down without a fight. Haran felt like this guy was getting predictable. That same guard again? Your armpit is wide open, dude. He was trying to bait him into losing his cool. Shangudwa couldn't believe he was being played like this. This guy, the fist enhancement was a feint. The kick was the real deal. When the hell did he buff his legs? I think my ribs are snapped, but I'm a warrior. I've got to tank this pain and keep pushing with pure willpower. This is a warrior's destiny. Haran watched the guy's desperate outburst and judged, relying too much on physical power will just wreck your body. Shangudwa thought that using more force, that would be enough to take him down. Don't you think you're being a little too thirsty for the win? He actually started to respect him a bit. Shangudwa couldn't react to Haran's next strike. He took a massive punch straight to the chin. His body was sent flying back instantly. Haran exhaled, glad to finally put this guy away. In that split second, he focused all his mana into his chin to dampen the shock. Shangudwa didn't have any juice left to fight back. As expected, his combat sense is top tier. Not just in offense, but in defense too. Definitely not an opponent to take lightly. The afternoon began to fade into evening. Haran appeared in the forest just like the night before. He checked the countdown timer. Only 3 survivors left. Haran's expression suddenly shifted. Someone else had appeared. Good evening. Haran was back in the forest like the previous night. He looked at the ticking clock. 3 survivors left. Haran suddenly turned his head. Someone was here. Good evening. The two faced off in a high-rise academy building. I can't believe that in a test. Broadcast live across the country. A loser like him survived until the very end. He knows we can't touch him right now, so he's just flexing. If this keeps up, Haran is going to be back in the running for the inheritance. No, we can't just let this slide. Absolutely not. Right, brother? The man beside her stayed dead silent. Brother, say something. He took down a Jade Hex Turtle solo. How did he even pull that off? This test is live-streamed, not just on the internet. I bet father is watching too. The whole clan is watching. The man beside her just wanted some peace and quiet. Can you shut up for a second? But she was losing it. No, what do you mean shut up at a time like this? She really wanted to erase him. But he gave her a final warning. I'm not going to say it twice. I'm sorry, brother. I'll be quiet. Please don't punish me. A smirk began to form on his lips. He suddenly put on a caring act. What are you talking about, Sae? Why would I ever punish you? We're siblings, aren't we? Now, as for Haran, that brat has always been a snake, always snatching away the best things from us. I know he's family. But if he keeps acting this out of pocket, I can't just look the other way. Switching back to the scene, another intense battle was underway. Would you like me to translate the next section of the script for you? The blonde girl pointed her finger at him. I won't be careless this time because I've watched your battles dozens. No, hundreds of times, preparing for today. In those matches, he turned the son of a prodigy into an ally. But tonight's battle, that will be a different story. Bring out your ultimate move. I won't give you a single chance to counterattack. Haran felt that this friend had significantly increased her power. Moonlight Bullet Barrage. The number of bullets this time was worlds apart from the midterm exam. Dodging all of them was impossible. These mages were focused on control and finesse. I'm usually at a disadvantage in long-range combat. The blonde girl was no pushover either. And this is your weak spot. I'm going to blow past both your skill and your hard work. The blonde girl immediately unleashed her power. Haran was struggling to push back. I'm going to beat everyone. Weak spot. What a joke. This is just a long-range bombardment using magic circles. What the hell has she been analyzing exactly? And of course, whether it was a battle of numbers or whatever, not everyone could pull this off. Being the heir of the mystic family really makes a difference. And there's more. Haran didn't realize until now that his friend had already jumped to the fourth circle. Since when? He feared he wouldn't be able to hold his ground. As expected, you noticed. Time for a sneak attack through the smokescreen. Adella didn't want to keep any secrets from her friend. I reached the fourth circle about 4 days ago. And that's not all. She closed her eyes as if remembering something. She was showing him her true strength. Honestly, since that day, I've grown so much. I won't fall for that's such obvious tricks anymore. Adella truly wanted to be the winner. She didn't want to lose to anyone. Haran noticed something even more miraculous. Not just the fourth circle, but she's even mastered mind's eye to that level. This was an esoteric magic of her clan. Adella's prestigious family background meant this was a vital method of the mystic eye sensory type. Similar to the Jade Eye of Kongjin, the current master of the Blue Tower. Adella combined the broad power and versatility of the mystic clan with her family's tracking abilities, pushing herself beyond all imagination. Seriously, that she's basically a monster. Now, I'm going all out against you. I'm not stupid enough to hold back my power against you. That spell you used to take down the Jade Hex Turtle. Were you going to drop it? Haran had to see what she was planning first. He wasn't one to rush. I was just about to give you a front row seat. Adella's Moonlight Bullet was ready. Light, dark, and water attributes. According to the formula, this was a magic structure with a 12-fold reverse vortex, based on calculations. He didn't hesitate to unleash his power either. She didn't expect her ability to be suppressed. The Moonlight Bullets. Their trajectories were bent, and they all missed. What the hell? How did you? Take a guess. What did I do? Can your mind's eye see through it? He didn't hesitate to unleash his power either. She didn't expect her ability to be suppressed. The Moonlight Bullets. Their trajectories were bent, and they all missed. What the hell? How did you? Take a guess. What did I do? Can your mind's eye see through it? Late at night, at the Mystic family estate, Sang-Xion had to find In-hyuk to demand an explanation. What on earth was that magic? What kind of spell? That could bend the trajectory of magic so irrationally. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. He only replied with a brief sentence. I don't know. I'm not sure either. Haran didn't say anything to you? In-hyuk immediately confirmed this. I haven't heard a thing. This made him a bit suspicious. That's a surprise. Haran has things he hides from you. He knew his son all too well. Lately, he's gotten quite bold. He's hiding everything from me and won't say a word. Sang-Xion was low-key fuming. Is that so? Seems like in a year he was away, Haran has changed quite a bit. Well, a man's got to leave home to grow up. To be honest, during the midterms. I just thought the kid got lucky. In-hyuk, I know it's not cool to say this about your son to your face, but I figured he was just a flash in the pan who'd burn out fast. He seemed to understand this. Is that right? I get it. After all, Haran was incompatible with everyone. But back then, Haran didn't win. Not against Adella because of raw power, but because of his tech and tactics. Once the data on Haran goes public, that his limits will be exposed, and he'll fall off fast. In-hyuk felt the guy was being way too cocky. True, Adella. That is a beast at analyzing. Exactly. My daughter's analytical skills are top tier. He still believed in his son. Looks like I was overthinking things. Sang-cheon suddenly turned and called his name. I've always been grateful to Haran for this. After he lost his goal, which was Haran, there was nothing left in my daughter's eyes. But now, her red eyes seem brighter and more alive than ever. I'm truly thankful Haran is back. Even Jisoo is starting to get his mojo back. In-hyuk watched his son through the screen. He wasn't as proud to hear those words. That's great news. The survival battle is over. All survivors cease combat immediately. Haran immediately did the math in his head. He was seconds away from victory. Haran couldn't let his proof of strength go to waste. Adella was just as exhausted. What a shame. Just a little more, and I would have won. He shook his head with a grin. No way. I clearly had the upper hand. Neither of them was willing to back down. He immediately stepped in to de-escalate. All right. That's enough. Both of you chill out. It's dark already. Let's head back. The next day, back at the building. A girl claimed, I obviously won yesterday. Haran immediately shut that down. Drop it, I won fair and square. As usual, they started bickering. I've already started figuring out how to counter your trajectory bending magic. 5 minutes is all I need to crush you. Yeah, but after 5 minutes, you'd be out of mana and take the L. A guy was sitting there listening to them argue. If you guys want to keep fighting, go to your rooms. Don't do it here, it's annoying. Both of them immediately turned and yelled at him. Shut it. Mr. 26th place eliminated. This is my room. I only planned for us to re-watch the survival battle footage together. I even got pizza, fries, and drink for you guys. And yet, this is how you treat me. They both sat down to watch, still salty. You're standing in the way of a screen. Move it. We have to watch from the beginning. This thing is 14 hours long. 14 hours later, it was dark again. The two were still glued to their seats. Only he was fast asleep. Haran noticed his friend beside him was smiling. Adella just shook her head and tucked a blanket over their friend. It was just too interesting. I thought you'd bail halfway through. That after watching 14 hours of analysis. He shook his head with a smirk. He always says he can't do it, but in the end he gives it his all. He's definitely an oddball. You have a great friend there, but he's too good for me. I don't deserve him. Adella suddenly apologized to him. Haran was totally caught off guard by this. Why are you suddenly apologizing? For a whole year, I pretended not to know anything. I wanted to keep my distance and act like we were strangers, but it seems that was a mistake. I'm sorry. He felt like they should just move past it. Why apologize? I was the one who ghosted the signals you sent. It's because I'm the one who created the distance. Honestly, at first, I kept my guard up around this guy, too. Suddenly, he sat back up as he heard those words. But I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I've gained a new power. The two of them listened intently to his confession, and I have teammates I can actually trust. So, I have something I want to show you guys. Haran immediately began to gather his power. Both of them were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. It was a power that came as a complete surprise. Haran, he actually possessed his own moonlight bullet. Kanjin raised both hands in shock. Haran stood by with a pensive expression. I don't need to explain how the moonlight bullet's trajectory was bent again, right? Adella, standing beside him, interjected. If the condition for using intervention is a complete understanding of the opponent's magic, then it's not that you didn't use it from the start. It's that you couldn't. He smirked and spoke up. Exactly. You catch on quick. In that match, that you were hyper-focused on using Moonlight Bullet. Thanks to that, I could analyze your mana. Of course, if you had mixed it with other spells, I would have been in deep trouble. She crossed her arms and sighed, not realizing that spamming Moonlight Bullet was a fatal mistake. Does that magic have another weakness? To her question, he replied, the mana analysis calculations are pretty complex. So I can only interfere with the spells right in front of me. In a real fight, there's no time for math, so I can only nudge the trajectory slightly. She watched the energy swirling around her and asked further, what about flipping the opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back? He answered, there's not enough time. So that's impossible for now. She followed up, for real? If you could reflect it, the effect would be insane. Even as it is, it's still an incredibly broken spell. Kanjin suddenly lunged forward from his side. Wait a minute. He rushed toward him with a furious look. Sit down and listen to me. Why the hell are you just revealing such a powerful secret so casually? He asked suspiciously. Don't you get it? She added from the side. You really don't see it? Hearing this, his face went totally blank. What are you guys talking about? I'm lost. They both spoke in unison. The Olympics. He was completely blindsided by that. He placed a hand on his chest and declared firmly, I'm going to take you guys to the Olympics. Lend me a hand. His eyes immediately sparkled as he looked at Haran. Suddenly, he raised his hand. But, Kanji, go ahead. He reached behind his head and spoke bashfully. I get why Adella is in, but I don't have the skills for a major tournament like that. Even third years are competing. I mean, second years might have a shot. But there are 7 classes of third years, so grabbing a spot at the academy is a tall order for me. He reassured him, don't sweat it. It's fine. No matter what happens, I'll make sure you're in. She smiled slightly from the side. There are a lot of restrictions. But intervention will be like a joker card if it's a match where we can use it. A winner-take-all match, protecting your mana stone while blasting the opponents with cannons, raiding their base, and capturing their flag. A siege battle. He crossed his arms and looked at them. Exactly. In elimination matches and siege battles, that magic is basically a cheat code. She was blown away by the realization. In that case, do you have another ace up your sleeve? He smirked and gave a confident grin. Of course. That night in his room, he held a book and muttered, it's done. Shall we? He touched the book. A blinding light radiated from the pages. He vanished instantly. He was teleported to another room. There you are, Mimia. The girl looked at him. The successor? She was lounging on the sofa, watching him. You're later than I thought. Don't tell me you failed to get first place. To her question, he asserted himself confidently. Of course I got first. The points from the Hex Turtle fight were the clincher. Do you remember when I said I had to win? Got a gold medal in a competition? She asked back, oh right? Was it the Olympics? He smiled and replied, that's the one. I told my friends about it, and about intervention too. She questioned him, for real? But didn't you say it'd be better to master intervention before telling them? You spilled the beans a bit early. He immediately denied it. No, I told him at exactly the right time. She was stunned after hearing that. No way. You've already mastered intervention. Successor, you're actually amazing. At her amazement, he gave a small laugh. So, could you find me some books? Got on the field of destruction? Third circle magic master, destruction. It's time to step into that realm. His phone suddenly rang. He picked up quickly. Yes, Tower Master. A voice rang out from the other end. I saw your testing video. Truly impressive. I didn't expect you to solo a Jade Hex Turtle. He smiled and replied, it was just a stroke of luck. The voice continued from the phone. I'm reaching out about the elemental magic items you requested earlier. He asked a bit nervously, good news or bad news? She gave a slight smile and said, good news. Everything is ready now. So let's get serious. Haran was so shocked he could hardly believe his eyes. Whoa, are people overworking themselves? There's no rush. She winked at him and replied, not at all. Everyone here is a dedicated craftsman who can't resist a new mana stone. Hearing that, he felt a bit intimidated and thought, as expected, they must be grinding themselves to the bone. She laughed and added, but don't worry about the creation process. Thank you. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, until next time. Suddenly he spoke up. Wait, I have a request. She looked at him with a smirk and asked, a request? Is this about the compensation for the Old Man Smith incident? With a serious gaze, he answered, well, that depends on what the Tower Master thinks. Hearing that, she spoke playfully. Is that so? How interesting. Let's hear what kind of proposal you're bringing this time. He suggested, for this year's Olympics, I need the craftsmen from the Blue Tower sent as official engineers for the national team. Mimia heard this and gasped in shock. Wait, you're going to duel a fifth circle mage. He sat down, holding a book, and calmly replied, that was the Tower Master's condition. Did I take this too lightly? He recalled the scene of their conversation. You want our craftsmen to be official engineers for the Olympics? I refuse. At that point, he was totally stunned. Of course, that's not an easy request to accept. Suddenly, she spoke again. I wanted to say that, but if Haran wins a one-on-one duel against a fifth circle mage, then we'll talk. Yet he agreed without a second thought. Fine, she asked. You know, there are 2 fifth circle mages among the students participating in the Olympics this year, right? It's not that I doubt your skills, Haran, but deploying our craftsmen requires a massive amount of money. It's hard to take on such a huge commitment just for the sake of honor. After she hung up, he sat in silence for a long time. Show us solid proof that you can win gold at the Olympics. Back to reality. Mimia crossed her arms and approached him. So, do you have a plan? No matter how you look at it, for a current inheritor, beating a fifth circle mage is impossible. He sat down and looked up. That's why I was given a grace period of about 10 days. The girl asked, bewildered. You plan to master a countermeasure and settle the match in that time? He replied, if there's a way to counter them, I can make it happen somehow. The girl asked further, but mastering it in just 10 days won't be easy. Do you really need to go this far just to get the Blue Tower to send engineers? He spoke while tidying up. Of course. Otherwise, there's no point. The only ones in the country that who can tune and customize Olympic-approved artifacts are from the Blue Tower. The girl exclaimed, that place is legit. He explained, artifacts made by normal craftsmen and those made by the Blue Tower have at least a 10 performance gap. Moreover, The only people currently capable of adjusting light elemental magic artifacts are from the blue tower. The girl looked at him and smiled. So, the performance of the artifact determines the win rate in the tournament. If that's the case, we definitely need their support. He sat down to organize more books. Yep. We have to get them on board. This book and this one too. The girl approached him from behind. So, when are we going to the third challenge page? Shouldn't we hurry? He held the books and gave a confident smile. I plan to finish all the books you prepared for me before we go. The girl smiled. Really? That's the spirit. All right. When you enter the third trial room, give them my regards and tell them I'm doing fine. He picked up a book and asked, Your regards? You know someone there? She immediately grabbed her teddy bear and turned away. It's a secret. No spoilers. In the void, shards began to fall one by one. A mystical purple glow filled the space, and in a few moments, the glass panes vanished. Over at a high-rise building during a lavish party, people were gossiping about the day's events. To all our distinguished guests attending the Motto Singa Group anniversary, we hope you enjoy this wonderful event. As expected, Chairman Jihan walked into the crowd. At this point, it's safe to say the chairman is almost certain to become the next head of the Motto Singa family. You're too kind. I was just lucky. Everything I have now is thanks to all of you. At his words, the people around him continue to suck up. The future of Motto Singa is surely bright. Definitely. Furthermore, the young master is building quite a reputation. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. He glanced to the side. He remained indifferent as he added, Everyone saw it, right? Who would have thought he could solo a jade hex turtle? Once a genius, always a genius, right? He then lightly swirled his glass of golden wine. People added, Did everyone see him fight Adella, who reached the fourth circle? Going head-to-head with Moon System mystic magic. The secret art of the Holy Guardian family, and holding his own? Truly incredible. After seeing that, but who would dare call him incompatible anymore? If his face were covered, people would have thought it was a real magic duel between adults. I'm really looking forward to Haran's participation in the Olympics. Me too. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Even the family head was very satisfied with Haran's performance. All around him, voices kept calling out his name. This made him absolutely furious. With the way things are going, it looks like the heir position might be snatched by his younger brother. So annoying. That guy. They kept talking carelessly. I don't like this at all. The thing I hate most is you, Shin Haran. I thought I kicked you down for good, but now you're crawling back up. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cried out, Where did the chairman go? When did he disappear? Jihan left and returned to his room. As he walked, he struggled to rip off his tie. He stepped out onto the terrace, his face twisted with rage. This is bad. This can't happen. That brat needs to die. Haran sat in silence, engrossed in his book. Would you like me to translate more of the script or help you with anything else related to this story? Haran stays silent, focused on reading his book. He slowly turned each page. A quiet space without a single sound. After finishing, he closed the book. Done. Mimiya, standing nearby, asked, You're finished already? He replied, Yeah. If this is everything, then I think I'm through with it. Seeing this, the girl immediately stood among the pile of books. Then she asked him, So you've read all the books on destruction magic? Well then, successor, do you understand destruction magic better now? He replied flatly, Not all, not even a little bit. I obviously still don't get it. His words made her freeze instantly. At least you've moved past the vague understanding phase, right? He held the book in his hand, looked at it, and said, I can somewhat grasp the structure. Hearing that, the girl immediately explained. It's normal that you don't understand. If you tell someone without wings to flap them and fly, they won't get it, right? But right now, since the conditions haven't been met, there's no way you can understand destruction magic. He spoke up. The diagrams are a bit messy, but I can follow them. At his remark, the girl's eyes showed she wasn't too pleased. That's a masterpiece. Haran put his hand to his chin with a pensive look. The conditions. So to meet those conditions, that I have no choice but to enter the third challenge page. The girl held the hem of her dress and looked at him with a bright smile. That's right. All the answers lie within the third page. He stood up, walked over, and asked, By the way, is the person you asked me to greet the one who teaches destruction magic? The girl crossed her arms, glanced at him, and said, Well, if you're curious, go see for yourself. You've read all the books, haven't you? He asked again, Then tell me this. Is there some kind of restriction preventing you from talking about the third challenge? Her eyes grew heavy as she replied, It's not a restriction. It's a promise. We made a private promise to each other. From within the book. Petals and a brilliant energy kept flying out. He was brought back to the room. What kind of promise did she make to not breathe a word about the third challenge? Well, there's a reason for that. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grabbed another book and opened it. A blinding golden energy. that continuously radiated outward, surrounded by leaves. He reached out his hand and touched it. He was once again teleported to a different place. He looked around with a look of pure shock. Once you hear it, you'll understand. He closed his eyes tight. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared. He opened his eyes and observed, his expression filled with amazement. This place was a forest. And it's no ordinary forest. These trees are insanely huge. Where on earth am I? I thought I'd be dropped into a weird void. Felt like last time, but there's no guide and I can't hear Master's voice. No way. He kept walking around, observing. As he walked, his mind was racing with confusion. Is this entire forest the challenge page? A forest this vast? This is just ridiculous. But a moment later, his mood shifted to excitement. Master's magic is truly beyond imagination. No matter how far I go, there's no end. He looked at the lake in front of him and asked, what kind of test is this supposed to be? Suddenly, a massive sound erupted nearby. His eyes widened in shock. An earthquake? No. But something is staring right at me. His face turned pale. He slowly glanced to the side. A massive monster was staring him down. It slowly crawled toward him. He was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. It's right there. But yet I didn't sense a single thing. He backed up too far, causing him to fall into the lake. He quickly surfaced, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at it. Slit pupils, reptilian features, scales like armor, as hard as. A crocodile, claws and fangs sharp as swords. No doubt about it. It's a disaster class, unranked, the Z. I thought it was just a mythical creature. Beating this thing is the test. Taking that down? That's impossible. I can't even move. Just one light breath from it makes the mana in the air vibrate. This is on a completely different level than any monster I've ever met. To this thing, I'm nothing more than a lump of mana. The perfect snack. Can I even escape? He slowly propped himself up with his hands. Its eyes were still fixed on him with fierce intensity. He gasped in realization. There's no way. Even with my current speed, I can't outrun the Z. But the bigger problem is that my body won't budge. If that thing lunges now, I'm toast. Wait, that the Z. Why isn't it getting any closer? He muttered slowly. Is something holding it back? Impressive. From a distance, a pair of feet walked closer. Elena's voice rang out. Even facing a monster far beyond your league, you didn't give up hope. Your will is made of iron. Even in such a desperate situation, you remained calm and collected. You passed. You can move now. Before her presence. He asked in shock, who are you? She looked at him with a smile and introduced herself. My name is Elena, Angel Jinwoo. I was once known as the guardian of the forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Jay's. Elena looked at him and smiled. You've passed the trial. You can move again. My name is Elena, Angel Jinwoo. Once known as the guardian of the forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Jay's. Haran gasped inwardly. No way. Is she a goddess? Her eyes lowered as she looked at him and asked. Let me handle this thing first, okay? Sweat began to bead on his face as he watched in awe. She walked toward the monster. Even while being provoked, you didn't invade my territory. That's commendable. Since you harbor no ill will, even though you've trashed my garden, I shall forgive you. So, be quiet and return to where you belong. Remnant of a fallen clan. She reached her hand forward, unleashing a technique toward him. Energy rippled through the entire forest. He gasped in amazement. Is the forest resonating? It's as if they're trying to say that she is the true ruler here. She seemed to be basking in the resonance of nature. She reached her hand toward the monster and advised, if you cannot understand my words, then return to dust. Her eyes closed slightly. The monster screamed relentlessly. Blood sprayed continuously from its wounds. He gasped in shock. Where did those wounds come from? There wasn't even a sound. I only saw after images. It's like something slashed the dragon's body at hyperspeed. Confused, he wondered, what did she just do? From the monster's wounds, clouds of smoke suddenly appeared, and they began to heal. Before long, the monster became much calmer than before. She spoke slowly. That is my final warning. Begone. The monster immediately turned and left. He watched her in total awe. The wounds healed instantly. That was a disaster-class entity, and this person that dealt with it like it was nothing. Who on earth is she? She smiled at him. Then she slowly asked, Are you all right? He replied, Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. She looked at him and said, I see you're a bit surprised. Now, please follow me, successor. Sunlight filtered down from the sky, illuminating the entire forest. They walked together to a house nestled beneath a tree. She offered him a cup of tea. Try this. It's a herbal tea that Jay really loved. It will help you calm down. He said, thank you, and then sipped the tea. His eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, what is this? This tea makes my mind clear up instantly. He then continued to drink it with delight. After he finished, she asked, how is it? Is it to your taste? He replied quickly, yes, ma'am. This is the best tea I've ever had. She asked again, I'm glad you like it. Do you feel more relaxed now? He said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for acting a bit rude. She reassured him. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The fact that you didn't fold in front of a dragon is already impressive. Hearing this, he gasped in shock. So that thing was really a dragon? I wouldn't have been able to outrun it anyway. She began to explain. Even though it's the apex predator of this forest, it wouldn't dare approach my territory. But it seems it was lured here just now. He asked back surprised. Huh, lured by what? She replied, the dense, pure mana in your body is like a fat piece of bait for that dragon. In its eyes, that you're like a gourmet supplement. Its hunger overrode its fear of me. Do you have any more questions? He asked once more, still skeptical. Is this place really inside the Idris book? It feels so real, not like a book at all. It took 15 minutes to get from the dragon to Lady Elena's house. This forest is massive. The scale is totally different from the previous trial pages. Where exactly are we? She replied, this realm spans. From page 214 to page 232 of Idris's book, the third trial page. After hearing that, his eyes widened with shock. So that dragon was just a magical illusion? Elena gave a small laugh. Who knows? It's neither real nor fake. He asked, confused, what do you mean by that, ma'am? Elena replied, this space was created by reconstructing things from the past. The world inside Idris's book recreates the Jinwu forest as it once existed. You can think of it as a replica of the original world, so it's neither truly real nor entirely fake. He exclaimed, so they built this world based on things from the past. And put into a book? But how? Elena continued, I don't know either. The only person who understands and could do that was Jay, and his successor. And that would be you. When you reach Jay's level, you'll understand how it works. He asked further, then what was Master's reason for creating this world? She explained, to pass down a certain type of magic to you. He asked back, what kind of magic? Elena replied, it is. Suddenly, she looked toward him. He waited, breathless. What kind of magic? She answered, Baton-style third circle magic. A type of destruction magic. The eye that can see through the essence of magic. The saint's eye. Inside her house. Haran asked suspiciously, then what is your reason for creating this space? Elena replied, it's because I want to teach you a special type of magic. He asked again, what kind of magic? She lowered her head slightly, her gaze turning a bit somber. He watched her expression, unable to hide his surprise. She then slowly raised her head. The secret art of a third circle magic master in the Baiten style. An essential magic to comprehend destruction. The eyes that perceive the essence of magic. She spoke as her eyes seemed to see through all things, the golden eye. He gasped in awe. That's the Baton-style saint's eye. Elena pointed to her own eyes and said, correct. However, my saint's eye is still imperfect. The only ones who can fully control the saint's eye are Jay and you, the successor. Jay entrusted me with the task of awakening that magic. And so, I exist, even if only as a memory preserved within the city. A large car was driving down the road. In Hyuk, sitting in the car, gave an order. Report. The assistant replied, I'm reporting on the matter you mentioned earlier. Young Master Min Hyuk. And Lady Minji show little interest in young Master Haran. Surprisingly, Lady. Seye also seems to have lost interest. It appears your orders have had a significant impact. In Hyuk remarked, indeed, Seye has softened up a bit, but I don't think she'll just ignore Haran. She's probably being cautious because she knows your shadows are watching him. What about Jihan? Sukhian replied, young Master Jihan also seems a bit wary, but that's about it. Even at the party held recently, there were no suspicious signs. He muttered, is that so? It seems they've both learned to separate personal feelings from shared interests. Regardless, do not lower your guard until the protection period ends. Keep a very close eye on things. He replied, yes, sir. Understood. Also, there is top secret information. I'll jam the audio first. He agreed, go ahead. Sukhian spoke. This is a report on whether anyone in the clan is colluding with the Dark Tower. First, among the elders dissatisfied with the young master's return, along with high-ranking officials from each branch, we have investigated a total of 32 people. He didn't reply, just looked at him in silence. He added, speaking about the Dark Tower, they're clean. In Hyuk rested his chin on his hand and glanced over. That means even if they aren't linked to the Dark Tower, they aren't necessarily innocent. He quickly handed the plan to him. Exactly. Out of the 32, 5 are extremely sus. If things get noisy, those hyenas might have already caught the scent. He examined the targets. I'll handle them personally. Back at her place. Elena looked at him and said, all right now, that we'll begin the training to master the saint's eye. He turned back, feeling a bit anxious. Yes, please do whatever you think is best. She smiled at him, as expected of Jay's successor. You're exactly like him in that regard. Now close your eyes. He asked like this. She began to help him relax. Yes, that's it. From now on, I'll slowly and steadily channel my mana into you, successor. And I will explain the Saints' Eye. Normally, information regarding the Saints' Eye is only accessible after reaching the fourth circle. You'd find it in a different book. He asked, from the fourth circle? At the same time, he thought to himself, even though I read the books on destruction in Idris's archives and Mimia's archives, there was zero info on the Saints' Eye. Does that mean unless I hit the fourth circle, I won't see a single thing about it? Then he spoke up. Perhaps the other book Lady Elena mentioned is. Do you mean Mimi's archives? She gasped. Oh my, you know about Mimi's archives? He replied, yes, of course. I actually have a message from Mimi. He recalled the girl's request. If you go to the third trial page, tell her I'm doing fine. He thought, it must be a private promise between the two of them. Suddenly, he called out, Lady Elena. She immediately said, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He kept his eyes closed, thinking. For a split second, Lady Elena's mana fluctuated. Did I accidentally say something I shouldn't have? She continued to channel energy into his body. She spoke up, sorry about that. So you met Mimia already? That's wonderful. We'll talk about Mimia when things are more chill. For now, back to the Saint's Eye. The reason it's revealed at the fourth circle isn't actually that important. That's also why I'm here on the third trial page of the Idris archives. He called out again, Lady Elena. She added, that's right. Because Jay left me behind here, he entrusted me with the duty of explaining everything. Of course, there's also the issue of how much info a book can hold. Seriously, that man really knew how to work people to death. After hearing that, he looked pensive. The amount of information. Mimia said the same thing. Just adding the trial pages and formulas. That requires a massive amount of mana that exceeds a standard grimoire's capacity. So the Idris archives only hold the essentials, and the rest was gathered into a separate book, Mimia's archives. She slowly opened her eyes. Then she moved her hand away from his back. She held both hands in front of her, facing him. Now, everything is ready. Open your eyes, successor. He gasped inwardly. Lady Elena's mana is perfectly synced with my infinite circle. I can't even tell my mana apart from hers. Lady Elena, something feels really strange. She replied, yes, it's a bit unusual, isn't it? I blocked your optic nerves with mana. He exclaimed in shock. You blocked my optic nerves? Elena slowly explained. It's too early to be surprised. The Saint's Eye is a sixth sense, completely separate from the 5 standard senses. To train that sixth sense, that the other senses are just unnecessary distractions. Touch, smell, and taste. They will gradually fade. And finally, even your hearing will disappear. He cried out, you're right. I'm starting to lose all feeling. Elena spoke, successor, I now invite you into the world of death. Elena watched him in silence. He lay motionless on the ground. In his subconscious, a world where the 5 senses have vanished. Without sight, there is nothing to see. Without hearing, there is nothing to hear. Without touch, I can't even tell if I'm standing or sitting. With the loss of smell and taste, though my body has become completely numb. Is my body even functioning normally despite outside stimuli? Or was I even alive to begin with? I was terrified. This is totally different from just being blinded by darkness. It's like being drowned in a wave of isolation where you can't feel anything in an endless night. Yes, this is hell, but this is just training. Elena said so. The mind's eye, the ability to see mana, is a 6th sense unrelated to the 5 senses. That means I can still see mana even in this darkness. Focus on the mana. Back at her place, Elena looked at him with an unbelievable gaze. She thought in shock. No one should be able to stay calm after having all their senses sealed. After 1 minute, they start going crazy. After 2 minutes, they think of death. After 3, they end their own lives. This is the fate of those imprisoned by the sensory seal. I know the horror of this magic better than anyone. I only intended to give him a small taste and then undo it immediately. Besides, I acquired this magic step by step, not experiencing it bit by bit to get used to it. But the successor, you've had all 5 senses sealed for over 3 minutes, yet you're totally chill. No, that on the contrary, this forest is resonating with your mana. In that case, I think we can proceed as planned. Elena felt the energy around her and gasped. Incredible. Then she thought, his breathing is steady, and the magic circle has reached a perfect state of stability. She looked at him and said, so this is the successor chosen by the Idris library. Jay knew all along, she thought, that he could endure the sensory seal. Haran slowly woke up and asked, Elena, can you hear me? She looked at him in shock. He opened his eyes and asked, can you undo the sensory seal now? She quickly released him. Of course, let me handle it. Once it was off, he sat up and exhaled. Finally, I can breathe again. She asked, "Are you okay? How did you overcome the sensory seal?" "It must have been an unimaginable nightmare," he replied. "A world where all 5 senses are blocked. Just thinking about it is terrifying." But I kept telling myself that this was just a safe training session. I desperately brainwashed myself. Hearing that, she thought in amazement. Brainwashing himself? I suppressed the fear and focused entirely on seeing the mana. Then she spoke. "Was that all? That's not something you can just brainwash your way through." He put his hand to his chin and replied, "Yeah, you're right. Honestly, I almost quit halfway." At the same time, he thought, even knowing it was training, if the body doesn't accept it, it won't listen to reason. It was a brief moment, but that darkness felt like an eternal hell named loneliness, pure despair and death. Just as my focus was about to collapse, a thought flashed through my mind. Then he looked at her with a steady gaze. "Still, this is way better than a year ago." Then he remembered the past. The moment I learned I was incompatible with AI magic. The day I was rejected as a mage. A year ago, abandoned by my clan, and even my own father. Back then, I was already living in hell. But compared to losing everything and drowning in despair, isn't this still better than how things were a year ago? Outside the house. But she saw him off and asked, "The sensory seal was better?" He replied, "Yeah, the seal. That is just a challenge for me to move forward." Hearing this, she hesitated. "You must have." His eyes showed a trace of sadness as he looked at his hand. "I'm fine now. Besides, that's all in the past. Now, I'm just grateful I found my own special path." His positive energy moved her. Deeply. He called her name, and she emotionally wiped away a tear. He smiled at her. "Elena, thank you." Seeing her surprise, he explained. "In that darkness where all my senses were gone, I saw your mana. Elena, your mana is so gentle. It made me feel at peace. Is it because I was influenced by you?" Elena, at this question, looked a bit skeptical. "Gentle?" Then she remembered a moment from the past. She gave him a soft smile. Elena thought, I never expected to hear those words again. Jay, in the forest at her house. He sat sipping tea. "I've been going back and forth between Mimi's book and this place." Hearing this, she understood. "I see. I'm glad to hear Mimia is doing well." "Thank you. It's good to hear some positive news." He replied politely, "Don't mention it. I'm just the messenger." He thought of the girl's face. Elena looked at him tenderly and said, "If you've met Mimia, you must have heard about me in the Jinwu forest." He narrowed his eyes and denied it. "Not at all. She said she had to keep a promise and didn't tell me a thing." A look of sadness appeared in her eyes. "So Mimia still remembers that promise. But I can't keep it anymore." He spoke up, "Lady Elena." Hearing him, she smiled gently. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to make the mood so heavy." He replied, "It's okay." She added, "By the way, that you mentioned a promise. It seems Mimia really likes you. Am I wrong?" He gave an awkward smile. "No, our relationship is just whatever. So what was that promise exactly?" She picked up her teacup and answered, "You seem really curious about it. I'm sorry, but it's a secret, a pact only we know. I can't tell you or Jay." He suddenly interjected, "If that's the case, then back then, when Mimi, since she promised you, Mimi must have also been a real person in the past, just like you." Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. "She hasn't told you yet?" "I don't think I can answer that. I can't spill Mimi's secrets." He looked at her and spoke up. "If you can't tell me, that's fine. If it's a vow, it definitely shouldn't be broken." Elena smiled gently. "Thank you, successor, for understanding us." By now it was late at night. He finally had to head out. "I'm heading back for now. I'm counting on you from here on." She agreed. "I'll keep training until you've completely mastered the Saint's Eye." Suddenly he asked, "Before I go, can I ask one more thing?" She immediately agreed. "Sure." He frowned seriously and asked, "Lady Elena and Mimi, what exactly is the relationship between you two?" She answered gently, "We are friends who, along with Jay, protect the Baiten magic. Just like constellations, even if we are far apart, there is always a bond between us." The book opened up. He looked at the space around him and said with a smile, "I'm back." Mimia rested her chin on her hand and asked, "What, so soon?" He walked toward her and replied, "I have school tomorrow, so I had to come back early." The girl narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously. "Did you actually train properly?" He laughed and replied, "Of course." Suddenly, he thought to himself, "Saint's Eye," then he looked pensive, looking at the mana floating around you. "I guess you've been training hard too." "Just kidding. It looks a bit unstable. But I'm sure I practiced the right way." Hearing this, Mimia immediately stepped up and grabbed his face. "Weird. After that training, you shouldn't still be this hyped up." He praised her. "Incredible. Your true mana is both cold and composed." She gave him a gentle smile. "Is that so?" "Actually, I'm a very cold person." The girl set out some tea on the table. Then she asked, "You went through the five senses seal training, yet you're still okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." Mimiya spoke suspiciously. "Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft-hearted, or was it the forest magic?" This confused him. Forest magic? What's that? The girl immediately asked, "Wait, haven't you had your trauma cycle therapy?" He answered flatly, "I don't have any trauma." He thought, something's fishy. Mimiya was beyond shocked. "You practiced that insane magic and didn't get PTSD? You must have used some kind of trick, right? What did you actually do?" "Spill it," he thought. "I told Mimiya about the events of a year ago that I had mentioned to Elena." After hearing it, she asked in shock, "What? That actually happened? If it were me, I would've." In contrast to her shock, he replied calmly, "That's why until a year ago, I was always lost. And also, because everyone had high expectations of me, the backlash was even more intense. I lived in the darkness of despair. But now, I treat it like magic training, which makes my power even stronger. Having my senses sealed is no big deal." Mimiya sat across from him and said, "So, the reason I always felt a dark energy in you is because you're used to it? I see." He thought. I thought Mimiya would just brush it off, but nothing happened. Her expression was serious, though. At the same time, he remembered her words, "So that you can understand us, and we can understand you." He awkwardly held out his hand. "Is it hard?" Lady Elena was a little bit. His action made her confused. "Is this guy crazy? Anyway, you said training was easy, but do you think you'll finish in time?" He answered firmly, "Yeah, I can definitely do it." Then he thought, unbelievable. Those years of despair made me realize what a lucky mage I am. No more time to hesitate. As the successor to a legend, I can't just stand still. At the Obelisk Academy dorms, the two books were placed side by side on the table. He lay in bed, still unable to sleep. According to Lady Elena, the saint's eye is a demonic eye, that grows along with the infinite circle. At the first circle, I can see the color of mana. At the second circle, the saint's eye can spot gaps in the magic formula structure. And at the third circle, I can see through the essence of magic itself. Once I've mastered it, I'll be able to see mana whenever I want. That means I need to get more comfortable using the saint's eye. I can do this, right? Okay. Today there was news from the Blue Magic Tower Master. My opponent, the Fifth Circle Mage, has been decided. He opened his phone. Tower Master of Blue, Shin Haran. The Fifth Circle Mage you will face has been assigned. I've attached their file. Looking forward to a good match. A man's picture appeared on the screen. It's Yu Hagu, 29 years old, blood type B. He gasped. This is... He stared at the info on his phone. Haran suddenly remembered. Right, news came from the Blue Tower Master today. Blue Tower Master. The Fifth Circle Mage to face Shin Haran has been decided. File attached. Looking forward to a great match. Yu Hagu, age 29. Haran was startled as his eyes caught that specific line of info. The next morning at Obelisk Academy, indoor training grounds. Everyone was grinding hard. Sungchan watched them and sighed. Are these guys even human? Adella went all out, launching an attack forward. Haran stood at the front. Focusing on the trajectory of the attack, he quickly parried every incoming blow. Adella was shocked that Haran defended so easily. Did the Blue Tower Master send a strategy guide in the text too? The two continued, one attacking, and one defending. Haran replied seriously, I told you. That wasn't just a profile, it was a strategy guide. Hearing that, Adella leaned in for clarification. If that's the case, then this strategic data. She looked up in a panic and shouted. Could it be right now? Adella could only passively shield her face with her arms. But just as the spell was about to hit her, it curved back. Adella looked on in surprise. Haran stepped up and spoke. This is what I want to talk about. I don't get their angle either. He reached his hand out to her. Adella, what do you think? Adella took his hand. Can I see that file? He coolly agreed, sure. She looked at the documents on the phone. Her eyes widened. For real. This is more like a walkthrough than a profile. Haran took his phone back. Sungchan ran up from behind. I want to see too. Adella said pensively. The data analysis is flawless. Instead of focusing on analysis, focus on leveling up your skills. Maybe this is the Blue Tower Master's way of showing care. Haran sighed. Maybe. But since I'm the underdog, I guess they're giving me a little buff. Sungchan looked at Haran worriedly. Anyway, it's a good thing, right? We barely have time to train. Haran hesitated. Yeah. With that, he and Adella turned to leave. Whatever, better to train than to overthink it. She added, true. Outside the training grounds, a loud announcement echoed. Break time's over? I haven't even caught my breath. Give us 5 more minutes. Training in this state is how you build stamina. Hearing that, Sungchan sprinted back with everything he had. Shin Haran, you jerk. But before he could even finish his insult, a massive explosion went off behind him. Someone outside shouted, those idiots are inside. Sungchan looked at the hole in the roof. He cried silently. Why do they keep using magic during indoor practice? God. A while later, at the Obelisk Academy dorms, Adella returned to her room, exhausted. She flopped on her soft bed with relief. Her eyes were heavy, her voice drowsy. Gotta change before I sleep. Good night. Before her eyes closed, her thoughts lingered on his moonlight bullet. It's even faster and stronger than mine now. Suddenly, she snapped awake. Wait. The more she thought about it, the more it didn't sit right. She gripped the bedsheets, frustrated. I've worked so hard, yet I still can't catch up. Adella sat bolt upright, determined. I can't let this keep happening. I have to try harder. Her gaze was fixed and resolute. I've made it this far with my visual techniques. At the very least, I can't lose to Shin Haran's moon system magic. Unable to keep her cool, she stepped out of bed in frustration. I can't sleep now. Cold shower to wake up. Right. I need to review today's training footage. According to what was written in the books. That night, in the eerily quiet forest, Haran focused his cultivation. And then I exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect it to be this fast. I don't even need the sensory seal anymore." Haran replied politely, "Lady Elena." Elena smiled at him. "It seems you've completely mastered seeing through mana." Surprised, he turned to her. "Yeah, if I look for too long, I still get a headache, but now I can see it whenever I want." Elena didn't say much. She activated her cultivation toward him. "Then let's practice a new magic. This time, use your saint's eye to observe my magic circles. Once you observe them, you'll understand the essence of the magic and find a gap, a flaw to break the spell." Haran repeated pensively, "A flaw?" Elena replied, "Yes. Every spell has a weakness. Using that gap to close and erase the circle. That is the Baton-style destruction magic." His eyes widened in terror. "Erasing a magic circle?" She added, "That's right. Baton style means opening your saint's eye wide to nullify magic." Elena added seriously, "Give it a shot. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it immediately." She waited, keeping her eyes on Haran. Finally, he slowly raised his hand toward it. Suddenly, that a strange force surged into Haran's hand. What is this? This mana aura is both powerful and warm. But no matter how hard I look, I can't find a single flaw in the magic circle. I have to find a gap in this circle. Elena reached toward Haran and shouted, "Activate the saint's eye. Now, analyze the structure of the magic circle." In Haran's eyes, that shifted. He spoke up nervously. "Yes, saint's eye, according to magical theory, that a perfect formula doesn't exist. In Mimia's archives, there's a passage about nullifying magic with the Baton style. Since no spell is perfect, flaws are bound to appear. See through the essence of magic, listen to the sound of mana, and find the crack in the spell." Haran exclaimed in a daze. And then, Elena, on the opposite side, was still channeling magic into the formation. From that moment on, magic was no longer magic. Destruction, rupture, and nullification. That's all for today. This concludes the preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympiad. Someone called from behind, Lord Shin In-hyuk. Kanjin gave a bright smile and said, "I didn't expect the head of the Mystic Clan to attend this meeting in person." In-hyuk replied seriously, "I should be the one saying that. Blue Tower Master, you're the one with no reason to be at this meeting." Kanjin kept a smile and continued, "I'm just here as a sponsor." He skeptically repeated, "A sponsor?" His eyes turned sharp as he replied, "Yes, or more accurately, a potential sponsor." In-hyuk squinted at him. "It sounds like the Blue Tower is planning to deploy its master craftsman." Kanjin walked behind him and clarified, "I'm still weighing my options. Like I said, I'm just a potential sponsor." In-hyuk spoke calmly. "The fact that you're even considering this is surprising." He stopped, his voice turning cold as he looked at him. "But the Blue Tower probably isn't in a position to deploy craftsmen right now." Kanjin replied, non committally. "Fortunately, things are going well. We believe this Olympiad is worth the investment." In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. "That valuable?" The Korean team, led by Shin Haran. That might just pull off a miracle and bring home the gold for Korea. Suddenly, he mentioned the name. Haran. Hearing that name, Kanjin's eyes turned cold. "I'm sure you're looking forward to it as well. Just like I am." In-hyuk rubbed his chin pensively. "I see. So that means Haran made a similar proposal to you?" Kanjin laughed out loud. "I knew you'd catch on instantly." In-hyuk glared at him with a stern face. "So what exactly did he ask of you?" However, he just crossed his arms and gave a light chuckle, recalling the conversation. That Haran had spoken. He said he would win gold at this year's Olympiad and asked me to send an engineer. "What about you?" In-hyuk asked skeptically. "He said he'd win gold and asked me to provide all the support possible until then. He's a totally different person compared to a year ago. He seems very confident." Kanjin spoke in a low voice. "Did you accept his request without any conditions?" In-hyuk continued with a cold face. "Yes. Supporting him isn't that difficult anyway. But are you really considering deploying artifact craftsmen just because of a kid's promise? Kanjin gave a textbook smile, mocking himself internally. As expected, this overwhelming vibe. Like father, like son. Thinking of that, he said, that's right. As long as Haran meets the condition I set, I'm willing to invest. In-hyuk asked, what condition? He didn't hold back and raised 5 fingers. He has to defeat a 5th circle mage in a solo duel. That was the condition I gave him. In-hyuk gave a sinister laugh and remarked, not bad. He added, are you coming to watch? Is it okay if I come? Of course. You're more than welcome. The scene shifts to the forest. Haran lay on the ground, exhausted. I'm spent. Elena brought out a tray of drinks and smiled encouragingly. Good job, successor. That's the end of the entire training course. Haran sat up as if he'd been recharged. You're the one who worked hard, Lady Elena. I only made it this far because of you. Elena giggled. I hope I didn't push you too hard just because it's our last session. He stood up, his voice tinged with pride. Thanks to Master's cloak, I could handle it. She held out a teacup to him. Have some tea. It'll wash away the fatigue. He took it. I'll enjoy it. Thank you. Elena looked at him and added, in this regard, you're different from Jay. Jay truly hated anything that required physical effort. He was the type of guy who solved everything with magic. So whenever there was a task needing muscle, he'd always grumble and whine. Haran said sheepishly, for a mage of Master's caliber, I guess that makes sense. A moment later, Elena softly called out, successor. She said sincerely, thank you for keeping up with me. This is the end of your training with me. Teaching. That has been a very interesting experience for me. This should be a happy occasion, but I feel both relieved and a bit sad. Her eyes held a gentle warmth as she continued. Since the moment I started waiting for you, successor, I must have known that the day of parting would eventually come. Hearing this, Haran grew even more confused. Huh? What do you mean? Elena raised her hand and floated into the air. When my role is fulfilled, the pages about destruction disappear, and I vanish along with this forest. This is a promise I made to Jay. Haran looked toward her in a daze. Before leaving, Elena advised, please don't make such a sad face. Just as this world quietly fades away, it simply proves it was something created. Now it's time to say goodbye, successor. Haran spoke up urgently. Without you, Lady Elena, I would never have even dreamed of mastering destruction skills. Elena closed her eyes and said softly, I'm so glad you are Jay's successor, the one truly capable of inheriting his magic properly. What a relief. A tear appeared on her eyelid. If there's one regret, it's that I won't be able to witness you grow any further. Haran tried to reach out to hold on her fading form. As he touched Elena's hand, she said, no matter how many difficulties or trials you face in the future, never give up. With that, she slowly let go of his hand. And please take good care of Mimia. She gets lonely easily and can be a bit of a handful. Haran watched blankly as her figure gradually vanished. Yes, of course. This is a final farewell. I felt something I had never experienced before, a pain, an indescribable ache, an inevitable sadness. Elena looked at him tenderly and finally, congratulations. You are now a 3rd circle master. At that moment, the magic book for Haran officially closed. He was alone in the room, deep in thought. I immediately opened the Idris book. The pages on destruction were completely. He couldn't hide his emotions and burst into tears. Thank you, Lady Elena. The days I spent training in that forest. That I will etch them in my heart along with this final goodbye. It's what will keep me moving forward. The scene shifts to the training arena at the Blue Tower. Kanjin shouted confidently. The duel between Haran and the 5th circle mage is about to begin. On the side, Sung-chan lowered his head, breaking into a cold sweat. In-hyuk, standing next to him, interrupted coldly. What do you think his chances of winning are? Sung-chan was terrified inside. Why me? Am I going to get dragged into this? Kanjin shouted confidently. The duel between Haran and the 5th circle mage is about to begin. On the side, Sung-chan lowered his head, breaking into a cold sweat. In-hyuk, standing next to him, interrupted coldly. When exactly is the match starting? Sung-chan was terrified inside. Why me? Am I going to get dragged into this? Sung-chan lamented to himself. This is so awkward. Why am I stuck between these two? If only Adella were here. But she's already down in the arena, supporting Haran. Come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Haran looked toward Adella, but said nothing more. On this side, someone asked, do you think he has a chance? Kanjin confidently snapped his fingers. I'd say about 10. Below the stands, everyone was being checked in. In-hyuk gave a cold snort. My perspective is a bit different. Kanjin struck up a conversation. Oh, then what percentage would you give him, sir? In-hyuk replied with a cold face. 2 at most. Kanjin remarked suggestively. That's a harsh evaluation. What about you, Sung-chan? Sung-chan stammered. And me? You mean me? Kanjin narrowed his eyes at him. Yes. Putting friendship aside and thinking objectively, what do you think Haran's chances of winning are? Sungchan looked down at Haran and replied, I still think it's around 50. Kanjin leaned in and continued, 50-50? That's a pretty generous number. What's the reason? Sungchan anali sdio sili. The reason? Well, I don't have a specific one. It's just that if Haran goes all out, it might turn into an even match. He's growing at an insane speed. Plus, he hasn't even shown his full power yet. Kanjin gave a mocking smile. Are you saying Haran hasn't even been fighting seriously until now? Down below, Suha raised her hand and shouted, all magic barriers have been checked. The match starts now. Adella looked at Haran and said, go get him. He was startled and blurted out, huh? Oh. Above, Hagu smirked slightly. His eyes held a playful glint as he looked down. Adella focused on suppressing her anxiety as she stepped onto the stands, but Sungchan appeared, tears streaming down his face. I am saved. Adella, nice work. She asked anxiously, did something happen? The battle between Haran and Hagu. That officially begins. It's clear Hagu isn't breaking a sweat yet. Both of you, take your positions. In the depths of Hagu's eyes. A visible smirk appeared after the ready call. Hagu spoke confidently. Never thought I'd see the day the genius of the Mystic Clan would be standing right in front of me like this. Haran replied, go easy on me, senior. Clearly, Haran wasn't backing down an inch in terms of vibe. Suha signaled to start. Hagu said smugly, I'll let you make the first move, junior. Haran didn't hesitate to take it. Then I'll gladly accept your kindness. He immediately unleashed Wind Blade and Fireball. His lips involuntarily curled up as he thought, since he gave me the first move, I'm putting everything into this opening strike. Hagu remained cocky. Hands on his hips, he shouted, so this is that adaptive magic I've heard rumors about? Interesting. Haran laughed. Don't you think you're being a little too chill? Hagu chuckled. Because this is a situation where I can afford to be chill. Haran glared at his opponent's overconfidence. Then he launched the attack toward Hagu. Let's see how long that lasts. Fire. The storm-like barrage lunged straight for Hagu. Hagu's expression shifted slightly, but his smugness didn't fade. Incredible. They all look like the same spell. But some twist slightly on different trajectories. They look distinct yet blended, making them unstoppable. Inside, Hagu had already formulated a plan. If a fifth circle spell flew in like that, it would be a total nightmare. Hagu focused on adjusting his output speed, his eyes calculating the incoming attack. Fifth circle non-attribute defense magic. Mana shield. The shield was deployed, and the scene ahead turned into pure chaos. Haran started to panic. Even a fifth circle spell was easily blocked by the shield. But the weakness of Mana Shield is that it completely isolates the caster. Right now, you Hagu can't stop me from closing the distance. Hagu was surprised by the move. So you saw me leave an opening? Your plan from the jump was to rush in after I used the shield? Even if you know that, it won't change a thing. Haran smirked. You sure about that? Haran poured all his power into the assault on his opponent. In his eyes, the determination was clear. Interference. Hagu finally started to freak out. Up in the stands, Sungchan clenched his fists and shouted, there's a crack in a fifth circle shield. The battle below was getting intense. Kanjin gasped in disbelief. No, that's impossible. In-hyuk just observed silently, looking grim. Haran spoke as he attacked. Too late. With that, he unleashed his final move. I predicted the exact moment you'd interfere with my magic and set it to accelerate the manosphere. Right now, the overlapping paths of wind and fire merge into one flame storm. A lethal blow. Fragments of the magic array scattered everywhere. Adella watched, panicked. The mana shield. Sungchan screamed in terror. It shattered. Haran grinned triumphantly. It would have been better if you had let your guard down just a little more, senior. Inside the attack, Hagu spoke calmly. Being relaxed is fine, but never, ever lose your focus. That's what the Tower Master taught me. Haran speculated. He created an absolute shield the moment the previous one broke. Is this the level of the fifth circle? Inside the barrier, Hagu chuckled. Hagu said flatly, all right, junior. This time, I'm making the first move. A new magic array. Got activated, surrounding Haran. Hagu stopped holding back and said, now it's my turn. Haran had a plan, but he was still nervous. As expected, according to my memory, everything matches the data the Tower Master sent. Age 29, blood type B, fire magic specialist, physical enhancement subspec, proactive personality, and a strong curiosity for new magic. Yu Hagu, age 29, blood type B, fire magic specialist. In that case, his next move will be his signature, fire magic combined with a melee strike using physical enhancement. On the opposite side, Hagu swung an attack toward him. Haran defended with a serious expression. A bit of confidence surged in his mind. Right now, he's interested in my magic. To observe me more closely, he's not aiming for my vitals. Suddenly, he felt a bit anxious. But he won't pull his punches. If he strikes, there's only one answer. A right punch from Hagu lunged forward. Fortunately, Haran managed to dodge the blow. But perhaps its speed was just too fast. It left a gash on his arm. Despite that, he didn't panic at all. He clenched his fist even tighter than before. Without warning, Haran delivered a heavy punch to his opponent's gut, a total sucker punch. It caught Hagu completely off guard, making him grit his teeth in pain. Hagu recoiled far back, his whole body seemingly losing its balance. Hagu withdrew his sword technique. A hint of worry appeared on his face. You reacted well to that speed? Haran replied without hiding it. I practiced melee combat quite a lot. Hagu switched to a new move, his eyes sizing up Haran. He was right, even though melee was his forte. But he still analyzed his opponent's strength and adjusted his stance. He's truly no ordinary guy. Hagu gave a short laugh and spoke. The future is truly terrifying. A third circle mage with melee skills at this level. From here on, Hagu finished his sentence and swung a blow toward him. But be fighting for real. The fire dance technique activated, and blazing flames lunged at Haran. The privilege of a fifth circle mage. A wide-range destruction spell. A third circle spell shouldn't be able to block or dodge this level. Hagu's smile turned excited. So, how you plan to stop it? This match ends with this move. After evaluating, Haran activated the technique Elena taught him, aiming for victory. He focused on the resonance shift. Everything Hagu threw at him hit a water shield. Seeing this, Hagu recoiled in sheer terror. A third circle spell? No way. Is that also a type of adaptive magic? Above, everyone could only see a cloud of white smoke. Adella shouted in disbelief. Fire dance and water shield collided. Sung-chan screamed in shock. I can't see a thing. What's going on? Kanjin adjusted his glasses and smirked, thinking, that water shield is definitely a third circle spell, right? But it's performing like something beyond the fourth circle. In-hyuk still showed no emotion. He watched the scene below with a grim expression. Sung-chan squinted in frustration. Damn it, my line of sight. But then he comforted himself. But in this mist, even he can't see anything. So where are you going to launch your ambush from? Unfortunately for Hagu, that Haran had already opened his saint's eye. Even if I can't see with my eyes, the mana will tell me. The red mana of the fire sword is right there. At this point, Hagu could only rely on his hearing to sense anything. Hagu sensed a movement. Hagu swung a blow toward that spot and shouted confidently, Gotcha! Yet Haran was behind him, striking with a lightning spear. Hagu was terrified. How did he get this close so fast? Hurry, absolute shield. No, the absolute shield has already been broken once. Too risky. Then Haran also realized that technique was yellow mana. The battle continued inside the white mist. Hagu activated an earth shield. Haran quickly moved to stop him. Stop him before he can put up the wall. Two sources of power clashed within the fog. Hagu was hit by the recoil and squinted in discomfort. A fist, that carrying destructive force, lunged toward Hagu. Haran lunged forward with unpredictable speed. Despite that, Hagu could still open a technique. He's too fast. He naturally recognized it as blue mana. Due to a split-second lapse in focus, he was wounded by the waterlight pillar. Haran immediately countered with a critical strike, followed by the shockwave of the water shield. The mist showed no signs of clearing up yet. Sung-chan cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it, my vision's blocked again. But then he let out a cryptic smile. This is starting to get annoying, but your little tricks end here. Haran remained focused on his opponent. With the saint's eye piercing through the essence of magic, he listened to the sound of mana and seized the opening in the spell. From that moment, magic would no longer be mere magic. An instant later, Hagu finally realized his magic had vanished. Hagu gritted his teeth in shock. My great inferno! Haran smirked triumphantly. The moment you're certain of victory is the most dangerous time. As the gale dance unleashed, everything was sucked into the heart of the cyclone. Suha shouted immediately. The winner of this match is Shin Haran. Because Hagu lay motionless on the arena floor. An instant later, Hagu finally realized his magic. That had vanished. Hagu gritted his teeth in shock. My great inferno! Haran smirked triumphantly. The moment you're certain of victory is the most dangerous time. As the gale dance unleashed, everything was sucked into the heart of the cyclone. Suha shouted immediately. The winner of this match is Shin Haran. Because Hagu lay motionless on the arena floor, sitting in the waiting room. By the Blue Magic Tower's training facility, Haran sighed. I'm beat. Kanjin was already waiting. He raised his hand and called out, Shin Haran. That was truly an earth-shattering match. However, Haran didn't seem to care at all, completely ignoring him. Kanjin remained friendly and approached him. The whole time, I couldn't believe my eyes. I wondered why you were acting like that, but knowing it was all a setup for that final magic nullification, it felt like watching a perfectly designed game of chess. Even thinking back now, I get chills. Look, I've got actual goosebumps. He put a friendly arm around his shoulder and added, "So what was that last move? And that final gale dance, that's fourth circle magic. How did you bypass the memorized limit?" Haran asked skeptically. "If I told you I modified the memorized with a transformation spell, would you even believe me?" Kanjin looked at him and replied, "Of course not. If it were third circle magic, maybe I could understand, but the fourth circle is a different story. You didn't just overcome the weaknesses of memorize, you completely erased them. That's a total paradox." Haran remained silent. Kanjin continued. "With almost instantaneous casting speed and those impromptu spells that break every conventional rule, you even that nullified your opponent's magic. Seriously, what kind of magic are you using, Haran?" Haran looked at him. With a calculating gaze, he stammered. "That is..." The scene shifts elsewhere. At the Blue Magic Tower HQ, inside Kanjin's office, Suha looked across the room and spoke. "Tomorrow, I'll handle the deployment of engineers for the Olympiad." Kanjin raised his teacup with a light smile. "All right, coordinate with the contractors so it doesn't affect other projects." He set the cup down and said, "Suha, what do you think?" Suha asked, confused. "What do you mean?" Kanjin spoke excitedly. "Do you really think we can take the gold at the Olympiad this time?" Suha hesitative foreansering. "I don't think it's entirely impossible." Kanjin chuckled smugly. "Yesterday you said even a bronze was a reach." Suha started. "The situation has changed since yesterday, hasn't it?" He looked at her, searching for a reaction. "Right? You found it incredible too, didn't you?" Suha seriously tapped her finger on the screen. She looked at it for a moment and replied, "It was indeed very impressive." Kanjin left. "You were so hooked you forgot you were the judge. Please stop teasing me." He turned serious. "But really, what kind of magic is Haran using?" Suha asked skeptically. "Didn't you watch the entire match with your ruby eye?" He replied, "I did. But even having seen it, I still can't explain how he used steam to hide from my ruby eye. The fact that he even hid tricks to mask my own magic. It's terrifying. I understand that he broke the Inferno spell formula, but exactly how? I have zero clue how he dismantled that formula." Suha had her own thoughts as well. Even with the ruby eye, one of the 3 strongest reconnaissance mystic eyes currently in existence, I still couldn't grasp what kind of magic it was. Kanjin rubbed his chin and added, "It's driving me crazy." I asked him directly in the waiting room. Recalling his chat with Haran, he said, "So, do you remember what you told me?" "That a mage has the right to keep his magic a secret. I can't reveal my magic to you." His face looked totally bummed out. He refused, saying it's a secret, and told me to figure out myself. Suha asked, "Is there any chance he's doing something illegal?" Kanjin answered seriously, "No, it's not that. The purity and structure of his mana are way too clean." Suha grabbed her laptop and said, "The only thing I realized, if I told you I modified the memorize with a transformation spell, would you believe me? But the magic that Haran uses isn't transformation magic. At least probably not." Kanjin added, "Anyway, this year's Olympiad is definitely going to be a banger." He smiled excitedly at her. "Want to go grab a bite?" Suha just raised an eyebrow with a slight smile and replied, "Are you going to pay me overtime for this?" Meanwhile, at the Obelisk Academy dorms, the phone alarm showed 7:30 a.m. Haran, with dark circles under his eyes, grabbed his phone and groaned. "My whole body is aching. I think I slept for about 8 hours. It's probably because I used resonance, and recovering from fatigue isn't as easy as usual. Once I use resonance, I completely lose the ability to use mana, so even Master's Cloak. That becomes useless. That's a pretty big problem. I need to be more careful from now on." He sat on the edge of the bed for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes caught something under the bed. It was from his father. Yesterday's battle must have been. Father's text. "You probably pushed yourself too hard in yesterday's match. I've arranged medical leave for you. Spend the day resting and getting your condition back on track." Haran stared grimly at his phone screen. After yesterday's match, Father left without saying a word, so I was worried he was upset, thinking of that. But he flashed a relieved smile. "That's good then. Have I regained a bit of Father's trust?" Not yet. The real deal starts now. There's not much time left until the Olympiad." Mimia suddenly appeared. "Successor, you're here. How was the match?" Haran gave a warm thumbs up and replied, "Of course I won. It was a total breeze." Mimia teased eagerly, "A breeze? Your face looks like you're about to drop dead." He added, "To be honest, it wasn't easy at all. One tiny mistake and I would have been toast. Thanks to the info from the Blue Tower Master, I was in a very lucky spot. So even though I won, it doesn't feel satisfying at all. Then he held up 4 fingers. So, Mimia, bring me a book. One about the 4th infinite circle, specifically the expansion chapter. Mimia stood on a high platform. With one hand on her hip and the other raised, the 4th infinite magic circle expanded. The books seemed to be energized, hovering in midair. I've collected a ton of spellbooks for you, successor. So read every single one of them. At Obelisk Academy, an instructor stood at the podium, looking at the computer while lecturing the students. Now, chapters 5 through 10 have been assigned. Write about the attributes of magic and your answers to the questions therein. If you look closely at the materials, it won't be too hard. A stylus glided gently across the digital screen. Haran held the pen to his chin, lost in thought. Expanding circle. The stylus glided again, drawing another expanding circle, significantly more important than the previous ones. Circles of different colors appeared, overlapping with each other. The liberation circle, resonance circle, interference circle, all from his pen strokes. The circular lines appeared one after another, formed by layers structured like flower petals. Haran. Dot looked at the sketches he just made on the digital board and thought, so because the expanding circle is surrounded by 3 magic circles, and those 3 spin in a stable manner, the entire magic circle is stabilized. This increases the efficiency of the magic. He imagined himself standing, Dot amidst the rings. When the circle is stabilized, the magic's weaknesses are reduced. Haran reached out to touch the bands of light. Energy absorption increases, resonance count and resonance time increase. He gently touched the center where the rings converged. Intertwined, the negative effects of spell resonance will also decrease. Furthermore, the burden of using scattered incantations is reduced. After a moment's thought, he gave a slight smile. It's the same with the Saint's Eye. The circles. Dot formed a flower on the digital board screen. But because this is a completely new type of circle compared to the previous ones, it won't be easy to create. Haran recalled being in the reading room. Right? That's the biggest issue. Based on the book I read in Mimia's room, it takes at least a year to create an expanding circle. He gave a hollow laugh. But of course, the more circles you have, the harder it is to create. He glanced out the window. But this is really too much. Right now, I can't even calculate the time needed to form the circle. At the Obelisk Academy's indoor training ground, Haran held a stopwatch next to Sungchan and Adella, who were on treadmills. 5 minutes left. Sungchan was panting, drenched in sweat. Adella's face was also covered in sweat. When time was up, Haran shook the phone in his hand. All right, 10-minute break. Sungchan immediately collapsed onto the floor and yelled, I think I'm going to die. Adella walked over slowly. Are you okay? She leaned down slightly. Keep it up. Hearing her encouragement, he flinched and froze. She smiled gently. Didn't we say we were going to try even harder? Sungchan seemed to snap out of it. The night after the duel with Yuhagu. He recalled Haran's words. Guys, I just finished a match, so I'm exhausted. Can we do this later? Sungchan pointed a finger and shouted, What the hell? I don't care how tired you are. You said evaluations have to be done on the same day. That's what you said. Adella's face was full of concern. But I think today is a bit much. Can't we just rest and do it tomorrow? Sungchan smirked. No way. Haran pointed at him. He was on the treadmill, looking tired and ready to cry. Training while exhausted is the most important part. Skipping, that is like skipping 30 of the workout. Sungchan crossed his arms mockingly. That's what our mentor, Shin Haran, always says. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Hearing that, Haran was fuming. He immediately flipped his attitude and smiled. Right? If gotten lazy, I shouldn't have forgotten my original mindset. I'm looking forward to full-scale training tomorrow. Sungchan gave an awkward laugh. Actually, I think it's better if you just rest today. Haran immediately grabbed his shirt in a rage, dragging him into the room. Fine. Let's start with the first exercise. One step at a time. Sungchan went limp with fear and raised his hand. Save me, Adella. Adella just watched helplessly. Congrats. Memories began to fade and crumble. At a building along the road. The sky was a clear blue. Sungchan wan go dai li, go dum ling. Haha. Even if he's my friend, objectively speaking, a genius is still a genius. Adella praised. Yeah, he really is amazing. He frowned slightly. He's totally insane. Just because the opponent skipped the first step, he completely changed his tactics and created a new one on the fly. The two walked down the street. Adella asked, right? Sungchan, zipli. Was Haran like this as a kid? Adella lifted a milk carton to her mouth and turned her head slightly. Well, he was a bit younger than he is now. The two continued their conversation while walking. You mean his mind has always been mature? Yeah, recalling the past. I think he was too intense about training. It felt like he overestimated his own limits. An image of young Adella clutching a trophy. Of course, I worked harder just to keep up with him. She returned to reality and smiled softly, bringing the straw to her lips. But now that I'm following his footsteps, I understand a lot of things. To be honest, I'm actually enjoying it. An image of Haran standing amidst magic circles. I think I'm more interested in his magic now than ever before. Sung-chan turned and asked, wait, that master of perfection had a phase like that? She closed her eyes. Yes, at least before he joined Obelisk. He smiled and glanced over. So, Haran's magic incompatibility verdict might not have been a curse, but a blessing, right? She turned to him, confused. He quickly explained. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't mean it in a bad way. You know how in comics or movies, geniuses always have that unique arrogance? An image of Haran standing between the circles. I think that arrogance usually slows down growth. But Haran, he's always moving forward, learning and understanding. He's constantly changing and improving. Adella continued. In other words, because he experienced failure, he became as perfect as he is now. Is that what you mean? Sung-chan walked ahead of her. Exactly. That's how I see it. Haran might get mad if he heard this, though. He looked ahead and smiled. Well, he found his own path. So we can say he's doing a lot of things right. Adella silently watched him. He turned back and laughed. Adella, let's give it our all. The three of them walked into a portal of light. We have to show him that we're on the same path of growth as him. Sung-chan raised his hand with determination. Let's do our best and get ready for the Olympiad. Adella smiled. Yeah, let's give it everything. He lay down, looking out at the blue sky. That's the whole story. He turned his head. Huh? Haran handed him a water bottle. You did great. Sung-chan lauget aqua di li. You made me sick, and now you're giving me medicine? Haran lowered the bottle to him. When did I make you sick? I'm giving you a prescription dose. Gee, thanks, Doc. Adella looked at the two and smiled. Haran waved. Adella, it's time for special training. At the Obelisk Academy indoor training ground. Sung-chan was resting, exhausted. Adella stood nearby as Haran approached. Adella, sorry to interrupt your rest, but can we talk for a sec? She turned her head. Talk. The two went outside the academy. Haran spoke. The Olympiad team is confirmed now. I'm thinking of revising the training schedule. Holding a tablet in his hand. Starting tomorrow, we're officially excused from classes. She replied, yeah, that's right. Haran put a hand to his chin, thinking as he spoke. Even though the academy has its own Olympiad training program, I don't think 8 hours is enough. He raised the tablet. From the screen, data blocks appeared. So from now on, we'll have strategy meetings every morning. She was startled. Strategy meetings? Haran's face was dead serious. Exactly. We're going to analyze every single Olympiad event. He continued, and review the new rules added this year to find a path to victory. Adella replied, sounds good, but why are you only telling me? He smiles, remembering how Sung-chan struggled with just physical training. Even if I tell him now, he'd be too wiped out to listen. Adella agrees, true. Haran explains further, oh, the analysis of players from other countries is being handled day and night by Joshua from the Sam Magic Tower. He looks at the digital board. So we'll start tomorrow. Just keep that in mind. She quickly says, wait. Adella puts her hand to her chin, thinking. It's fine if we come up with a strategy ourselves, but will the third years actually follow our lead? Haran smirks. He says confidently, there's a way to fix that problem. The next day, the three of them are talking in the academy courtyard. Sung-chan looks restless and asks, aren't you guys nervous? Haran is completely chill. Not really. Adella stands with her arms crossed and adds, why should we be? Is there any reason to be worried? Sung-chan holds up 3 fingers, his voice getting louder and his face full of anxiety. What do you mean, why? Everyone thinks we're third years. You know that scary, awkward, and unapproachable vibe. Haran rests his hands on his hips. The senior title definitely has a certain feel to it. Adella chin rests. Not for me. Sung-chan wonders, what? Why? How is that even possible? Adella calmly asserts, because I'm going to beat them. Hyon walks up out of nowhere. This kid is even more full of herself than I heard. She stands there with her friends. They stand right in front of the 3 of them. Third year, Kong Shin-Hu. Third year, Ma Jin-Suk. Third year, Zen Hyon. Hyon steps forward. Hey, Junior, repeat what you just said. Adella says indifferently. What did I just say? Hyon continues to provoke her. You said you'd beat us if we faced off or something like that. Say it again. Adella shows zero fear. If you really want to hear it again that badly. Right now, there isn't a single third-year student who can beat me. Sung-chan is shocked by her words. Seriously. Our classmate here is way too rude. I'm so sorry. Then he turns to Adella. Are you insane? What's so great about making enemies with the seniors? She stays calm. I'm just speaking the truth. He rushes over to cover her mouth and says worriedly, Shin Haran, don't you start any trouble either. Haran speaks up. PFF, of course I won't. Then, with a friendly smile, he says, seniors, here you are. I've been waiting. Haran continues, excuse me, but how about we have a match today between the second years and third years? Sung-chan is hit with a massive shock and screams. I'm really sorry to the seniors, but to take full command of the team, I need to break these seniors first. His face is determined and serious. Shinhu, standing nearby, speaks up. Oh, you mean second years versus third years? He smiles and continues. So the three of you versus the three of us? Hyon immediately volunteers. Count me in. These rebellious sprouts need to be pruned early. Haran is incredibly chill. He puts a hand on his hip and smiles. What I mean is, suddenly his eyes turn serious. All the second years versus all the third years. Meaning, 3 versus 7. The whole group is startled by his statement. Sung-chan is so scared he turns pale. Shinhu asks, what's your angle? Haran replies, my angle. Shinhu raises his hand, eyes full of disdain. With your personality, you wouldn't provoke us for no reason. There must be a hidden motive. Kong Shinhu, second son of the Shinmu clan. Kong Haran thinks to himself, I met him a few times when I was a kid. His calm and wary personality hasn't changed a bit. He spreads his hands. What kind of motive could I have? I just think sparring is the best way to gauge each other's skills. Jin-suk had been silent until now. He gets angry and prepares to lunge forward. You arrogant brat. He gets into a stance. Are you planning to crush us with your skills? Shinhu seems to realize something. I see. So your goal is to overwhelm us to take command of the 5-man team for this Olympiad. Hyon is furious. Jin-suk steps closer and smirks. Is that it? Am I right? Haran stays silent. Hyon points directly at him and shouts angrily. That stuck-up attitude of yours is way over the line, Junior. Even our patience has a limit. She continues to yell, no way. I know you and Adella are talented, but this isn't right. There's a limit to how much you can disrespect your seniors. She's fuming. Sure, if it was a duel, that you might win with your skills. Hyon is ticked off. But 3 versus 7? Are you kidding me? No matter how strong the 3 of you are, Sung-chan is terrified as she points toward him. There's no way you can beat nearly double the numbers when you have a useless deadweight like him on your side, right? He is both surprised and hurt. Deadweight. Adella gives an angry glare. Both she and Haran remain silent. Hyon continues, I'll say this nicely one last time. If you apologize now, we'll let slide. Shinhu smiles. That's right, Junior. You've really crossed the line this time. Haran said, his demeanor remaining completely chill. Ugh, seriously. Yapping on and on. You're annoying as hell. Shinhu smirked while Sung-chan stood by, cowering in fear. Haran, you've really lost your mind, haven't you? Haran continued. Aren't you the ones who are actually useless here? Shut up and let's go. He gave a provocative smile to his honorable seniors. On a beautiful morning, Haran's group finally faced their opponents. Jin-suk frowned, looking visibly irritated. I didn't want to ruin the mood from the start, so I tried to play nice, but you really pushed my buttons. Shinhu, you okay? Shinhu replied, I'm fine. After that, Jin-suk stepped arrogantly in front of Haran. Fine. 3 on 7 it is. But just playing normally is boring, right? If we win, you'll follow my tactical plan to the letter. And if we win, before he could finish, Haran smirked and accepted the bet. Deal. Let's do exactly that. Jin-suk was a bit confused. I haven't even said what happens if we win yet. Haran turned his back confidently. You can bet whatever you want. If you tell me to get lost, I'll get lost. Not that it's ever going to happen, though. These words left Shinhu's group stunned for a moment, and Hyon was the first to speak up. This little brat, while Sung-chan hid his face in shame. Haran casually snapped his fingers. Also, I have one more condition. If we win, he pointed straight at her, making her flinch. Immediately after, Haran delivered a humiliating condition. You have to apologize for calling Sung-chan a small frida. The next day, at the Obelisk Academy arena, an environmental combat mode was activated. Environment set. Mountainous night. Moving inside. Haran briefed them while warming up. Ready. Adella quickly replied. Ready. Sung-chan's side was also prepared. The system announced. 5 minutes until the siege battle begins. All units to your positions. The match rules were set as follows. This 3-on-7 match was a simplified siege battle based on international rules. Each side must seize the flag placed at a predetermined location. Haran looked at the flag and muttered, this should do it. Sung-chan looked at him tentatively. Haran asked, noticing his strange behavior, is there a problem? Sung-chan was so anxious he didn't even dare look Haran in the eye. Was it really necessary to go this far? Haran was a bit puzzled. What? He stood up and struggled to explain. I mean, intentionally provoking the seniors. Do we have to make it this personal? If you hadn't gone that far, they would have followed your lead eventually anyway. Haran gave him a stern look. Just following orders isn't enough. They need to submit to me, Sung-chan. You know better than anyone how I plan my tactics. But forcing it like this won't just cause a backlash. For a second, he was speechless. Since the match had already started, Haran smiled to reassure him. It's fine. There's a way. We just need to win with raw power. If we overwhelm them so much that they don't even have the chance to resist, it'll be fine. Hearing this, Sung-chan felt like he was talking to a brick wall. Forget I asked. Meanwhile, Hyeon was fuming like a madwoman. That Haran is so freaking annoying. What? He's so sure he won't lose that we can bet whatever. That arrogant prick. Seeing her agitation, Shinhu quickly reminded her, calm down, Hyeon. 5 minutes left. Hyeon held her head, trying to compose herself. Fine, 5 minutes. Calm down. No, wait. You want me to apologize for calling that guy a small fry? A small fry is a small fry. What am I supposed to say? She was losing it. Words weren't helping. Shinhu looked helpless. He wanted to calm everyone down, but there wasn't enough time. Jin-suk somewhat understood his point. True. He slightly adjusted his glasses. A smirk curled on his lips. Even I can't hold back my temper anymore. This was a mistake from the start. Since it's come to this, let's just use that anger. Rage. That can push human strength to its absolute limit. It's the best kind of doping. Just then, the system announced the start of the match. 3, 2, 1. Game start. Haran narrowed his eyes, putting his resolve into this bet. Immediately, Shinhu's group charged forward. Let's go. On the other hand, Haran's side was quite relaxed. I'm counting on you, Sung-chan. He seemed to have come to his senses and nodded. The night wind in the forest made the leaves rustle. 5 minutes later, Hyeon observed the area from a tree branch. She informed Jin-suk found their flag. He asked with a satisfied tone, nice. Who's guarding it? Hyeon kept her old habits, scoffing with disdain. Only one small fry? Jin-suk heard this and was slightly surprised. He's guarding it all by himself? Is there any chance someone is lurking nearby? She stayed alert, leaning against a tree trunk. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any movement. He cautiously reminded her, don't let your guard down. They might be setting a trap. Using that guy as bait is a possibility. Got it. I'll test the waters with an attack. Hyeon boldly jumped down towards Sung-chan. You're the only one home. Huh? Small fry. Even though she was an opponent, he replied politely. Yeah, well, that's just how it turned out. She shot a glare at Sung-chan. Did you already know I'd be the first one here? He didn't hesitate to confirm it. Yes. This caught her off guard. How did you know? Sung-chan frowned and fired back. Haran told me a gorilla was coming. He added. He said Senior Hyeon would definitely attack right at the start. He recalled a few minutes prior. Haran pointed and said, she's hot-headed, so they'll probably put her on offense instead of defense. Only then did Sung-chan realize his motive. Wait, you provoked her just for that? After hearing the story, Hyeon still acted superior. So he knew I was coming and still left you to defend alone? One arrogant bunch. In an instant, she showed no mercy, activating Fire Strike. Fierce flames lunged towards Sung-chan. Take this. A massive explosion rocked the middle of the forest. The reaction made Hyeon jump. Fire Strike is a fourth circle spell. A guy like you can't block. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened as she recalled Haran's words. Sung-chan, you know your role is the most important in this match, right? Are you going to let them look down on you and just run? The flames were completely countered by Sung-chan. Of course not. If I let that happen, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Hyeon was stunned by the scene before her. He blocked it? How is that even possible? Flashback to a few days ago. Haran stood before Sung-chan, questioning him. Sung-chan, you keep thinking you're a main damage dealer, but you're actually a natural-born tanker. Even he was shocked. Me? A tanker? Then came a long lecture from Haran. Did you know every mage has a primary attribute? The blue Tower Master's is water. James, the red Tower Master, is fire. Hyeon's is also fire. When using your primary attribute, mana consumption is lower and the output power is higher. Sung-chan, in my eyes, your primary attribute is non-attribute. And within that, you excel at defense magic. Right now, the massive shield Sung-chan created was the best proof. Hyeon's face twisted with rage. You spent so much time hanging on to Haran and Adella that you got all twisted. Compared to those two, you're not even close. You're just a small fry. After being totally roasted, he could only sigh. Calling me a small fry again. Then he lazily played along. I know, right? I'm nothing compared to those two. But if this is all you've got, I can still hold my ground. His provocation turned Hyeon's rage up to 11. You little brat. From behind her, two more teammates appeared. The two called out, quick, support Hyeon. Hyeon lunged forward. Don't get cocky, you small fry. I'm going to shut that mouth of yours for good. Get crushed. Take this, you loser. Her punch slammed into Sung-chan's shield. He frowned, sweat beads forming, but he didn't budge an inch. Unfazed, Hyeon unleashed another move. How about one more? But no matter how she struck, it didn't do a thing. Why is this shield so hard? It's only a third circle spell. But I've never seen anything like it before. Still, you can't block 3 people attacking at once. This match is basically ours. Suddenly, Sung-chan started reciting strange numbers. 16, 60, 63, 26. A blinding light flashed from the distance. Min-suk accidentally caught sight of it. Immediately after, all three in Hyun's group were ensnared by wind blades as a bird soared into the sky. A wind slash? From where? Where the hell did it come from? At that moment, Sung-chan continued counting. 16, 77. On the other side, she realized something was off. Haran! Hyun quickly warned the others. She braced herself to boost her defense. That annoying Haran. That is hiding nearby. Hyun then screamed toward the forest. Where are you? Where the hell are you? Sung-chan was still counting. 21, 83. A bolt of golden light pierced through. Hyun flinched and stuttered, is this? She tried to assess the situation. Adella's moonlight shell? It's a dead end. Hyun immediately called for backup. Jin-suk, all three of them are here. I need support. On the other end of the line. Jin-suk shot back. Hyun, stop messing around. He looked at Haran and Adella, standing right in front of him, and wondered. Then who the hell are these guys? Faced with a 2-on-1, Jin-suk resolved to protect the flag. Recalling Shinhu's group was off doing their own thing, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, because of the noise over there, we sent 2 people to back up Hyun, and now even Shinhu is gone. Everything was a mess. Haran calmly watched the smoke rising in the distance. Looks like Sung-chan is still holding his ground. Meanwhile, over at Sung-chan's position, Hyun was wailing, Jin-suk, hurry up. They're all over here. I can't read the magic trajectories. What's happening? But how could Jin-suk leave his post? Shinhu urgently contacted him. Jin-suk, where the hell is Haran? Which way do I go? One of the teammates suggested heading back for now. Jin-suk's situation wasn't looking any better. Haran and Adella are right here in front of me. Hyun snapped back, cursing. You idiot. Look at me getting jumped over here. Haran, what the hell did you do? He smirked at the chaotic mess he'd made of the seniors. Don't waste your time. It'll all be over soon anyway. These words successfully triggered their leader. Damn it, we fell for it completely. Jin-suk calculated his odds. If it were just Haran, he could stall for time, but Adella was with him too. Jin-suk stood his ground for a long time, his mind racing with confusion. It felt like being hunted by 2 apex predators, a dragon and a tiger. Shinhu gritted his teeth, weighing his options. At that moment, Haran began a cast. This match is already our win. Seeing a pillar of light in the distance, Shinhu shouted. Jin-suk, back in the match. Haran grabbed the flag, while Jin-suk clutched his lower back. Damn it. Just then, the rest of the group arrived. He raised his hands in utter defeat. I'm a total moron. I surrender. Meanwhile, over on Sung-chan's side, things were wrapped up too. Hyun lay flat on the ground, panting. Crap. The system displayed a massive win message. Sung-chan jumped for joy, unable to hide his excitement. After the friendly match, things returned to normal in the Obelisk Academy briefing room. Haran's trio arrived at the meeting. The upperclassmen group was already there. They were in a foul mood. Hyun couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. She swung her fist into Jin-suk's shoulder. This is so frustrating. Hey Jin-suk, what are you doing? Getting the flag snatched like that. The 2 of them were practically nose to nose in an argument. Why don't you try guarding the flag against those 2 and see how you like it? Hyun wasn't hearing it. You should have at least stalled until Shinhu got back. He dropped the act and argued back. It's your fault. You're the one who wrongly claimed Haran and Adella were over there. That's why we're in this mess. This left Hyun speechless for a second. But I clearly got hit by Haran and Adella's attacks. The level-headed Shinhu took the opportunity to speak up. Both of you knock it off. There's no point in arguing. This wasn't anyone's fault. It's just that our opponents were too good. A young man rested his chin on his hand, watching the 3 of them. He was Dan-man from the 3rd-year team. The other 2 were Tez-Set and Hannah, also from the 3rd-year team. Then there was Jin-suk, also 3rd year. Shinhu was absolutely right. Hyun could only accept it. Jin-suk did the same, pursing his lips in silence. Once they finally quieted down, but he spoke up. Haran, Adella, seriously, what kind of trick did you guys use? Haran placed a hand on his chest, putting on a look of total sincerity. Allow me to explain the things you're most curious about first. To start, the only one actually guarding our flag was Sung-chan. Hyun slammed the table and stood up. So is it Sung-chan who used the wind blade and moonlight shell? Haran realized she was a complete noob for asking that. Of course not. All the binding spells used on you seniors were cast by me. Now, it was Jin-suk's turn to be in disbelief. What? But you were right in front of me. Are you saying you cast spells from our base to yours? Haran gave a flash of smile. The magic in his hand looked almost identical. The entire 3rd-year team gaped at what he was holding. Moonlight shell? That's impossible. Hyun interrogated him. That's the secret art of the mystic clan, Adella's clan. Don't tell me you violated a taboo and leaked a family secret? Haran manipulated the glowing orb in his hand and answered. Let me clear the air so there's no misunderstanding. She didn't leak any secret arts. This is a magic I analyzed and acquired myself. Sung-chan started to look puzzled. Analyzing a secret art? Is that even possible? Haran's firm assertion was his only answer. It is because I have eyes that can see the essence of magic. The entire group was stunned. Mystic eyes. Jin-suk stammered with his arms crossed. No way. Haran continued. Don't be shocked just yet. I analyzed the moonlight shell with my mystic eyes. And as soon as the match started, I anchored moonlight shells and wind blades all over the place. Sung-chan. He answered the call. Yeah. 1-2. Instantly, wind spears appeared out of thin air. Hyun's eyes widened in pure shock. She squeezed her eyes shut as Haran gave a light wave of his hand to dispel the wind spears. He slowly revealed the next steps. I used long-range magic by taking advantage of the spells already deployed in the air. He silently recalled the sessions of grueling training. This is an applied version of the magic I used against Hagu of the Blue Tower. Damman started to get curious too. Then what about the aiming? Min-suk, breaking into a cold sweat, added, Right, your spells hit us with insane precision. It was Sung-chan's turn to explain. That was thanks to the numbers I was reciting. Shinhu rubbed his chin, deducing coordinates. Haran confirmed seriously, close. The first number is the ID of the anchored magic, and the second is the adjustment angle for the trajectory. Time passed as I explained my magic to everyone. The magic I share with Adella and Sung-chan. The third-year crew had absolutely nothing to complain about. There's something even more important, though. Of course, I'm not going to mention the Bitinal-style magic formulas. After the session ended, Haran gave his closing statement. That's all for the secrets of my magic. At this moment, he noted everyone's expressions. Now the third-year seniors know what Adella, Sung-chan, and I are capable of. Since we're all in the same boat for the Olympiad, sharing a bit was for the best. It makes them comfortable and easier to lead. Thinking this, Haran raised his voice and pointed at each of them. Let me say it again. My goal is to win all. That means the gold medal. They listened in silence as he displayed his resolve. To achieve that, I really need your active cooperation. I think this friendly match proved just how effective my tactical plans are. I'm sorry for being so harsh earlier. So, please trust me and follow my lead. Hyun's attitude shifted in an instant, not because of Haran's sudden bow. Immediately after, he added a lucrative incentive. In return, I'll bring glory to all of you. Sung-chan was momentarily dazed, while Jin-suk, Dot, and Hyun helplessly conceded. She finally spoke up after their earlier friction. Fine. I'm not a fan of this, but I'll follow your lead. Hearing this, Hannah blurted out, What? Hyun turned and snapped. What are you so surprised for? She muttered under her breath. You must be in total shock. That was quickly dismissed. Whatever. I lost fair and square, so I have to listen to him. Otherwise, I'd have to give up my spot on the national team. And I'm sorry for calling you trash, Sung-chan. I saw your defensive magic. It's pretty solid. Sung-chan's eyes lit up at the compliment from the pretty senior. He excitedly shook her hand. Your fire magic is way cooler, though. After the meeting with the third years at Obelisk Academy, Dot somewhere in the academy cafeteria, Haran had a small celebration with Sung-chan and Adella. Everyone worked hard in the match against the seniors. Now, before we get serious about planning for the Olympiad, I need to ask you guys for a favor. Adella looked puzzled. A favor from us? Sung-chan quickly chimed in. What is it? Haran's voice dropped, becoming very serious. Regarding the night training. Could you guys carry on without me for a while? I have something I need to do alone. Adella's eyes widened with curiosity. Alone? Are you going to practice mana circulation? Haran's eyes showed a hint of calculation. Yeah, I feel like the wall of enlightenment is about to appear. But internally, he knew it was just an excuse. The word successfully stunned Sung-chan. The wall of enlightenment. Adella quickly deduced. Is it the wall for the fifth circle? Even though they were close teammates. That Haran had his own secrets. I can't tell these two about Bitinal-style magic. Even though I told everyone it was transformation magic. The power of level 3 Bitinal magic is equivalent to a fourth circle spell. To reach the fifth circle, I still need time to integrate level 4 Bitinal magic. The wall of enlightenment was just a cover to buy time. Opposite him, Sung-chan couldn't stop talking. Fifth circle at 18. Adella, he's just talking smack, right? She frowned and fired back. If he succeeds, he'll be the youngest fifth circle mage in the world. He's the GOAT. She believed him without a shred of doubt. Seeing how well the two took it, that he smiled with satisfaction. So, I'll be skipping the evening sessions for a bit. Sorry, but I hope you understand. It's all for a bright future, after all. Adella happily let it slide. If that's the reason, I totally get it. You don't have to join the night training if you don't want to. Sung-chan winked in agreement. Yeah, don't even show up starting tomorrow. You have my permission. Haran kept a straight face, thinking about these guys. He guessed to himself, they seem way too happy about this, don't they? Then Haran made a firm promise. Don't worry, I'll still be checking your physical conditioning regularly. The other two froze instantly. Wait, what? That's low, man. As night fell, the wind rustled through the leaves at the Mystic House. In-hyuk read the data on his computer and frowned. Horns of an octo beast, heart of calamity. These are some of the most expensive materials out there. What on earth are you planning to do with these? Haran stated without hesitation. They are essential for my magical breakthrough. Ever since I got Raybel's book, I've received hints on how to integrate level 4 from Mimia in Raybelbin's world. Haran closed the book and sighed. Mimia, isn't there a more intuitive book on expanding circles? She replied casually. He looked at Mimia, who was humming to herself in a corner. He asked pointedly, are you actually going to help me or what? Then buy me more books. As soon as she said it, Haran's hand touched a stack of books nearby. One of them fell to the floor, catching his attention. Haran quickly picked it up and muttered, Magical Pharmacology? Haran opened the first few pages. This book is pretty old. That brat Mimia just leaves stuff lying around everywhere. Suddenly, he got excited. Here it is. Mimia then nearly jumped out of her skin next to him. What? What is it? His eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected of Mimia, this method is definitely the way. Following the instructions in the Magical Pharmacology book, Haran studied through the night, paying special attention to one particular potion. A recipe for a secret elixir that can absorb a massive amount of mana. With this, the time needed to master the expanding circle could be shortened. Back to reality. Haran spoke with confidence. I'm currently standing before the wall of enlightenment. In-hyuk couldn't hide his shock. So, you're close to reaching the 5th circle? Determination showed on his face. Yes. Those materials are necessary for me to achieve this magical breakthrough. According to what was mentioned in the pharmacology book, he thought to himself, I can find most of the ingredients on my own, but for the rare ones not on the market, I have to rely on father's influence. At this moment, In-hyuk was considering it carefully. Even under scrutiny, Haran's spirit didn't waver. After a moment, he finally spoke. You don't look like you're lying. These materials are usually used for crafting secret elixirs. He nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. In-hyuk followed up with more questions. Where did you get the info on this elixir? I've never seen a formula like this. Haran kept Mimia's book a secret. From an ancient text, sir. This made him frown. In-hyuk's brow furrowed. An ancient elixir? Fine. If what you say is true, I'll help you find them at any cost. Getting his approval, Haran looked visibly pleased. Thanks, Dad. The man then let out a sigh of admiration. First it was the ancient cloak, now an ancient elixir. I don't know what you're up to, but it seems your luck is pretty insane. Haran felt a bit guilty and stammered. What do you mean? It was late at night. The driver took Haran back to the obelisk dorms. On the way, he recalled the conversation with In-hyuk. Then father asked about my magic. He asked for every detail about the spells I used against Hagu, and even the questions the Blue Tower Master had. Of course, I said I couldn't answer. So he's clearly suspicious. An ancient cloak plus an ancient elixir from an old book. It'd be weirder if he wasn't suspicious. Looks like I'll have to tell father about my magic sooner or later. The next morning, at the monster junk market, Haran disguised himself with a cap to blend in with the crowd. This is the place. Walking past a small stall in the junk market. The shopkeeper there tried to make a sale. Hey kid, I've got some red slime essence here. He glanced at the items on display. Gotta be careful when buying monster parts. The shouting continued. Get him while they're cheap. A nearby stall owner pulled out something else. Hey buddy, fresh cobalt skin just came in today. Haran was bombarded with offers after just a few steps. Magic scrolls here. Magic swordsman's blade too. Today only buy one get one free. He loitered nearby, reminding himself to be careful. It's hard to tell if you're not an expert. There are so many scammers among these sellers. As Haran walked past the stall, the owner grabbed his arm. Hey student, want to buy some Skeleton Spider Silk? This stuff is super rare. Haran smirked, showing he was a true connoisseur of magic items. Since when did One-Horn Spider Silk become Saint Spider Silk? Caught in her lie, the woman quickly raised her voice to save face. What? Don't give me that attitude. This is the real deal. To prove his point, Haran listed the characteristics clearly. Its main feature is a very distinct glow. The woman stood her ground. Exactly. You little brat, look. Can't you see this glow? He gave a contemptuous smile. There's a glow, but it's from a luminescent solution sprayed on the silk. It's a decent job, though. Must have been a lot of work making that spray, huh? She snapped in anger and shooed him away. Beat it, you little punk. Get lost. He continued his stroll through the junk market. They probably think a student coming alone is just some total noob. All 40,000 spells listed in the open source library. but I've memorized them all. How can I not tell a fake monster part from a real one? Don't sleep on my brain. Right then, Haran was still wandering through the monster junk market. What he needed to find was crystal clear in his mind. I came here to buy the materials needed for concocting the ancient secret elixir. Distinguishing real from fake in this monster junk market is extremely difficult. Because of that, among the merchants here, that there are many scammers. So, one must be careful when buying. Speaking of fake silk, Haran teased the stall owner. Nice job on the craftsmanship. Must have taken a lot of work to make that glow spray, huh? She lost it and went berserk. Beat it, you little punk. Get lost. Right after that, as Haran continued his search, someone called after him. Hey there, young student. You got quite an eye for detail, don't you? He didn't respond, just silently scoped the man out. The old man in glasses walked up slowly to Haran and spoke. Those people are absolute scum. I really want to help you, but there's an organization backing that shop. Sorry about that. Haran didn't say much, just casually replied, it's fine. Only idiots get scammed anyway. This line made the old man burst out laughing with delight. This kid is interesting. I'll give you a sweet deal. Stop by my shop for a bit. Haran agreed and took the chance to ask further. I'd be glad to. Do you have any black bull horns? The old man patted Haran on the back. As luck would have it, a shipment just came in yesterday. After a while, the old man led him to a dilapidated old house. This is my shop. I'll go grab the black bull horns. You wait here. With that, he hobbled inside. Haran watched him closely, staying on guard. A moment later, the old man brought out a glowing horn. Here, your black bull horn. S-rank quality. Not a single scratch, and the purity is over 90. Manometers don't lie. Go ahead, check it out. It really was as he said. The screen showed exactly 94. However, Haran was still a bit wary. The old man smiled and started ringing him up. Consider it fate. I'll sell it to you for just 27 million gun. You know this is high-end junk that usually goes for over 30 million gun, right? Today's your lucky day. A dark aura suddenly flared up around Haran as he questioned him. Since when did African buffalo horns become black bull horns? The old man's jaw dropped instinctively. Haran thought back to the woman selling silk and concluded, no wonder. It felt weird that guy was hawking fakes so blatantly at first. Turns out it was this two-faced scheme. Now I get it. You're all in the same gang, huh? Daughter? Daughter-in-law? Either way, you're not pulling a fast one on me. Let's stop wasting each other's time. Show me the real deal. If you actually have it. The old man's face cramped up, and he went dead silent. The cane he was leaning on dropped to the ground. He stood up straight and stretched, smirking. Haran's expression didn't change. Seeing this total shift in personality, the old man smiled. His attitude changed completely. Guess you're not just some average kid. My bad for being so disrespectful. Follow me. That night, on his way back home, someone opened the transaction notifications. Transaction history. Junk market old man's material shop. Payment. 37,540,000 gun. Transaction history. Junk market fresh material shop. Payment. 8,670,000 gun. Sook couldn't help but be shocked. Master, there's been a large transaction using young master's card. In-hyuk replied nonchalantly. Probably just buying some junk. Let be. I gave him that card to spend however he wants. He heard this and was totally confused. But why buy monster junk all of a sudden? What is he up to? The man frowned, leaning back in his chair. I heard it's to make an ancient secret elixir. Shikun. Muttered beside him. He's doing something weird again. But this is getting pricey. Let me go check the quality of the goods the young master bought. In-hyuk spoke up to stop him. No need. That kid has been an expert on every type of monster junk since he was 5. We didn't raise him. Thought to be stupid enough to not tell the difference between real and fake. What's the status on the Octo Beast horns? He checked the records and reported. The preliminary contract is done. We're currently negotiating the price. In-hyuk began to calculate. Including shipping time, it'll probably take a week. He then snapped his fingers to cast a silent spell. Then he got down to business. What about the internal audit I ordered earlier? Sikon explained cautiously. We are investigating carefully. It seems there really is someone colluding with the Black Tower. I intentionally leaked some reports related to the Black Tower and found traces of tampering. But we haven't identified them yet. My apologies, sir. For now, we will narrow down the scope of our investigation. We've checked the high-ranking figures capable of tampering with top-level reports within the clan, but no suspicious activity has been detected. Everything is too clean, not a single flaw. In-hyuk rested his chin on his hand, looking out the door. His voice was deep and low. No suspicious situations, and perfectly clean. Sometimes that very cleanliness is the evidence itself. Sook carefully noted the following words. The corners of his mouth curled into a suggestion. If they've managed to stay that clean, further investigation might be useless. In that case, we have no choice but to wait for the moment the mole contacts the Black Tower. Get ready. The Rebirth book was opened. Haran brought piles of materials to Mimi. I'm beat. She ran over, her eyes sparkling. The heir bought everything already? Now we just need 3 more items to concoct the elixir. What Haran needs to brew is indeed the elixir. Mana blessing. If absorbed, the assimilation rate with mana increases, allowing the body to take in a larger amount of mana than usual. Using this elixir can compensate for part of the mana required to connect the expanding circles. Mimi looked at him curiously. Will the rest of the materials arrive? Haran calmly informed her, I contacted father on the way here. He said about a week. Hearing this, she was fully confident. A week is just in time for the Olympiad. On the other hand, Haran had some reservations. That's true, but even when the elixir is finished, it can't be used immediately. According to this book, to maximize the elixir's effectiveness, it must be consumed in a place with a high concentration of atmospheric mana. After that, you must perform mana circulation. Mimi's eyes went wide as she asked. So, have you thought a location yet? Haran announced some good news. Yeah, I have a place. She was instantly curious. Where? The place he decided on was none other than Beckryon Island. Investigation results show this island has the highest mana concentration in the country, and it's been rising lately. Mimi crossed her arms, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Awesome. So when do we leave? He smirked and gave a suggestive answer. I have a plan. A few days later, in a room at the academy, someone shouted for real. The upperclassmen group looked absolutely ecstatic. They couldn't hide their excitement because Haran had made a total banger of a decision. We're going to have an intensive training camp on Beckryon Island. Following Haran's announcement, someone cheered excitedly. A training camp on Beckryon Island in a week? He held up 5 fingers as if signaling. 5 days and 6 nights of special training on Beckryon Island. I asked the Blue Tower Master for special permission, so you guys better get your minds right and prepare thoroughly. Hyon put her arm around Adella's shoulder, overjoyed. Amazing. This is going to be so fun, right, Adella? She shrank back timidly and replied quickly, Yes, yes, yes. Shinhu took out his phone and scrolled through it. I guess we need to prepare a lot of things. Seeing this, Sung-chan was curious. Why? Can't we just go and chill? His words were surprising, but his expression was blank. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear him? Even the Blue Tower Master is preparing the training drills. Jin-suk chimed in from the side. Just go and chill, my foot. Sung-chan looked worried, but seeing the team's current state, Haran was somewhat satisfied. The atmosphere was under control. The friction between the 2nd and 3rd years had been resolved. And I, after that friendly match, that have taken charge of everyone's training schedule. Thanks to the Blue Tower Master support, trust will naturally begin to form. Haran suddenly paused. All right, come to think of it. We have to go to the Blue Tower for a mana check right now. Everyone, get ready. Someone expressed their boredom. Huh? Really? What a drag. In the blink of an eye, thought they arrived at the Blue Tower headquarters. Sui was the one greeting them. You're here. I'm Sui of the Blue Tower. Standing before her was Haran's group. After exchanging a few words, Sui made a request. Those who need a mana check, please follow me. As for you, Haran, the Tower Master asked me to have you meet him privately. Follow her lead. Haran went to Kong Jin's office. Inside Kong Jin's office, the man held his cup, took a sip, and asked, You're here? Is the training going well? Haran nodded comfortably. Yes, thanks to you, everything is going very well. Immediately after, Kong Jin jokingly mentioned the 3rd year friction. No discord or other issues within the team, right? This time, Haran could confidently assert, none at all. Though there's still some awkwardness since we just joined up, everyone is getting closer quickly. The man burst into laughter. That's good then. As long as there's no trouble, just keep it up. Haran politely placed a hand on his chest. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the Beckryon Island matter as well. The man just laughed it off, not giving it much thought. It's nothing, just a small thing. Renting that island is no big deal. The reason I called you today, that you probably guessed already, right? Haran momentarily tensed up. Is it about the holy relic? His attitude made Kong Jin quite satisfied. Exactly. I want you to prepare to engrave your mana onto that holy relic. The reason a mage needs to engrave mana? Engraving mana is the process of carving an individual's mana code, obtained from a mana check, onto an artifact to optimize it for the owner's mana. The check the other members are currently undergoing. It's precisely to prepare for this mana engraving. Kong Jin directly suggested, I want to finish your mana check before you head out for the training camp. Understood. After careful consideration, Haran made a deal. Then after 8 p.m. would be best. And since you mentioned the engraving, does that mean you already have a vision of what the holy relic will look like when it's finished? His eyes sparkled with certainty. If we're fast, half a month. If we're slow, 3 weeks. Whatever happens, we'll have it ready by the time the Olympiad starts. After the test, Haran returned to the obelisk dorms. Raybell's book was open, which meant Haran had gone to see Mimiya inside. He held the magical pharmacology book in his hand and called out to her. Mimiya, I've finished this one. Is there a sequel? She used magic to designate another volume. Instantly, a book on the shelf hovered and flew down. It landed softly in Haran's hand. Mimiya gave a sly smile. Here's the next one. So, are preparations going okay? While reading, he replied absent-mindedly. Preparations for what? The expanding circle or the Olympiad? She didn't hesitate to ask both. He set the book down on the table. Haran rubbed his chin, pondering. The Olympiad is no problem. As for the expanding circle, still the same, no progress. Mimiya was curious. Is connecting the expanding circle really that hard? This made him quite pensive. On the contrary, theoretically, I've completely mastered it. The problem is my body's mana capacity is way too low. She used magic to create an illusion of a potion bottle and judged. So in the end, you still need the Mana Blessing secret elixir, huh? Haran closed the book and let out a sigh. He tried to reassure himself. But luckily, the materials seemed to be arriving sooner than expected. I heard the regulations have been loosened. Thinking of this, Haran turned pale. Wait a minute. Could the fact that the law was amended be because of father's interference? Unsurprisingly, Mimiya burst out laughing. The air really does have insane luck. He gave a forced smile and brushed it off. You think? Maybe so. Night fell further. The Blue Tower was silent as the grave. The next night, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Haran finally finished the check. Good work. This was your first time doing a mana check like this. That wasn't it? How was it? Haran spoke honestly about his feelings. The test itself was easy and went smoothly, but it took so long that I'm a bit wiped out. Kongjin burst out laughing and praised him. But Haran, you were actually incredibly fast. It only took an hour. Usually, it takes about 8 hours. Hearing this, his ears rang. What? The man took the report and explained. The fact that you called this test easy is already very impressive. Not ignoring those words, Haran thought darkly to himself. Even if it's just a simple test of moving mana continuously, anchoring mana precisely within a 0.3 error margin is absolutely no walk in the park. But tests like this are a piece of cake for someone who passed the second trial. Immediately after, Kongjin. I received the test stats. Anyway, the results are great, so we don't have to worry about the Holy Relic's completion quality anymore. At this rate, we can aim for a masterpiece. Haran laughed and scratched his head to play it down. Isn't masterpiece a bit of a stretch? Then the man clarified things for him. The Blue Tower has the 4th circle S-rank Holy Relic, the Imperial Ring. Of course, if we look at a single attribute. But it can't be as effective as the Imperial Ring. But Haran's Holy Relic. Dot is made from elemental mana stones, so it will be a composite Holy Relic boosting 4 attributes. Considering its versatility. But it's not at all inferior to the Imperial Ring. Hearing this, Haran hesitated, his cheeks flushing with joy. You mean? My Holy Relic will be at least 4th circle S-rank? Haran couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. That means it's one of the most elite Holy Relics in the world. Unbelievable. Seeing his reaction, Kongjin let out a small laugh. I think this is the first time I've seen Haran this happy. Haran clenched his fist and affirmed, of course. If it's being compared to the Imperial Ring, isn't that a huge honor? By the way, has that Holy Relic been named yet? Sorry, hold on. It's from my father. A message from In-hyuk arrived. Son, the ship is expected to dock at 2:20 a.m. today. Materials will be delivered at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Sukhan will hand them over right after your training ends. This was double the joy for Haran. All the ingredients for the elixir have been gathered. The next night, at 8 p.m., Raybel's book was open. Haran and Mimiya stared pensively at the pile of items before them. From mediocre materials to high-grade spiritual items full of pressure, Mimiya's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights. Perfect. The condition is great, the quality is top tier, and the size is just perfect. So the conditions are met to start brewing the elixir right away. Let's start by prepping the ingredients. A while later, Haran sat before the materials, meticulously checking the book. Mimiya warned him, since he might mess up, practice with the spare materials first to get the hang of it. He nodded cautiously. Okay, easy does it. Wait, is this not it? Mimiya reassured him from the side. It's still salvageable. Trim a bit more and try again. Process this one quickly, or it's gonna bolt. Somehow I think it's working. This ingredient is light sensitive. Carefully split this into 3 parts in the dark. Next. Alright, consider this part done. Haran's face was beaded with sweat. Now only the most critical ingredients remain. Seeing how much time had passed, Mimiya suggested, let's take a break, okay? He was reluctant, but agreed anyway. Fine. Haran listed his items. Octo Horn, Heart of Calamity, and the Eye of Levine. These are all insanely pricey materials. We'll probably never get another shot at getting them in such perfect condition. We absolutely cannot screw this up. So, Haran and Mimiya had a tea break. He took a sip, nodding in approval. This is actually fire. Immediately after, they both locked in. Ready to get back to work? Let's do this. Haran was meticulous in the first steps. Octo Horn. Channel as much mana as possible into the carving knife, and slowly shave it down from the surface. Mimia held her breath, waiting as he prepared to set the blade. The first cut was made. Suddenly, Haran's eyes flew wide open. Mimia brought over a glass case and placed the heart inside. The heart of Calamity must be soaked in fairy dust water to drain the blood, while keeping the temperature steady at 77 degrees Fahrenheit. This is a delicate stage, so you absolutely can't take your eyes off it for 6 hours. You need to coat the Eye of Levine with a thin layer of mana. If you don't, it'll explode while it's boiling. Finishing this step, Haran let out a sigh of relief. That's it for the pre-processing of all materials. Mimia turned to the next page. Now, the next step is to simmer and stir the ingredients continuously. About 10 hours. No one knew how much time had passed, but the sky was already beginning to brighten. Raybel's book remained open. Light filtered down into Mimia's world. Haran had drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Slow footsteps approached. Her face was full of happiness. Well done, successor. It's finally finished, safe and sound. 5 purple vials sat neatly on the rack. It was called the Mana Blessing. A few days later, the yacht headed for Beckryon Island. Sung-chan's hair fluttered in the wind, looking bright and glorious. He stared wide-eyed at the young man in front of him. Everything was going according to plan. Finally, it was time for the link training. With this, I'm fully ready to weave the expanding circle. Sung-chan ran up and put his arm around his neck. Yo, people are gonna think you're a model posing all cool like that. Want to take a pic? Haran frowned. What? You're just like those influencers taking say-hi pics. The scenery behind you is too perfect, but it feels like something's missing. Haran glanced at Sung-chan. If you decided, then just do it. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Sung-chan's head. He ran over to Adella and shouted, Hey Adella, let's take a group photo. She seemed interested. A photo? Sung-chan acted like a total Gen Z pro. Standing in front of a top-tier aesthetic view like this, and not taking a photo, is literally a crime. Adella blinked and whispered, Oh really? He nodded, rushing her. Exactly, it's a total crime. Come on, let's take it. 1, 2. Yeah, just like that. The trio shot is literally perfect. Let me post this to the group chat. I'm gonna go take some with the seniors now. Adella watched him walk away. She sighed in admiration. He's always so energetic, but today he's extra hyped. Haran, not interested at all, gave a casual explanation. Probably just excited. It's been a while since we've been on a trip like this. Seeing this, she chimed in, but this is a training camp, not a vacation. Is it okay for him to be that giddy? He sighed. Just let him enjoy it. Once the training starts, he'll run out of gas immediately. Then Adella asked something that made him pause. Aren't you excited at all? Haran questioned blankly. What makes you think that? In his deadpan state, she couldn't help but laugh. Your face is way too serious. Anyway, I heard the mana on Beckryon Island has been much denser lately. I wonder how thick it'll be. He looked at the island ahead and replied, We'll know when we get there. Adella, have you ever been to Beckryon Island before? She stood by the railing, the wind blowing through her hair. 5 years ago, from what I remember, it was a truly ideal place for training. A slight smirk touched Haran's lips. Beckryon Island. I'm really looking forward to it. Before them, the island slowly came into full view. Beckryon Island appeared clearly before their eyes. Sung-chan looked into the distance with excitement. We finally set foot on Beckryon Island. As soon as they arrived, the group was taken to their lodging. Haran had only just introduced. This is the lodge that the Blue Tower meticulously prepared. Sung-chan and Hyeon were screaming like total fanboys. Awesome. This place is actually insane. In the kitchen, several chefs were preparing lunch. Sung-chan locked eyes with a lobster on the table. His eyes sparkled like stars. Look, they even have lobster. This is top tier. Haran took one look and thought, I once prepared a similar seafood feast, just the scale was different. Nearby, Hyeon was inhaling every single cupcake. Adella, try this. It's so fire. Jin Sook, Dot, and Shin who were also having a blast at this buffet. The whole group happily sat down at the table. Immediately after, Haran appeared with a savage announcement. All right, after lunch, everyone rest for 30 minutes. Then, gather at the Beckryon Island training grounds at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Everyone was still chilling until 3:31 p.m. A short while later, at the Beckryon Island training grounds, Haran stood at the front, preparing for a light warm-up. Is everyone ready? Before we officially start the training, there's one thing we need to do. Since Beckryon Island, that has a significantly higher mana density than other regions, that you might feel some discomfort when absorbing mana through your circles. So everyone, try performing a mana circulation once. The third-year trio, including Jin Sook, closed their eyes and took deep breaths. The other third years followed suit. The rest of the group was no exception. Haran watched every single breath and movement they made. After observing, he gave his feedback. Senior Shinhu and Adella, I have no specific advice for you. Just continue as usual. The two replied while circulating, understood. Right after, Haran walked over to Jin-suk and Hyon. Senior Jin-suk, you need to reduce your circle's mana output by about 20. Senior Hyon, you're the opposite of Jin-suk. Increase your magic circle output by 15 from its current state. The others got a complete earful of scolding from him. Finally, it was Sung Chan's turn. Haran's hand was placed carefully on his back. Then he gave some dedicated coaching. Sung Chan, drop your output by 50 and adjust your posture to fit your frame. Sung Chan frowned in confusion. Wait, what? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Sung Chan looked at Haran in awe and exclaimed, whoa. That feels so much better. This is amazing. Seeing the training take effect, Haran pointed. Right? Okay. Now, maintain this state for 1 hour. Let's get started. Looking at his smile, they wailed, Lord, just kill me already. Oh man, you're a straight-up demon. Stop smiling like that. Time. That slowly passed for an hour. Haran informed the group, we're done. Hyon slumped onto the ground. Good grief, who circulates mana for a whole hour? Shinhu chimed in from the side, that was brutal. The third-year guy laughed weakly and said, if even he's like that, how is anyone supposed to survive? Just then, a bottle of water was handed out. Adella carefully offered water to each person. Have some water. Jin-suk took it and replied exhaustedly, thanks Adella. Haran didn't say a word. He just observed her expression, seeing her refreshed look. That he thought, Adella looks completely fine. As expected, the level of mystery magic is on a different playing field. After finishing up, Haran put his hands on his hips and spoke. Does everyone have the basics down now? Any more questions? Good. Now we'll begin the main training session. The training content here on Beckryon Island is self-directed practice. A question mark popped up over Jin-suk's head. Self-directed? Haran confirmed once more. Exactly. Everyone, train at your own pace. I've already given you all the advice I can. Throughout this training camp, evaluate yourselves and proceed independently. Then what are you going to be doing during that time? He casually gave a convincing reason. I also need adjustment training. In his mind, he had it all calculated. First, I need to get used to the mana density on Beckryon Island. That way, the efficiency of the progress will increase. Meanwhile, Hyon was gossiping with Hannah. Haran, you said this was your first time on Beckryon Island, right? He nodded. I thought you'd been here a dozen times, given how familiar you seem. The mountains ahead were what Haran was aiming for. The mana density is even thicker than I thought. This place is truly incredible. I must make the most of this environment to activate the expanding magic circle. With that, he dismissed them. All right, today's group training ends here. The next morning, when the sun was nearly at its peak, Haran went on a long hike. It should be around here. Suddenly, he sensed a strange source of mana. It made Haran flinch for a moment. Walking a bit further, he cheered joyfully, found it. Based on what he knew, in regions with high natural mana density, like Beckryon Island, there are points where mana concentrates even more powerfully. These spots are called mana nodes. It's also near the dorm area, and the mana density here is 5 higher than in other spots. Haran took out a vial of purple liquid from his backpack. Time to start by using one of the 5 auxiliary elixirs, the Mana Blessing. Finally, I can test its effectiveness. Without a second thought, he decisively downed it in one go. All right, let's get it. As soon as he swallowed, Haran started coughing violently. Ugh, this tastes like straight trash. Ignore the nasty taste. Let's see if it actually works. Haran quickly activated second circle magic. His cheeks flushed with excitement. A 3-circle, Bitinal-style infinity circle deployed. The amount of mana flowing into his body was several times more than usual. He clutched his chest in pain. This massive amount of mana. I have to stay focused. The magic circle was forming. If I don't precisely control the circulation, the mana will go berserk. Sweat poured down Haran's face like a waterfall. Just gotta endure for 1 more hour to activate the expanding circle. I need to increase my current mana by at least 20. 30 minutes passed. Haran muttered to himself, it's stabilizing now. If this keeps up, suddenly, for no reason, he spat out a mouthful of red syrup. Looking at the fluid in his hand, he cried out tremulously, what is this? 11 p.m. In a luxury hotel in the city, Jihan stood waiting for a call. The person on the other end of the line asked, you wanted to take out Haran? He frowned, looking clearly irritated. Yeah. Is that doable? The Black Tower mage smirked suggestively. Of course, it's always doable. However, dodging the eyes of the dark shadows, led by Sukun, is the real catch. Jihan couldn't keep his cool. Drenched in sweat, he snapped, obviously. You have to avoid them at all costs. The Black Tower mage crossed his legs on the chair. As I said before, making a move while they're monitoring is not smart. Our Black Tower says this because we don't want our VIP clients disappearing. Just then, a mutant rat scurried out nearby. Some cats spotted it while chasing the rat. The Black Tower mage told Jihan, "For now, stay quiet and wait for the right moment. When the target is alone, that's when we strike. One shot, one kill." He clutched his face and stammered, "No, that's too late. We have to act now, whatever the cost." The man just gave a mocking laugh. "Is there a reason we have to act immediately?" Jihan's panic turned into a full-on rage. "Si-kun." He's trying to back Haran up. Hearing this, the Black Tower mage was also startled. "You mean the current right-hand man of the Mystic Clan?" He urgently confirmed, "Yeah. If Sukun sides with Haran, I won't be the only one in trouble." The guy on the line agreed, "Exactly. We also hope you'll become the new head of the Mystic Clan, but like I said, eliminating Haran in there while avoiding Sukun is nearly impossible." Jihan sat down and argued loudly. "I don't care. Just because it's hard doesn't mean there isn't a way." The Black Tower mage flattered him, spoken like a true VIP client. "You're sharp. Actually, there's a very good way. As you suggested, the target happens to be on Beckryon Island right now, so there's a special method that might work." Hearing this, Jihan's blood boiled. "What is it?" The Black Tower mage drummed his fingers on the table, hesitating. Hearing this, Jihan's blood began to boil. "A what? A Black Tower mage?" He tapped his fingers on the table, hesitating. "It's triggering a mana disaster on Beckryon Island and disguising it as an accident." He immediately stood up and cursed. "Are you talking about causing an artificial mana disaster? Is that even possible?" The man remained nonchalant. "Of course, with the current state of Beckryon Island, it's entirely possible." Jihan was momentarily lost. "You mean because the mana density is rising?" The Black Tower mage hit the jackpot. "Bingo. Exactly. I shouldn't really be telling you this. It's classified. But since you're a VIP, I'll make an exception. Do you know what's actually on Beckryon Island?" Back to Haran. He had just coughed up blood. Looking at the liquid in his hand, he wondered, "What is this?" "This is..." Looking at the mana stream in front of him, Haran panicked. "A mana overflow. And this isn't just any regular overflow. A moment ago, it felt like I was absorbing mana. Now, every pore feels like a black hole, sucking mana in, even with a mana vein. But it shouldn't be able to release this much mana. Get a grip. I have to focus. This pain is making me lose consciousness." Mimia's words suddenly flashed through the successor's mind. "If that liquid causes your mana to explode, you absolutely cannot pass out. Endure it. You're dead." Just thinking about that gave Haran the motivation to stay sharp. He reminded himself, "I have to hold on until dawn. Just hang in there until the very end." The next morning, as the sun rose, Haran lay collapsed near the mana source. However, his consciousness was still intact. "I can't move my arms, even a mana in my body." Haran tried to lie on his back and breathe. "I can't feel a thing. I really overdid it. Wow, I'm lucky to be alive." After that, he curled up and pondered for a long time. "It's probably thanks to my regular mana circulation drills and Mimia's advice. But why did that mana overflow happen so suddenly? And now, I can't feel even a trace of mana coming from the vein anymore." Suddenly, something happened behind Haran. Time passed. 2 days later, in a private indoor training room on Beckryon Island, Sung Chan took a stance and pleaded with his opponent. "Please go easy on me." Haran warmed up, smiling as he warned, "Let's just see how it goes." He stood opposite him and freaked out. "I can't stand that look on your face." Adella signaled for the match to begin. "Go!" The moment she finished, Haran charged like a storm. "First circle, Sim Ui." Sung Chan struggled to maintain his shield. "You psycho. Watch your strength." "Watch his strength?" Haran was thrilled with what he had achieved. Even Sim Ui is stable. From the start, the total mana output has increased, and it consumes less mental energy. What about the resonance circle? By reducing mental drain. Its biggest weakness, limited usage, has been fixed. Efficiency and power have both increased by nearly half a circle. I haven't used resonance yet, so I can't be sure, but Sung Chan turned pale and pointed right at Haran. "Are you trying to kill me?" He didn't care, his mind still racing. No doubt about it, the duration and power have increased too. With that, Haran activated the Facer Circle. "All right, next, third circle, Turbulence." A scream echoed throughout the dorm area from inside the arena. Sung Chan's shield shattered. "I seriously hate this." Adella's eyes widened in admiration. "Incredible." Haran clenched his fist. "Nice." He felt an indescribable joy inside. This is actually pretty useful. The expanding circle. A night on Beckryon Island. The dorms were lit up, and the room was bathed in moonlight. Haran had just finished showering after a long day. He sat on the bed and let out a long breath. Clenching his hand again, Haran thought to himself, just as I thought, the turbulent circle has stabilized. The overall pressure has decreased while the range has expanded. I didn't use destruction in this sparring session. But I should be able to use it more consistently now. It's almost second nature. Haran half closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his pupils had turned gold. It wasn't just his mana that had grown. He thought the mystic eyes too. Since the mystic eyes develop alongside the circles, they've evolved. The mana output has increased. So the duration lasts longer too. I can see the colors of the formulas and even the essence of the magic more clearly. But setting that aside, something is off. Putting his t-shirt back on, Haran muttered, calculating the way the mana on Beckryon Island was getting denser by the day. There was something bothering him. No matter how I look at it, things are moving too fast. At this rate, it might even mess with our training. We might have to spend all our time just adjusting. After thinking it over, Haran made a decision. He took out his phone to search for related news. I'm pretty sure there's a research center in the middle of Beckryon Island. Okay, I'll make some time tomorrow to investigate further. At the same time, a source of dark mana emanated from the Beckryon Island Central Research Center. An eerie laugh echoed inside. There isn't much time left. Just a slight turn of this mana core axis, and the Black Tower mage revealed his face. It was Tookit. His eyes glowed in the night. It's all for the Black Tower. The next day, Haran informed the group, that's it for today. Great job today, everyone. I have to head out for a bit. Adella didn't pry, only offering a careful reminder. Take care of yourself. Seeing his expression, Shinhu wondered, where's Haran going in such a rush? Sungchan stretched his arms and quickly replied, yeah, I think he said something about going to the research center. Hearing that, he rubbed his chin and thought, that kid went to the mana research center? Jin-Suk explained, the mana density on the island has definitely been acting weird since yesterday. Someone hummed in agreement. Try and stay calm. Well, it's probably nothing serious, right? At the Beckryon Island Central Research Center, an observatory for the current situation and a facility researching the mana overflow. Haran arrived, shrouded in suspicion. This is the only place I can ask about the mana anomalies on Beckryon Island. Just then, a girl stepped out from inside. Hello there. Haran scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry for showing up so late. She waved it off gracefully. Not at all. We're actually the ones who invited you to come at this hour. Given the current situation, we contacted you urgently. Haran took the opening to probe further. This is about the mana anomaly, right? Have you guys found the cause yet? The girl shook her head helplessly. Not yet. We haven't made any significant progress so far. Currently, the leading theory is a mana vein riot. The director will explain the details in person. Please wait here for a moment. A few minutes later, she opened the door to the room. A strange mana presence emerged. A figure stepped out, and the door closed behind him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Haran nearly jumped out of skin. The person standing before him. That was Tookit. Sorry for being late. Haran froze for a beat. He played dumb and asked, is there something on my face? Realizing he was acting weird, Haran quickly shook his head. No, you just look younger than I expected. Tookit smiled politely. Thank you. Would you like some tea? However, deep down, Haran knew better. That was a lie. I already knew the director of the Beckryon Center was young, but this unsettling feeling. This guy claims to be the director. He's at least a 7th circle mage. A 7th circle is considered archmage level, and nationwide, there are fewer than 10 people at that level. Would someone like that really be working as a lab director here? Just then, he brought out 2 cups of coffee with a friendly look. Is coffee okay? Haran almost got goosebumps. Sure, thanks. Haran didn't even have the energy to touch the cup. Is he hiding his power? Or is he a fake? Whatever. I need to verify this fast. Mystic eyes. Haran's pupils instantly changed color. He saw a strange source of mana enveloping Tookit. Instinctively, Haran broke into a cold sweat. This is... Suddenly, he whispered Haran's name. I heard you often train on Beckryon Island. You've endured so much, and now this happens. Haran tried to regain his composure with a forced laugh. Yeah, this island is ideal for magic training, but even adaptation training has become overwhelming. Tookit feigned concern. The mana density. That over the past few days is an extremely rare anomaly. Since the situation is too unpredictable, it's best if you stop all forms of strenuous training. Haran didn't have time to care. His mind was racing. Non-elemental 6th circle illusion magic. False image. A spell that uses a special mist to hide one's identity, making the caster look like a totally different person. This director is a fake. And this dark mana flow. I remember it now. It's the same mana that surrounded Instructor Smith. This person is a mage from the Black Tower. Haran's nerves were shot. An unthinkable thought crossed his mind. Wait, does that mean this place is a viper's nest? Looking at Tukid, Haran calmed himself down. Stay cool. If I know, I know. That not just me, but even my friends and seniors will be in danger. For a moment, Tukid's eyes were sharp as a blade. He raised his coffee cup and spoke nonchalantly. So, you wanted to discuss the mana density on Beckryon Island? Haran laughed, trying to pivot the topic. Yes, I need to continue training, but lately the mana density changes so constantly that it's hard to adapt. Tukid held a tablet in his hand. With a fake smile. I see. You must be dealing with a lot. As for the current mana density of Beckryon Island, the two went back and forth for a while. Who knows how long it lasted? Haran just talked and talked until the night grew even deeper. Haran smiled as he left the research center. Well, I'll be going then. Sorry for bothering you so late. Inside, Tukid waved goodbye. It's nothing. I had a very pleasant time as well. Immediately after, he walked away leisurely. Long after he left, the fake smile remained on Tukid's face. Suddenly, Tukid felt something was off. The girl beside him brought out the mage's cloak. Black Tower Master, thank you for your time. Should we send someone to tail the target? He smirked as he threw on the cloak. No need. Just leave him be. A shadow is already following him. Any more would just leave unnecessary traces. Anyway, he doesn't have much longer to live. She reverted to her original appearance. Understood. As you command, Lord Tukid. But Tukid only smiled, revealing his wolfish nature. Then he whispered, Now, shall we head underground? The girl hurried after him. But Lord Tukid, why the sudden visit to the lab? Don't you think the target might have sniffed out our plan? He pushed open the cellar door and replied. It's not an issue. Even if he knows, it's already too late. The core has reached its limit. And by tomorrow afternoon, the entire island will explode. The mana stones were currently undergoing a transformation. Mana was surging frantically. Tukid waited with pure delight. No matter what power is used, it cannot stand against the greatness of nature. Soon, the world will be plunged into darkness. Everything was going exactly according to the Black Tower's plan. On the way back, heavy breathing echoed. Haran was sprinting back to the dorms with all his might. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is the Black Tower at the lab? Am I being followed? And that director? If he's at the 7th Circle, he's an executive level member even within the Black Tower. Why would someone like that show up on a remote island like this? Could he be here to take me out on Jihan's orders? But they must know I'm being monitored by the Dark Shadows. They aren't stupid enough to be that reckless. Maybe I'm not their real target. In short, the mana waves keep rising on Beckryon Island. Doubting the fact that the lab director, that is a high-ranking official from the Black Tower, clearly shows they're up to something shady on this island. Just then, a request from Jihan arrived. And our training camp. That matches that timing perfectly. If they've tampered with something to cause a mana overflow in a vein riot, this would be the perfect chance to kill me without leaving a trace. But I don't have hard evidence. The most important key, that must still be at the lab. First, I need to ask Sukhan to investigate that director. No matter what happens, I have to get everyone off this island. The next day, Haran was visibly agitated. The ship isn't departing. The official stood blocking the pier. Already told you, the weather is a total mess. No boats are heading out to sea today. He asked for another option. What about the mana ships? Only regular boats are affected by weather. The man pulled down his cap. Then he explained, the mana ships are out of commission too. The mana density is so high lately that the engines overheat every time we start them. We can't use them. The man beside him frowned helplessly. And since there's no mechanic here, we're stuck. Haran gnashed his teeth, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Did the Black Tower prepare everything this far in advance? Sungchan stood nearby, gossiping. What? The boats aren't running. Sungchan nodded, trying to find a workaround. Yeah, I think we have to request a mana ship from Incheonport. Shinhu looked around and noted, helicopters probably won't work in this extreme weather either. Jin-Suk suggested naturally. Should we head back to the training center? Haran had to concede and look for a better plan. Let's head back to the dorms first. His mind was a mess. I haven't told them yet. I'm worried they'll panic. The situation began to take an abnormal turn. Suddenly, Haran's phone vibrated. He was quite shocked, because the message from Sukhan said they couldn't locate the lab director anywhere on the island. Upon receiving this, Haran's face went cold with anger. A high-level Black Tower executive just vanished? And right now, he questioned the current predicament. Were they plotting? A heavy rain began to pour down on the island. Haran met with Sukhan to check in. Uncle, what's the status? His eyes sharpened. Take it easy for a second. First, let me set up a rain shield. Haran folded his umbrella and asked urgently, Thanks. So, what's the situation? Sukhan recounted in detail. After getting your message, I immediately broke into the lab to investigate. The lab was completely empty, and all the important data seems to have been wiped. We've been scouring the whole island since last night, but the director is nowhere to be found. Haran felt a surge of doubt. What the hell? Did he achieve his goal, or just leave in a hurry? Either way, this move was too fast. He looked a bit worried for Haran. Young master, but there is definitely something fishy about that lab. His voice dropped low. You think so too, right? The two talked for a long while. Naturally, this strange rain is likely a result of the mana overflow. It's too early to conclude the Black Tower vanished because they finished their job. Haran made his decision. I need to investigate the lab right now. Sook stopped him. We already did. Suddenly he thought of In-hyuk. You always want to do everything yourself. You're just like your father in that regard. Thinking this, Sook placed a hand on his chest in agreement. Understood, young master. We will accompany you. Haran smiled. Before he could finish his thanks, a massive headache hit him. Young master. Heavy rain poured down against the mana shield. What does that sound? Sook called out in a panic. Young master. Instinctively, Haran realized something was off. This is a mana resonance sound. It's different from the clear resonance coming from my own infinity circle. It sounds like mana clashing with mana, screaming at each other. It's coming from the direction of the lab. Sook ran over to support Haran. Young master. Are you okay? He struggled to reply. I'm fine. More importantly, didn't you hear that sound just now? He frowned, looking around. Sound? I only hear the rain and the wind. From those words, Haran formed a hypothesis. Am I the only one who can hear the scream of mana? Why is it screaming? Is it trying to tell me something? Mystic eyes. In the distance, the research area was covered by a barrier. Haran couldn't hide his shock. What? There's a barrier circle around the lab? It was overflowing with unstable mana, looking like it could explode at the slightest touch. The mana in the air was thick, a massive amount, enough to shatter the lab's shields. And that scream from the mana. There's no doubt. This is a mana disaster. And this is the omen of a mana detonation. Haran's agitation grew by the second. Damn it. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Sook, I'm heading to the lab. Seeing him act so recklessly, Sook called after him. We're going with you. Standing before the barrier, the mana clashed violently. Even Sook felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is happening here? One of the team members reported. A solid security shield was set up around the lab's outer perimeter. It wasn't their last night. Looking at the thing in front of him, that he thought to himself, a high-level security shield made of 720 parallel formulas. Even if one or two are dispelled, the rest will immediately restore them. Then Sook realized something else. Young master, it'll take at least 10 hours to break this. This is overkill for a lab like this. Young master, so you think there's something? Inside the lab? Haran didn't turn his head. He just slowly sensed it. Yeah, I'm not certain, but it looks like there's going to be an explosion inside. Furthermore, that it's a force strong enough to blow away the entire Beckryon Island. For a moment, the entire guard team was spooked. Haran concentrated magic into his hand. Using his 5th circle level, he declared, first, I'm going to destroy this barrier. Lightning lit up the sky. His mana source struck, causing cracks to appear in the barrier. A team member stammered. That barrier still has 719 more layers. Assessing the situation, Haran judged that the mana inside the barrier was expanding rapidly and was about to overflow. He quickly signaled Sook's group. Please step back a bit. Immediately after, Haran applied everything he had learned. Every magic matrix has a weakness. Exactly. If just one formula is shattered, the energy concentrated inside will exceed the barrier's self-recovery capability, and it will collapse in a chain reaction. Find that opening. And break the magic matrix to destroy it. Dispel. Sook's eyes widened in shock. The people around whispered, no way. The protective barrier is gone. He frowned in disbelief. Young master, I heard you only recently reached the 5th circle, but one of the team members spoke up. I'm also 5th circle, but young master Haran's magic is on a completely different level. He didn't care much, only giving a stern command. Get inside. Outside, it was still raining heavily. Going inside, a team member noted, just as I thought, the security room is completely empty. Haran walked in one direction and said this way. He could sense something. That dense mana. It leads this way. The wall looks suspicious. Turbulence. A basement appeared. This is a secret entrance. Sook stepped forward and suggested. We'll go in first. Young master, please stay behind us. Haran nodded and followed. All right. The whole team fumbled through the dark basement toward the end. Sook guarded the young master. Looking at the fluctuating mana of the mana stone, the situation was clear. The cause of the mana disaster on Beckryon Island. An out-of-control mana mass, a mana core. A high-density mana energy source found in areas with thick mana concentrations. Cores are usually located deep underground, and they release mana into the air through mana veins. The The mana vents form this way. That are called mana veins. In the lands where many mana veins intersect. In areas where multiple mana veins form together have an overwhelmingly high mana concentration that is second to none. What the hell are they trying to do? Faced with this situation, Sook had to think of a countermeasure now. Unbelievable that they'd dig up and research a mana core. One team member chimed in, "These guys are straight up tripping. Looks like they're illegally stockpiling mana cores." Haran's face darkened with rage. He remembered that Tookie guy from the other day. Exactly. It seems the Black Tower is behind this, but the lab director's identity is still unknown. First, we have to handle this situation. Sook approached Haran and reminded him, "Young master, that there was once another nation that tried to research mana cores, and half their territory was wiped out by a massive explosion. Even if we warned the whole island to evacuate immediately, that with the mana core reacting this violently, we don't know how much time is left." Haran stood before the mana stone and took a deep breath. "I'll take a look." His eyes glowed as he activated the mystic eyes. Dozens of charms and magic circles appeared before his eyes. Haran couldn't help but get a headache. The amount of information was overwhelming. Even with the mystic eyes, I can't process it all in time. But one thing is for sure, the time remaining. That is only 1 hour. Beckryon Island will blow up in an hour. Seeing his collapsing state, Sook shouted in concern, "Young master." He was turning pale. Haran quickly informed the team, "I'm okay. More importantly, it looks like it's going to explode within an hour." Hearing the shocking news, that everyone around began to panic and whisper, "Only 1 hour?" Sook spoke up. "Evacuation is impossible." Haran agreed. "Yeah, we don't have enough time." Realizing something, he replied hesitantly, "Then the only choice is..." With a sharp gaze, Haran growled out, "That's the final key. We have no choice but to stabilize the mana core." But the contradictions, that in his thoughts began to surface. But how do I stabilize a mana core? There's no record in the world of anyone stopping an out-of-control core. Let's start by analyzing the core itself. According to what I read in the books at Mimia's Spring, the books say locating a mana core is nearly impossible. That's because cores are usually located deeper than the mantle, but near the outer core. Even if a core is near the surface, it radiates mana over such a wide range that pinning down its exact location is extremely difficult. Furthermore, once excavated, a mana core loses most of its power because the surrounding geological structure changes. It can no longer function as it did. But this core still retains all its functions. Those Black Tower bastards. What on earth did they do to this mana core? Haran gnashed his teeth bitterly. Damn it. He looked into the distance with regret. His heart was in turmoil. We know too little about this mana core. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. Cutting through his train of thought, it was his trusted guardian. Haran asked blankly, "Uncle Sook?" Understanding this dire situation, but he spoke gently to comfort him. "You don't have to carry this burden alone. We're here with you." Receiving their support, Haran regained his composure. "Yeah, you're right. Thanks. In any case, we don't have enough info right now. Let's gather everything we can about the mana core." Everyone got to work. Sook also hurried to report. "I'll go report this to him." He agreed. Yes, do it." While the situation was shifting, but he fell back into deep thought. At this point, I don't even have time to rely on Father or the Blue Tower Master. Only 1 hour left. I had to find a way to stop this mana disaster. Elsewhere, at the main estate of the great mage clan, amidst the dark night, rain fell in torrents. Inhyuk appeared with a mysterious tone. "I see." The voice on the other end urged. "Only 1 hour until that core explodes?" "There isn't enough time." He replied sternly, his face shadowed. "But if my son dies, I can't just sit here and do nothing." Immediately after, Inhyuk gave the order. "This is me. Mobilize all operational mana battleships immediately and summon all mages of the 8th Circle and above." On the other side, the force continued to investigate clues. Suddenly, one person stopped. He shouted joyfully, "Young master, I found the research log data." Receiving the result, Haran urgently probed, "Yeah, let me check." It seemed the mystery was about to be unraveled. The info panel popped up. The countdown was ticking away. Secret data flooded the screen in front of him, overlapping in a mess. Haran suddenly spoke up. "That's a massive amount of data, and it's counting down." He pondered, trying to guess the purpose. Could this be a system that wipes everything the moment someone accesses it? Even if someone finds this data, they just fall into despair and choose death. Haran turned around, questioning, "Can we back this data up?" The person beside him replied, "Everything is sealed with a secret spell. We need more time." Hearing this, that he froze in shock. The person behind him stammered, "Young master?" A brilliant golden glow flashed from his eyes. Haran shouted angrily, "It's analyzing all the data right now." Everything hit a dead end. He thought furiously, I didn't think we'd find direct traces of the Black Tower here. The link between the Black Tower and that bastard Jihan is still just a theory. Am I really, right here, going to die? And everyone's going to die because of me? Don't make me laugh, Jihan. I'm going to survive and drag you down myself. Haran muttered to himself for a while. Looking through the mana core's energy lines, he seemed to realize something. He rejoiced. Yeah, that's it. But a second later, he hit another wall. Haran hesitated while forming a tactic. But how do I disperse it? We don't have enough people. No, there's no other choice. Quickly, get the whole team over here. And bring that bag from my dorm at the same time. In an instant, the lineup was fully assembled. Adella asked with a worried face, that's the mana core, and it's going to blow in about 40 minutes, right? He confirmed grimly, yeah. I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to make it out alive, we have to stop its rampage. Shinhu added so. That this was the cause of the weird weather lately. Hyon spoke up in a panic, damn it. If we don't do something, we're all dead in 40 minutes. Jin Sook crossed his arms, questioning the idea. What do you mean do something? You got a plan, right? Haran confirmed cautiously. Yes, of course I do. I called you all here to stop the wrath of this mana core. This is an elixir called Mana Blessing. It only works for mages of the 4th circle or below. It significantly boosts the mana absorption rate. This was sounding sketchier by the second. Someone else jumped in to ask, why did you bring something like this? Is it even safe? Haran exclaimed with total confidence. I made it myself and already tested it. It's not toxic. Just like that, one by one they pushed forward, asking, wait, you drank it yourself? You actually made this? After a heated debate, that he reached a conclusion. There are 4 vials left. With this, we can release the mana core's energy through the ley lines. This was the outdoor plan. Thunder and lightning crashed violently, but the storm wouldn't wash away his resolve. The mana core on Beckryon Island is currently raging, and the ley lines releasing its energy are unstable. On those unstable lines, that if we use the elixir and directly absorb the mana overflowing from the core, that will be dispersed through the unstable ley lines, causing them to go into a frenzy as well. Before that happens, that the frenzied ley lines will cause a mana purge. The mana will be released into the air, and the core will gradually stabilize. Cutting off his own thoughts, Haran emphasized. But there's one problem. Like I said, someone needs to drink the elixir and perform mana circulation on the unstable lines. Naturally, and overwhelming, that amount of mana will flood their body, more than they've ever experienced. In the worst-case scenario, the one who drinks it will fall into a mana-induced madness. If that happens, it's not just the end of their life as a mage. Back to reality, walking with an umbrella, Hannah called out Adella's name in shock as she stood in the fierce weather. But Adella risked it all, closing her eyes and trying to swallow every drop. The warning echoed in her ears. It could cost them their lives. Gaining her resolve, she quickly urged, we're out of time. Start now. On the other side, the final critical moment had arrived. His mind was more determined than ever. I'll stay here until the end because I have to stabilize this core. That means I can't go to the ley lines. So now, I'll designate who drinks the elixir. Adella, Senior Shinhu, Senior Jin Sook, and Senior Hyon. I'm counting on you all. The rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The man in black led Hyon's group to the location. We've reached ley line number 4. Haran was on the other end, too tense to even raise his voice. Senior Hyon, please get ready. Hearing this, she looked at the test tube in her hand. Without saying anything, Hyon turned slightly and called out to him. Haran, quick question. What's more important, mana circulation control or a mage's circle rank? It's mana control, right? Haran answered calmly through the screen. Yes, that's right. He realized she might want Sungchan to take her place. Then it's better for Sungchan to handle this than me. He panicked, his tone wavering. Me? Hyon looked at Sungchan as if she had something she wanted to entrust, but couldn't put into words. Haran, you know too. Sungchan can control mana better than I can, considering how serious the situation was. That it made sense to let the more capable person take over. Sungchan hesitated at her attitude. Senior, not only that, Hyon made a request. You work harder than anyone else. Help us, Sungchan. The vial was passed from her hand to his. Sungchan stared at the vial in his hand, his throat going dry. He dropped the umbrella as a bolt of lightning struck across the sky. All right, I can do this. I'll make it happen. Are you sure about this, Haran? Haran closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he smiled and raised a fist in a gesture of absolute trust. Of course. I'm counting on you, Sungchan. Thick black clouds loomed over the sky with no sign of breaking. A pair of slender hands reached for the phone on the table. Tukid dried his hair, his gaze calm as he looked at the screen. So it's finally starting. Today is going to be a very special day. Time to enjoy this luxury suite. Right then, the phone began to ring incessantly. He happily picked up with a mocking grin. Welcome, honored guest. The voice on the other end was a total contrast. My father has realized the mana core is going berserk. Jihan shouted into the phone, his face contorted. And now what? Took-it acted nonchalant, as if nothing was wrong. Then I won't do anything at all. His tone was almost unbelievable. What? What are you saying? Do you have any idea how much money you've swallowed? Took-it's hands weren't idle. He drew a strange magic circle. Oops, my phrasing was bad. It's not that I'm not doing anything, but it's that I don't need to do anything. Beckryon Island is currently completely isolated. Even if an 8th circle master acts now, by the time he reaches Beckryon Island, there will be nothing left but ashes, whether we intervene or not. Shinharan will die there anyway. So just enjoy the show, dear client. On Jihan's side, things weren't much better. He spoke with restrained anger. What? You just got lucky that the storm made things go smoothly. You're acting a bit too arrogant now. Took-it's face darkened at the criticism. I think there's a slight misunderstanding here. Do you really think it's a coincidence? The storm appearing right at this moment? Jihan grimaced, confused by this twisted attitude. What I'm saying is, right before the mana core explodes, the ley lines collapse, the engineers vanish, and a storm surges to blockade the ports. Took-it raised his hand toward the sky as if to rule over it. The storm is sucking mana from the core. Even flight magic is useless amidst all this. Do you still think this is all just a coincidence? Hearing that, Jihan finally began to suspect something. Are you saying all of this was part of the plan? He continued slowly. A new explosion just occurred. An explosion will hit Beckryon Island within the hour. That means the assassination plan will be complete. Jihan's hands tightened as anxiety set in. But what if the plan fails for some reason? Took-it flashed a bizarre smile and spoke with contempt. If some miracle happens and he survives, then I'll personally go kill him myself. So stop with the mindless complaining. Just get my reward ready. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jihan hurriedly tried to hold him back. Hey, wait. Hold on. Before he could finish, Took-it rudely hung up. He looked at the phone in his hand. His heart was full of schemes. Took-it was still happily enjoying the game. But then, his eyes widened in genuine shock. A streak of light over there. The light caught Took-it's attention. A streak of light? No way. His pupils dilated unnaturally. Damn it, Haran. You're actually unbelievable. The scene shifts to Adella. No matter how hard the rain lashed against her face, but she remained steadfast. Over on Shinhu's side, but he closed his eyes to block out the noise. Ley line number 1 has begun mana circulation. Ley line number 2 has also begun mana circulation. Ley line number 3 has also begun mana circulation. Done. He closed his eyes, entering a state of deep focus. Haran held his breath, waiting for the results and praying in his heart. I'm counting on you guys. Everyone was carrying out the mana circulation. The swirling mana within the core stone began to disperse. The mana flow is changing. Sukhan reported the status to him. The connection to each vein is stabilizing. Mana communication is no longer affected by the weather. Together, the group made a decision. We're going to project an illusion. The announcement rang out. Haran looked up, waiting. Mana surged at ley line number 1. Adella couldn't hold it in anymore and coughed up blood. Worried, he issued an order. Get Adella away from the ley line immediately. The key to this operation is triggering a mana surge. There's no need to keep circulating mana on a surging line. Lady Adella is safe and receiving first aid. Shinhu couldn't handle the massive pressure and has passed out. Mana surge detected at ley line number 2 as well. Shinhu is also receiving first aid. It was clear that the mana core's energy had significantly dropped. Over on Jin Suk's side, things weren't much better. Mana surge at ley line number 3. Snap out of it, Jin Suk. Haran was drenched in sweat, his voice extremely urgent. Only ley line number 4 is left. What's the status of line 4? Before the report could finish, Hyon screamed. Current status of ley line number 4, Sungchan. Sungchan coughed up blood, clutching his heart. He let out a roar of pure agony. Sungchan's mana circulation is glitching out. At this rate, he'll die before the surge even happens. Beams of light from the sky that shot straight down into the ley lines. A mana eruption. That occurred at the first ley line. Mana eruption at the second ley line. And now, a mana eruption. Dot at the third ley line as well. Haran stood watching the massive stone. Looking at the test tube in front of him, the mana within the spirit stone had depleted to the point it was visible to the naked eye. Only ley line number 4 remains. How's the situation at line 4? The scene shifts to Hyon. She called his name anxiously. Current status at ley line number 4, Sungchan. Sungchan clutched his heart, groaning, unable to even respond. He let out a painful, thunderous roar. Sungchan's mana circulation is failing. At this rate, he's toast before the surge hits. Hyon wanted to rush and save him, but she was held back. Trade with me. Just as I expected, I have to. Mintist immediately stopped her. No, we don't have any more elixir. She was in agony, but could only curse under her breath to vent. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? Sungjiang. Dot hunched over, feeling the pain shoot through his entire body. It hurts so much. My organs feel like they're going to explode. Haran's voice rang out. Dot tried to keep a hold on his last bit of sanity. Sungchan, can you hear me? Haran's voice called his name repeatedly without stopping. Sungjiang, let's then gafao. Among the ley lines. Dot carrying mana from the lightning spirit out. 3 are out of control and erupting. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If I look closely at the flow, the mana stream heading towards Sungchan is. That's it. That's the flow hitting Sungchan. It's Sungchan. He's enduring too much, causing his mana cycle to spiral violently. Haran made the final call and instructed Sungchan. I'm going to cut off the mana flow heading your way now. In the meantime, fix your breathing. The black aura, swirling around the spirit stone, seemed to be slowing down. Haran pushed himself to the absolute limit. To control it. He gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. Just to save his comrade. Haiyan rushed to Sungchan's side. The pressure from the ley line has settled. Now's the time. Fix your breathing, Sungchan. If you don't pull this off, everyone is dead. I'm putting everything on you and your skills. If you give up and die, you're basically killing yourself. So you better get it done. Do you hear me? Sungchan spoke exhaustedly. You're so loud. I hear you. I have to do this. Despite saying that, his heart was still full of anxiety. But my whole body aches. Did everyone else go through this pain? No. Right now, Haran is carrying my share. I can't let go on like this. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sungjiang. Haran tried his best to persuade him. Until he agreed. I'm restoring it right now. You can do this, right? Sungchan's face hardened as he clenched his fists. Can I do it? No, I will do it. He screamed internally. I have to do it. Shards of light began to float gently. Haiyan was overjoyed. Sungjiang. Sungchan, his eyes rolled back, looking a bit terrifying. The man in black reported the status of ley line number 4. Confirmed mana overload. Sungchan has passed out. Immediately after, Haiyan and Mintist helped him up. The image of them was reflected on the screen. Over on Haran's side, things weren't much better. Young master, you push yourself too hard. His eyes were glazed over with exhaustion. Yeah, I'm Fina, because I believe in Sungchan. Sukhan looked at him and offered a few words of comfort. Your comrades truly are extraordinary mages. Hearing this, Haran suddenly remembered. That's right. I'm not doing this alone. Everyone believes in me and follows me. And they put their lives on the line for those words. But it's not over yet. Beckryon Island is in a critical state because of the spirit core. Even though the stored mana has dissipated, an explosion is only a matter of time. From here on, it's my turn. Haran had regained consciousness by now. He resumed his mission once again. Haran stared intensely at the massive spirit stone before him. A second later, his pupils shifted to gold. Mystic eyes. Everything became crystal clear to Haran. Good. I can see the structure of the spirit core and the flow of the ley lines. He raised his hand high, a white light concentrating in his palm. 6-circle, Bitonal-style resonance circle. Even with everyone risking their lives to dampen it, the spirit core's mana is still at this level, even in my current state. That I can still suppress it. Multiple energy sources gathered. The scene was ethereal. Turbulence. Haran gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he made his move. Even Sukhan held his breath in anticipation. 2 powerful energy streams collided. The test tube shattered. Dispel. A powerful beam of light shot straight into the sky. The spirit stone glittered with 7 eye-catching colors. At that very moment, but it seemed like another explosion occurred on the island. Time passed. A large hole appeared in the roof of the base as the black clouds began to scatter. The sky gradually returned to a clear blue. Sungchan remained unconscious with no sign of waking up. Sungchan, he's out cold. Unsurprisingly, he slowly blinked his eyes open. Am I going to die now? Haiyan and Mintis were so scared they barely dared to breathe. Hey, you idiot. You moron. How dare you try to die? Look at the sky. Haran did it. It was just the 2 of them, but they were so loud. Sungchan, are you listening? The sky. You're right. It's beautiful. That kid Haran really pulled it off. But if this is the end, it's not a bad way to go. Sungchan woke up as if from a long dream. Adella and the others were all hovering over him with concern. You're awake? Sungchan looked dazed, still unable to process reality. Where's this? Aren't we all dead? This is the hospital. Jin Suk held his phone and spoke to him cheerfully. Beckryon Island and everyone else are safe. While you were asleep, the news and the internet went absolutely viral. Sungchan took the phone to check the news. Haran's name was all over the front pages. Shin, who stood before him with arms crossed, and added, That kid went straight back to the academy without resting. He's handling the aftermath and the mob of reporters. Adella sighed in admiration. Truly extraordinary. The scene shifts to In-hyuk. Shikun. That finished his briefing. Is that the end of the report? Yes. Using his mystic eyes, thought he discovered the lightning spirit was erupting. He used magic I've never seen before to neutralize it and save everyone. I witnessed everything right by his side. In-hyuk rubbed his temples, deep in thought. It's certainly curious. Of all things, he gets caught up in that exact incident. And yet, he somehow had the perfect way to solve it. He gave him further instructions. Regarding the Beckryon Island incident, we've decided to conduct a joint investigation with the Blue Magic Tower. Even if we stopped it this time, that a disaster like this must never happen again. A magical book appeared with various items flying out of it. Mimiya pouted, looking very upset. Haran gave a forced smile. He prodded carefully, not wanting to trigger her. Mimiya, why the long face? The magic book flipped open. Mimiya's angry gaze locked on Haran. Haran broke into a sweat, his limbs going cold. He gave a shaky laugh. Mimiya? Mimiya remained silent, her small body leaning toward him as she examined him. For some reason, Mimiya let out a suggestive smirk. A second later, she couldn't contain her emotions. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Haran. Mimiya got more and more hyped, jumping around in front of Haran. He didn't quite get what was happening, but kept smiling along. Suddenly, Haran remembered something and asked, Wait, there's something I need to ask. Mimiya turned back to him. Go ahead, what is it? Haran's eyes couldn't hide his suspicion. There doesn't seem to be any info here about dark mana. Do you know anything about it, Mimiya? She seemed to realize what he meant and pointed into the void. Dark mana? If you mean dark attribute mana, it's over there. Haran rubbed his chin. No, not that. I mean mana that has been eroded by darkness. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Mimiya looked more and more confused. Haran looked at her earnestly. Mimiya? After a moment of hesitation, Mimiya spoke up. The aura around her showed a flicker of dissatisfaction. Her eyes turned a glowing crimson as she questioned him. Where exactly did you learn about that corrupted mana? Hearing this, Haran hesitated. His face was clouded with thought. He just realized he hadn't told her about the Black Tower yet. How should he explain this? After a while, he finally said, All right, here's the deal. After a long explanation, Mimiya shouted in shock. So you've been constantly threatened by the Black Tower? Haran replied honestly. First it was a teacher at the academy, and this time it was the director of the Mana Research Center on Beckryon Island. Both times I encountered them, that I saw they were enveloped by that corrupted dark mana. It made my skin crawl. It was like a cold chill running down my spine. That's the feeling I always get whenever a threat from the Black Tower is closing in. Mimiya instinctively clenched her fists. Why are you only telling me this now? Haran looked at her tentatively. I'm sorry. After I met you, I thought I wouldn't have anything to do with the Black Tower anymore. Mimiya turned her back on him, sulking. Even so, something this important. Haran let out an awkward, placating laugh. Well, I'm telling you now, aren't I? Mimiya's blood pressure spiked at his remark. She slammed her hand on the table, scolding him. Are you messing with me? I'm going to tell you something extremely important, so listen up. You know that all modern magic originates from primal magic, right? Haran nodded in agreement. Of course. Mimiya continued. The Infinity Magic Circle is a system based on primal natural mana. Then do you think the source of the dark magic used by the Black Tower, the stuff you just mentioned, also originates from primal magic? Haran rubbed his chin, voicing his doubt. No, it's totally different. It carries an aura completely distinct from standard dark attribute magic. Mimiya raised her voice and pointed at him as she answered. Exactly. The origin of normal dark magic is just basic dark magic. It's entirely different from primal magic. This is a branch, or rather, a magic system that is completely separate. Hearing this, Haran grew tense. Are you saying there was another founder who created dark magic? Mimiya replied with a low, serious voice. Precisely. A calamity upon this world. One whose existence erodes mana and stains the entire world. The progenitor of dark magic. The one who destroys the structure of all current mana. His name is Vezado. Meanwhile, at Shin Jihan's penthouse. Inside, Jihan smashed a vase in a fit of rage and screamed. Took it. What the hell did you just say? Didn't you say Shin Haran would definitely die on Beckryon Island? Because of the mess you caused. That Haran has now become the hero who saved the whole damn island. Now, there are way more factions within the clan supporting him. All the front pages are praising Haran. Jihan grabbed Took It by the collar and barked. How are you going to take responsibility for this, huh? Jihan's face turned pale with fury. But Took It didn't show even a hint of fear. Took It's voice was cold and murderous as he spoke. Let go of me. After his collar was released, Took It sighed. My apologies. I don't like showing my true face. He continued calmly, of course. that I will take responsibility for this. This is my fault. Jihan quickly shot back. Take responsibility? What do you mean by that? Took it explained nonchalantly. His reputation has soared. He has more supporters, and he's even been nominated as the next clan head. But if he dies, everything you said won't mean a thing, right? Jihan, unable to keep his cool, interrupted. You mean you're going to kill Shin Haran yourself? How? Tukid spoke. The Olympiads. As long as the target remains in this land. That he cannot escape the eyes of the darkness or the surveillance of those in power. But when he goes abroad, that will be my chance. At this, Tukid let out a sinister laugh. In the name of the Black Tower and the gods of the night, I will personally finish him to erase this disgrace. The scene shifts to the exterior of a villa at night. Haran lay on his bed, lost in thought. Information regarding Vezado is only unlocked upon reaching the 5th circle mage level. Earlier that afternoon, Mimia had been clear. All I can tell you now is that the Black Tower is definitely your enemy. You must become stronger to face them. However, Haran's current feelings. I couldn't find peace. I still feel uneasy, even though I know the name and power of the person behind. That the Black Tower, along with the mana cloak. But it's only partially revealed, and I can only use that mana cloak from level 5 and up. True magic, the power of the mana cloak, and info on Vezado and black magic. That all of it is surely linked to my advancement to a 5th circle mage. Anyway, I have to get stronger to participate in the upcoming Olympiads. The next morning, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Haran, dressed sharply, looked at the tower with excitement. Kang Yin stepped forward to introduce him. This is the artifact workshop we're proud of. Haran followed up. That machine hasn't been announced to the public yet, right? Kang Yin called out to him. Haran, what happened on Beckryon Island was unexpected. But we also feel a sense of responsibility. We promise to support your team even more in our role as sponsors. Thank you, Tower Master. Haran smiled and replied, Thank you, Tower Master. Kang Yin then said, Now, there's something you have to see. Haran looked at the machine before him and asked in surprise. What is this? His eyes were full of doubt as he asked again, What's the deal with this? I've never seen this kind of machine before. Kang Yin rubbed his chin smugly. Of course not. He introduced it with full pride. This machine was built, specifically to craft an artifact for you, Haran. Haran was speechless. Wait, what? You built this whole thing just to make a relic? Kang Yin nodded in agreement. That's right. This machine compresses mana stones with a deformation rate under 0.1 per cycle. After about 100,000 repetitions, the mana stone becomes as thin as paper based on your request. You wanted an artifact that doesn't hinder movement and is simple and light to operate. We researched many ways, but nothing was more effective than this. The world's first 4-attribute fusion artifact. It's also the first artifact activated via eye contact with the user. The Blue Tower's greatest masterpiece. Haran exclaimed in awe. What? All of this just to make one magic tool? Kang Yin explained warmly. I tried several other methods, but none were as optimal as this one. The first 4-attribute combined magic tool globally and a pioneer in gaze sync technology. The Blue Tower's crown jewel. These magic tools will open a new era because of you, Haran. I'm absolutely sure of it. A while later, after the tour ended, Kang Yin looked at him and asked, How's the food? To your liking? Haran looked at his plate and replied, Yes, it's delicious. He wiped his mouth, satisfied, and added, Thanks to you. That I got to know such a fantastic place. Kang Yin laughed. Glad to hear that. So then, the man's face turned serious as he lowered his voice. Can I ask what you wanted to tell me? Haran didn't hold back. Yes. Actually, it's about the security here. Kang Yin snapped his fingers, cutting him off with a smirk. No need to worry about security, but it's always best to be airtight. Immediately, a protective barrier enveloped the space where they were sitting. Kang Yin got down to business. Now go ahead. Haran spoke. I'll get straight to the point. There was a hint of mystery in his eyes. To be clear, at the upcoming Olympiads. But it's very likely the Black Tower will interfere. Kang Yin shouted in shock, What? Can you elaborate on that? Haran added. In the interview after returning from Beckryon Island, I went public with my mystic eyes, right? That allowed the enemy and the Black Tower to grasp my weaknesses and see the flaws in my abilities. But it was a necessary choice. To explain the events at Beckryon Island. And it was also a chance for me to prove my power to the public. And based on what you know about the clan. Thanks to that, I've gained quite a bit of support within the Great Mage clan. Kang Yin looked at him with interest. I saw that interview. Haran, you took a risky gamble to become a target at the Olympiads. Naturally, this strategy requires insane confidence. And elite skills. But isn't your mystic eye also a detection type like my red eye? So what does that have to do with the Black Tower? Haran didn't deny it. Yes, but my mystic eyes can identify mana through colors. Kang Yin repeated in surprise. identify through colors? I see. Now I get it. He probed further. Meaning, this time you identified the Black Tower's signature mana? He replied honestly. Exactly. At the Linsmith event, I recognized their mana through its color and confirmed it belonged to the Black Tower. And on Beckryon Island, that same signature black mana from the Black Tower was detected on the Central Lab Director, Kong Yin. Rubbed his chin, analyzing. So it's highly likely the core riot there was also masterminded by the Black Tower. Furthermore, there's someone within the Great Mage clan who wants to take you out. And currently, the clan, is in a fierce struggle over the next successor. Which means the person trying to harm you is linked to the Black Tower. Is that what you're saying? Yes, Haran nodded. Precisely. Kong Yin added. Since they went as far as they did on Beckryon Island, they definitely won't miss the chance to attack when I go abroad for the Olympiads. Haran spoke up. Tower Master. He looked at him and clarified. I promised to bring back a victory in exchange for the Blue Tower support at the Olympiads. But when facing an enemy like the Black Tower who plays dirty, my life is always on the line. Therefore, during the Olympiads, I want the Blue Tower's protection. A while later, Haran was on his way back. He looked out the window. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. Currently, I can't give a definitive promise. I'll give it serious thought and get back to you depending on the situation. It sounded like a rejection, but coming from the Blue Tower Master. It essentially meant a 99 yes. The remaining one was just for him to verify things himself before making it official. Later, the driver spoke up. We've arrived. Okay. Haran replied. Thank you, sir. Stepping out of the car, he looked at the building. With this, I've secured a power base for the Olympiad, but I still feel uneasy. The Great Mage clan here is truly the key to solving everything. As soon as he stepped inside, someone called his name. Haran. Jihan stood on the floor above, looking down. Long time no see. Haran called a brother politely. But inside, he was already annoyed. The first person I run into is this guy. Jihan remained friendly, smiling as he spoke. I was so worried when I heard about the accident on Beckryon Island. It's such a relief to see you're okay. In his mind, Haran screamed, bullshit. What rotten luck. Regardless, he had to play the part, putting on a pageant-perfect smile. I'm touched you were so worried about me. Haran's voice turned cloying as he added. It was just a minor injury, so I'm totally fit and feeling great now. Just like this. Jihan kept his smile and praised him. I see. That's a relief. You overcame a huge crisis. Truly excellent. He slowly walked down toward Haran, spoken like my brother. Yet his voice couldn't hide the underlying sarcasm. Next time something happens, just come to me. That's what brothers do for each other. Haran gave a stiff laugh. Of course. I'll definitely hit you up. But you're always so swamped with work. Anyway, don't worry about me. You're the one who shouldn't stress too much. Jihan quickly interrupted to correct him. Now don't say that. Of course I have to care. I feel so proud to have such a reliable younger brother. A servant standing nearby. That was moved by their brotherly love act. It's wonderful to see such a tight bond between you two. Indeed, with young Master Jihan leading the Great Mage clan, we'll surely grow even stronger. What a heartwarming scene. Jihan, a total pro, placed a hand on Haran's shoulder. He smiled gently. Actually, his eyes held a malice he wasn't even hiding. I heard a rumor you're aiming for the gold medal at the upcoming Olympiad. Haran didn't back down. Yes, since I'm participating, winning gold will bring great benefits to the Great Mage clan. Jihan laughed out loud, looking at him with praise. Admirable intent. I believe you'll succeed. I'm putting my expectations on you. I'm truly proud to have a reliable brother like you. Haran smiled slightly. Yes, thanks to your support. But I'm confident I can win. I need to grow up faster so I can support you more firmly. Jihan laughed and quickly released Haran's shoulder. He checked his watch and continued, it's time. I have to head out first. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a sinister grin. Let's meet in a better place next time, Haran. Haran felt no fear. Watching his back, he thought, of course, that's Shin Jihan. He's definitely plotting something for the upcoming Olympiad. Kong Yin had smiled cryptically too. Let's meet in a beautiful place next time, Haran. Haran watched him walk away, lost in thought. For sure. That bastard Shin Jihan. He's definitely planning to pull some shady shit during the Olympiad. At the Great Mage clan main estate. In Shin In-hyuk's research room, Haran gave a serious greeting. Long time no see. Looking at that familiar figure, he softly called out, Father. In-hyuk's face was cold, his aura darkening a bit. Sit down. He walked closer to the boy. Time passed until nightfall at the Obelisk Academy dormitory. Haran returned to his bed and sat down comfortably. A pensive look was clear on his face. He recalled the conversation with In-hyuk that afternoon. I told Father a lot at the main estate, starting from the Linsmith incident, then about Sahu Uuk. And finally the incident involving the Black Tower on Beckryon Island. Regarding the Beckryon Island case, Uncle Sukhan had surely reported it already. The result of sitting across from the old man? After the Olympiad ends, that I'll be protected by elite members of the shadows, including Uncle Sukhan. Thinking of this, he lay down on his bed. So, I've done everything I can. The things I'm still hiding from father are about Shin Ji-han. Conspiring with the Black Tower, and that the magic I use is the Bitinal style. 9 days left until the Olympiad. The next morning at the training ground, Haran spoke up enthusiastically. All right, today's training ends here. Looking at the team members, he added, since there are only 5 days left until the Olympiad, start managing your physical condition seriously from today. Hyon stretched comfortably. That feels refreshing and weirdly sweet. Jin Sook, beside her, chimed in with this progress. I wonder if we'll actually snag that gold. Sung Chan rubbed his hands and said, Brother Jin Sook, just have faith in me. Since the Beckryon Island incident, all team members had recovered from their injuries, and we immediately resumed training. Adella, drinking banana milk, asked Shin Haran, do you want a carton too? Banana milk? Haran hesitated. Maybe later. After Adella drank the mana blessing on Beckryon Island, and circulated mana through the raging veins, her mana circles had become much stronger. Jin Sook and Shin Hu's circles also significantly strengthened. Not quite like Adella's, but still very solid. I give up. I said I give up. But the truly surprising thing was, Haran looked towards Sung Chan, because Sung Chan risked his entire life to circulate mana. He broke through the wall of enlightenment and reached the fourth circle. The more Haran thought about it, the more he couldn't hide his joy. Crisis really is opportunity. Thanks to this, the number of tactics we can use has increased beyond belief. Then, Haran stood among them and clarified. One more announcement. Everyone remembers the flight adjustments too. But the Olympiads? Shinhu asked skeptically, what's up? Did something happen? Haran didn't hide it and spoke straight. Yeah, there's been a slight change of plans. He announced loudly. We've been provided with an even better flight. Tomorrow, we'll board the Blue Tower's private jet and depart for the U.S. at 10 a.m. sharp. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Sung Chan yelled in excitement. What? We're leaving tomorrow? On the Blue Tower's private jet? Haran followed up. Everyone, make sure you're packed and ready. The next day, Hyon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gasped. It's so beautiful. Haran held up the ring on his finger. Hyon immediately asked, is this the artifact we'll be using in this Olympiad? He quickly replied, yeah. The Blue Tower's artisans upgraded them, for us personally. Per regulations, the exterior looks like the other countries, just a different color. Sung Chan excitedly snatched a ring from Adella. Adella, let me see that. She barked suspiciously. Why? This one's mine. Sung Chan grinned and added, does wearing multiple rings boost the effect? Haran chuckled softly. These rings are customized to each person's mana frequency. So, hearing that, Sung Chan's face fell as he pouted. Sung Chan collapsed onto the floor in a heap. I feel like my stomach is being turned inside out. Haran snapped his fingers and explained, that's what happens when you wear someone else's. Someone stepped in from outside. I forgot to mention that beforehand, Kang Yin said. He added, also, since the artifacts have a synchronization period, it's best to wear them all day. The Blue Tower Master, Kang Yin, gave an awkward smile. Sorry I'm late. Haran stepped forward politely. You look exhausted, sir. You wave it off? No, I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Actually, his elemental waves were so unique that he was the only one who kept failing during the artifact imprinting. Haran already knew the answer in his heart, but hearing that it finally succeeded thanks to the Tower Master's efforts, he realized the man must have pulled an all-nighter. Suha, who was standing nearby, spoke up. It's time to head out. Kang Yin said urgently, oh boy, is it that late already? Let's get moving. Outside at the airport, the weather was perfect. The plane prepared for them was ready. Inside, it was airy and luxurious. The group went wild, their eyes brighter than headlights as they screamed in excitement. Is this a private jet? This is sick. Kang Yin told Suha. We have about 40 minutes before takeoff, so everyone feel free to explore. Suha, please show them around. Sorry please softly, just Sir. Haran walked over immediately after. Considering you provided both the artifacts and the private jet for us, I'm truly grateful. Kang Yin sat down and replied calmly. I still haven't paid back the debt I owe you, Haran. More importantly, there's something I must tell you. Hearing this, he was surprised. Yes. Kang Yin snapped his fingers and an envelope appeared. Haran looked at it and asked in surprise, secret documents sealed with magic? The man looked at him seriously and clarified. Haran, the movements of the Black Tower have been abnormal. Haran looked at the envelope in his hand and exclaimed, secret files with hidden magic? Kang Yin spoke clearly. Haran, every single move the Black Magic Tower makes is highly unusual lately. Outside, the plane was preparing for takeoff. Inside, Kang Yin added more info. I've also been investigating the Black Magic Tower in my own way from many angles. Haran skimmed the documents. unable to believe his eyes. Such detail. The man sitting opposite him added. As you can see, the number of incidents suspected to be caused by the Black Magic Tower this year is 67. He then pulled out a laptop. And this chart shows the number of incidents caused by the Black Magic Tower from January to May over the last 15 years. Haran took in surprise. Excluding this year, the average is about 131 cases annually. I didn't expect this year's cases to drop by half. That fluctuation was definitely not normal. He explained, and this is from 11 years ago. This is the number of incidents that occurred between January and May that year when the Great Atlantic Wormhole Incident happened. If it was the Great Atlantic Wormhole Incident, but that's one of the 10 greatest calamities in the world. Haran felt increasingly uneasy as he read. No one has ever officially announced it, but it was a man-made disaster caused by the Black Magic Tower. Kang In looked straight at him. As you can see, that the number of incidents from January to May, 11 years ago, was 61. The pattern is nearly identical to this year. He spoke his thoughts seriously. So that means there's a high probability the Black Magic Tower is currently prepping for something, like a terrorist attack. I've pinned it, he said, pointing to the screen. That's my assessment. Now, look at the next data set. This is a map comparing this year's incident locations with those from 15 years ago. He asked. This year, the incidents in the U.S. are strangely frequent. Kang In nodded. Exactly. And furthermore, this year's Olympiad. Haran repeated in horror that is taking place in the U.S. This year in America, the Black Magic Tower is planning a terrorist attack right when the Olympiad kicks off. The man warned him sternly. We're going to have to prepare very carefully. A massive storm is coming. That is arriving. A short while later, the flight reached its destination at Los Angeles International Airport, USA. Sung Chan excitedly raised a hand to his forehead to scan the horizon. So this is America. Even the smell of the air here hits different. Jin Suk raised both arms high, soaking it in. Is this the scent of freedom? Hyon cut him off with a scoff. That's just the airport's air purifier. Suha walked ahead and looked back at them. Let's go. I'll lead the way for you all. Someone noticed Kang In was missing and asked, isn't the Blue Tower Master coming with us? Suha replied, no, he has a prearranged meeting with the Red Tower Master. Adella looked at Haran. The Red Magic Tower. That I'd love to visit there sometime. He smiled gently. Me too. Suha walked a bit, then turned back to ask, if that's the case, should we set a schedule? The two of them exclaimed in surprise, what? Suha looked at them with a neutral expression. The Red Tower Master also expressed a desire to meet Shin, Haran, and Adella Stars. Haran followed up excitedly. Then if it's not too much trouble, we'd love to accept that invitation. Adella added enthusiastically, yes, exactly. A while later, night had fallen. The streets were nearly empty of pedestrians. Only their vehicle could be seen rolling down the road. Assistant Suha discussed business with a subordinate nearby. Sung Chan couldn't contain his excitement and said, they're pretty thorough, huh? Haran replied, for real. That's why I said they're getting more reliable by the day. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere. Haran looked toward the source of the light. Adella, sitting next to him, also took notice. Sung Chan glanced up warily with them at the sky. The source of that light radiated more intensely by the second. The three of them quickly jumped back as a high-powered attack aimed right for them. Assistant Suha and the subordinate were thrown back in shock. Hyon looked over, stunned. What the hell? Hyon called out anxiously, Adella. Sungtang. Jin Suk screamed in fear. Haran on that side. But a light appeared within the white mist. Luckily, the three of them had managed to deploy a protective barrier just in time. Someone approached from a distance. Impressive. That was some perfect coordination. It was a UK representative, Kyle Vinsha. Vinsha smiled warmly and gave a formal greeting. Hello, Korean representatives. I wish you all a very good evening. Adella wasn't being friendly at all, her eyes filled with killing intent as she stared at Vinsha. I didn't know the British greeted people like this. This is a first, Kyle Vinsha. Vinsha kept the smile on his face, defending himself. Oh, not at all. England is a land of gentlemen and ladies. There's no way they'd greet someone like that. This isn't a greeting, it's a provocation. Sungchan couldn't keep his cool. He barked angrily. What are you even saying? Stop talking out of your ass. Vinsha drew a weapon from his bag and replied with a smile. I'm serious. Honesty is a knightly virtue. Let's fight, right here, right now. Vinsha pointed his blade at Haran. Shin Haran, I'm dying to see your skills. Haran spoke up without a shred of interest. Why should I fight you? Kyle Vinsha, also known by the nickname Knight of the Storm, replied, full of confidence. Because I want to. If you need a ring, I'll have someone set it up immediately. He was a battle mage, specialized in high-speed close combat using wind magic, fitting for his nickname. Haran was bored just listening to it. He felt nothing but judgment. Rumor has it he's a total battle junkie with an aggressive streak who loves fighting the strong. Still, I never thought he'd be this unreasonable. Haran didn't want to deal. With this crazy person. So he signaled a rejection. Pass. Blown away, Vinci yelled, wait, why? Sung-chan chimed in mockingly, exactly. Adella added with disgust, you haven't changed a bit since the freshman tournament. Haran took Vinci's previous momentum, and threw it right back at him. He brushed back his hair, confidently, and clarified, because fighting you gives me 0 benefits. Besides, it'll be a huge mess if you get hurt. Vinci's jaw literally dropped. What? What makes you think I'm the one who's going to get hurt? Haran's teammates started to get worried. Here we go. That psycho's at it again. There it is, his bad habit. Vinci looked at him with a serious face. Even though you might have info on me, a 5th circle magic swordsman, Haran interrupted indifferently. I don't need it. Vinci took a critical hit for the 2nd time. He instinctively recoiled and screamed, that's insane. Maya stepped in at that moment. See? I told you it wouldn't work. Vinci called out in disappointment. Maya Nezentia of the UK team spoke emotionlessly. Don't be so bummed out, Captain. We'll get to fight him next week anyway. Then Maya looked at them and added, on behalf of Kyle, I apologize. Sorry for causing you trouble out of the blue. He didn't mean any harm, so please understand. Haran replied indifferently, I really don't mind. That magic was all sound and fury. It didn't cause a single bit of damage to the people or the bus. It was just empty magic, right? With that, Vinci and Maya took their leave. Thanks for being cool about it. We're heading out then. Vinci still cheerfully waved. Next time, I'm going all out, okay? Sung-chan watched them leave, totally lost. What's wrong with them? They're like a hurricane. Haran turned serious. You're right. It looks like it's going to be a series of storms from here on out. The group also got into the car and left. Hyon was the first to speak up, clearly annoyed. What was up with those psychos earlier? Jumping out and attacking us out of nowhere. Then they give some half-baked apology and just bail? Seriously. The more she spoke, the more worked up she got. Are they literally mental? There's no way I'm letting this slide. From the front seat, Haran looked back. So what are you going to do? Hyon replied loudly, what else? I'm reporting them. At the very least, they need to get flagged or penalized. Haran cleared his throat and continued. There won't be any penalty. Hearing that, Hyon lunged toward the front seat. Why not? They literally use combat magic in the middle of a public area. Haran explained seriously, but Kyle's Winter Cutter was just a harmless mass of wind attribute mana. Even if it hit you directly, it wouldn't leave a single scratch. Sung-chan finally realized, no wonder my shield didn't even flinch. He added further. Besides, we're in the States. That level of magic isn't even considered crime here. It's viewed more as mage testing, just observing each other's spells. Shinhu sighed. Plus, they were recording with man observation cameras. That footage alone is enough proof that, well, Hyon can only suck it up and vent her frustration. This is so annoying. They're so calculative, it's disgusting. Adella thought for a while before speaking. Seeing how well prepared they were, they probably challenged other teams too. Right? Haran replied, most likely. Adella asked again, their goal must be gathering intel, right? Haran nodded. You bet. Recording it with those cameras. That helps them rake in a ton of data. Shinhu added, even Sung-chan's magic from earlier was exposed. Sung-chan thought ahead and asked, but would many teams actually agree to such a reckless duel? Haran agreed. Oh, there'll be plenty. Sung-chan was shocked. Why? Haran cut him off softly. Remember what Kyle said? It's because he can gather data. Not on a 5th circle mage like me. Sung-chan leaned back in his seat, annoyed. Right? If they fight, they could also gather data on Kyle. Haran looked at him seriously. And the reason I dodged the fight is because my info is worth way more than his. Sung-chan just dismissed it casually. Yeah, whatever you say. At this point, you're just flexing. It's a calculated decision. Shinhu looked out the window. Looks like we're almost at the hotel. By now. Hyon still couldn't swallow her anger and barked. This is so frustrating. I am fuming. I'm definitely not letting those guys off. Jin-suk immediately replied, Ma Jin-suk, come with me. I'm coming too. Inside, the room was clean and airy. Haran took a quick look around. All right. That's the prep done. Now for the Idris tome and Mimia. Where's the tome now? Suddenly, a box under the table caught his eye. What's this? A magic vault too? Haran placed his hand on the magic book. After transferring his cultivation method for a while, he spoke with satisfaction. As expected of the Olympiads. The scale is different and the treatment is top tier. Even if it's not the ultimate grade, this security system is more than enough. He kept searching. Nice, finally some free time. I'll focus on my own business. He saw Mimia and called out, Mimia, I'm here. Mimia looked at him. You made it safely? Haran replied casually, I'm safe at the lodging. Mimia asked back, really? Nothing happened on the way? He put a hand to his mouth and gave a dry cough. Well, if you have to call it a problem. A moment later, the room fell silent again. Mimia sat on a chair and recapped. I see. So the Black Magic Tower is highly likely plotting something. And then there's the UK team. You didn't cause any trouble, did you? Haran hesitated. Of course not. Why would I cause trouble? Mimiya stood up full of confidence. I pretty much get what you're saying. Helping with that is my role too. Just trust Mimiya and leave it to me. Haran added worriedly, I've always trusted you. But what do you mean by getting it? Mimiya immediately cast a spell. Searching through several magic books. Haran's eyes went wide in surprise as he watched Mimiya. In an instant, 3 magic books were placed on the table. Haran picked one up to examine it. What's this? Mimiya introduced them formally. What else? Books for a 4th circle mage. Haran was stunned. What? How did you know? Mimiya spoke confidently. I could just tell. The UK team is smarter than I thought. The odds of clashing with the Black Magic Tower are rising. You need to level up your strength, even just a bit, for emergencies. Mimiya then excitedly repeated his possible thoughts. Mimiya, show me how to reach the 4th circle. It's this book, right? Haran corrected her while reading. Stop laughing like that. But you're not wrong. You're right about that, Mimiya. Haran gripped the book tightly and declared, I have to power up to prepare for what's coming. Mimiya replied happily. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Haran looked into the book. And in this book, it writes about the realm of a 4th circle mage, Harmony. I need to master this before the Olympiad starts. Later that afternoon, the sky was peaceful. Haran was taking a walk when he spotted Adella. Adella. Her eyes looked sad as she replied, hey. He walked over to her. What's up? Why are you sitting all alone in the park? I'm just walking. Is something bothering you? Adella stuttered, no, it's getting late. But her eyes couldn't hide the anxiety. I have nothing to worry about. I should get back to the hotel. Thinking back, that she looked off during group training today, and she seemed totally out of it during dinner too. Realizing this, he started to panic. Something's definitely eating at her. This is bad. Adella is the backbone of our team. If her mood tanks, the whole team will spiral. Seeing her leave, Haran called out, wait, Adella, do you want to talk for a bit? Time passed, and it was already evening. Haran was trying to figure out the reason behind Adella's slump. Is it the visit to the Red Magic Tower tomorrow that's bothering you? Beckryon came to the training grounds this morning and told us the schedule. I noticed your mood shifted. Adella dismissed the idea. No, it's not that. Haran started to get anxious. It's not? Then what is it? Adella looked down sadly. You won't laugh, right? Haran agreed. I won't, I promise. Adella's expression turned dead serious as she spoke every word clearly. Did you know? In America, they don't sell banana milk. Haran looked a bit dumbfounded. It felt like his brain was being crushed by 1,000 bananas. Adella started sobbing uncontrollably. With tears streaming down her face, she looked pathetic. What am I going to do? Without it, Adella, Haran called softly, unable to hold back a smirk while covering his mouth. They sell banana milk in the U.S. too. You can find it in the import section of the supermarket nearby. Adella screamed in excitement. No way. But Hyeon Yuni clearly said. Suddenly, she dashed off. Hyeon Yuni totally trolled me. Thanks. Catch you later. Haran waved cheerfully. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I need to go prep for tomorrow too. Finally, the day to visit the Red Magic Tower arrived. The young man felt completely awestruck. It's like stepping into a dream. I can't believe I'm actually standing here. Everyone marveled at the sight. A man wearing glasses praised it. It looks just like a spaceship. I'll go prepare the paperwork for the tour. Please wait a moment. Hyeon turned to Adella and spoke sincerely. I'm sorry. I'll never pull a prank like that again. Sung-chan was still dazed, not understanding what was going on between those two. Haran, looking over, knew exactly what happened. Hyeon Yuni teased Adella, saying they don't sell banana milk in America. To Adella, that was a national emergency. All the facilities here are state-of-the-art. Lately, they seem focused on researching magic mechanization and automation. He quickly turned to whisper to him. It's a bit late to ask, but is it okay for us to be here? Is it cool? This is that girl's base. What if our info leaks? Haran felt it wasn't a cause for alarm. So what? We're not using magic. We're just on a tour. Anyway, this competition is a highly anticipated clash. 3 towers supporting the competing teams. That it's practically become a proxy war. Don't tell me the Tower Masters made bets too? A girl suddenly answered the question. They did. And right now, they're on their way back after losing miserably. They said if the Tower Master loses, it's game over. At this point, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Isn't putting that much pressure on disciples a bit much? Are all Tower Masters like that? Haran calmly responded to the question. I'm not sure. I'm not the Blue Tower Master's disciple, so I don't really know. The girl even spoke with a sarcastic tone. Oh, really? What a shame. If the Blue Tower Master cherished his disciples, I might have even switched sides. Haran didn't hesitate to fire back. Oh, is that so? Then let me tell you first. The Blue Tower Master loves his disciples very much. If you want to switch masters, I'd highly recommend him. The girl immediately changed her attitude. I'm just kidding. You're quite the character. Nice to meet you. You know my name without even asking. But don't you? He immediately replied. Nice to meet you. I don't really need to introduce myself either, right? I mean, I'm pretty famous, and we've met before. What? Is he already flirting like that? Haran, jog your memory. Don't remember? This isn't our first time. We met once when we were 10. You came with the Red Tower Master. It was on my birthday, and you were introduced as the elite disciple. The redhead girl only vaguely recalled that moment. I don't remember it clearly, but if you say so, I'll believe it. Well then, long time no see, my friend. Suddenly, she kissed him on the cheek. Even Sung-chan felt himself blushing. The master finally made his appearance. Has my disciple already started using her charm skills? Both of them turned their heads. They recognized him as the Red Tower Master. He immediately got straight to the point with the Blue Tower Master. What are you going to do now? Looks like we won this bet. You can't resist Dan Jie's charm skills. He immediately shot back. Charm skills? I don't know about that. It looked more like a pretty boy move to me. The two of them were bickering lightly. Sounds about right. He's totally my disciple's type. She felt annoyed at being teased like that. That's enough. Any more would be rude to our guests. He suddenly burst out laughing. What? Do you actually like him? She immediately flew into a rage. Tower Master, please shut up. Fine, I'm leaving. See you later, Haran. Let's meet again next time. All three of them let out a sigh of relief. The Blue Tower Master gave a low-voiced reminder, pipe down a bit. If she keeps this up, it's going to be a headache. The Red Tower Master clearly knew this. But her reaction is just too funny. I can't help it. He had to step in with a reminder. She said she wanted to switch masters, which made him even more disappointed. What? Am I really that bad? One more push, and she'll jump ship for sure. No way. Never. Anyway, this is our second meeting, isn't it? It's a pleasure to see you again. Haran also reached out his hand to greet him. It is truly an honor to meet you again, sir. He felt happy instantly. I originally wanted to give you all a personal tour, but my schedule is packed. Please, make yourselves at home. Haran seemed to have taken a bit of a liking to him. At the Red Tower Magic Data Analysis Room, the Red Tower Training Room was also getting crowded. The staff there introduced the facilities. You can see the analysis results instantly. Man, I wish our academy had this. It was finally time for everyone to eat their fill. Has it been 2 hours already? Time flies when you're having fun. I thought it had only been 10 minutes. A man walked out and made an offer. Could we have a word for a moment? Haran truly felt curious. He agreed to follow the man. They headed to room 75. Haran felt that the preparations here were very thorough. They even rolled out a red carpet to welcome him. The top floor of the Red Tower. The ceiling and hallways were all crafted from fossils. Haran stepped in confidently, without any fear. To his surprise, he ran into his father there. Father? When did you get here? Weren't you planning to come for the finals? He replied calmly, I arrived 4 hours ago. Because of an important matter. Haran looked at his father's demeanor. I've already guessed. Is it about the Black Magic Tower? Exactly. The Red Tower Master spoke up, confirming it. Sorry for dragging a student here for work during a tour, but business is business. I hope you understand. Haran waited to listen. The Blue Tower Master couldn't wait much longer either. This morning, we captured a Black Magic Tower member disguised as an official. All four of them sat down to discuss. By now, it was afternoon in the city. We will negotiate with the U.S. government. Regarding what was discussed today. After that, we will notify everyone in writing. I will also talk to the organizers about this. Our person will be in charge. Of coordinating with the National Counterterrorism Center. Haran didn't expect them to handle it so swiftly. Impressive. The way they make decisions and delegate so fast and accurately. They really are the world's top mages. A young girl is researching something. Human experimentation. They still haven't kicked that habit after all these years. If you're not up for it, just pull out of the competition. Haran closed the book, having made his decision. That's exactly why I'm switching up my strategy. The girl asked in confusion, not understanding his words. Switching what? I'm going to take on the 4th challenge page. She still seemed unable to believe his words. Are you sure? You know the deal, The 4th challenge. That can only be attempted once a month. On the day of the opening ceremony, everyone was buzzing with anticipation. What kind of performance will we see today? Which country is the one to watch? The opening ceremony performance. Features team representatives showcasing their magic in a formal display. A grand performance means that the team's representative possesses elite skills. Not only that, but national honor rests on their shoulders. As representatives of their country, that they can't afford a half-baked performance. The most notable countries are the UK, USA, and South Korea. Right? Do you know who their representative is? I'm looking forward to him just as much as Dan Yun, the world's youngest 5th circle mage. Plus, he's pulling double duty as the team's engineer. Sung-chan was getting more anxious by the second. He's gone. Haran isn't here. Did you check the room? But there's only a book and a cloak on the bed. He's nowhere to be found. What do we do? The performance is about to start. The venue was already packed with spectators. Every seat in the arena was filled. After searching for a while, Sung-chan helplessly informed the others. He's vanished. Haran is nowhere to be found. Did you check the room? Yeah, but there's only a book and a cloak on the bed. He's not here. There were only those two items left on the bed, just as he had said. The redhead girl was equally worried. This is driving me crazy. Adella had to find another way out. First of all, since the Blue Tower Master and the Great Mage Clan head are on their way, let's wait. Just in case the worst happens, we need to decide on a sub for the performance. The announcer's voice boomed from the screen. Thank you for waiting. The host was just as hyped. Right now, let the opening ceremony officially begin. Sung-chan was so worried he was losing his mind. What are we going to do? Adella sighed, unsure of the solution. On the night before the ceremony, Haran had been searching for every possible way to win. He had been pushing himself day and night without rest. Haran finally found the secret tome. He wanted to power himself up. The book was filled with incredibly fascinating symbols. Once you have fully mastered the expansion circle, enter the 4th challenge page. However, you can only access this page once a month. Think carefully before accepting the challenge. Haran was suddenly transported to an unfamiliar place. He realized that this was indeed the 4th challenge page. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Welcome, Air. I am your guide. I'm in charge of the 4th challenge page. My name is Gamma. It's an honor to meet you, Air. Just as expected. Following those two was this girl. Haran greeted her cheerfully. She got straight to the point. In the 4th challenge, we will test whether your infinity circles have achieved perfect harmony. If you fail, you won't be able to try again for 30 days. So, proceed with extreme caution. Haran didn't expect the challenge to be this high stakes. As suspected, this was a risky gamble. If I fail this challenge, I won't have enough juice to beat them in the tournament. So I have to pass this. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Very well. The girl proceeded to initiate the challenge. A blinding light made it impossible for him to see clearly. Haran opened his eyes and was stunned to see something bizarre. An instrument, a piano, seemed to be waiting for him to play. He had no clue what the point of bringing this out was. Suddenly, Haran heard his master's voice. Gamma has transformed into an instrument that you can use. Haran tried placing his hands on the keys, but not a single sound came out. No sound, not even a peep, if you cannot perfectly harmonize the 4 circles. But it won't produce any sound. Haran finally understood the assignment, but it felt like an electric current was surging from the instrument. He began to play a familiar piece, completely lost in the moment. The sound finally broke through. What's with this grating noise? Ordinary mana has no effect here. This challenge is pretty straightforward. Play a piece on that piano perfectly. If you produce a result that satisfies yourself, you'll naturally breeze through the challenge. The time limit for this trial is 12 hours. The clock began its countdown. My disciple, I wish you success in overcoming this ordeal. The feeling was definitely abstract, but regardless, his master had stated clearly that regular mana was useless. Haran would follow exactly what his teacher said, and Gamma said the goal was to test the level of harmony within his infinity circles. Haran felt the power dwelling inside him. Suddenly, a surge of power began to urge him forward. Haran placed his hands on the keys once more. He had finally figured out this game. Only mana perfectly harmonized through all 4 circles. That could produce a pure sound. Now that I know how it's done, let's get serious. It's been a minute. The last time was probably during etiquette lessons. Haran finally began to feel the resonance of the sound. At the ceremony, it was almost time for his performance. Sung-chan and Adella were overjoyed to see him show up. Haran had to sprint with everything he had just to make it here. Sorry I'm late. The guy immediately started chewing him out. I already asked the Blue Tower Master to prep the performance in your outfit. That was an overwhelming performance. From the Italian team. Let's hear it for the team for that spectacular show. And now, thank you for waiting. The next performance features a beautiful and fiery flower for our country. Introducing Team USA, led by Danjie. Everyone felt more hyped than ever. Finally, Team USA had made their entrance. I can't wait. To see what the Red Tower has prepped for today. Danjie stepped out and prepared for her performance. She believed she would soon dominate this competition. She had prepared her combat methods well in advance. That level of swagger, that isn't something every contestant has. The entire hall watched her every move with bated breath. Danjie had even more interesting tricks up her sleeve. She wanted everyone to witness this spectacle. Another flame began to blaze intensely. Even the contestants who went before her, couldn't pull off something like that. Dunga, that had proven her talent to the world. She was beaming with pride over her performance. Someone was relentlessly singing her praises. The pillar of fire is transforming into a giant flower. It's so gorgeous. Danjie is still focused on nailing her performance. Everyone is absolutely vibing with the show. The rose has fully bloomed after that last move. Danjie is positive she's going to smoke the rest of the competition. She continues to flex her talent. Dunga, that is locked in, enjoying the payoff of her nonstop training. She wants to prove, to the world that she's on a different level. The performance. That continues amidst the cheers of the crowd. Everyone is totally hooked. A shimmering, radiant flower blooms from the pillar of flames. This intense yet beautiful performance is the definition of her style. With a calm gaze, she stands before a grand fireworks display. She isn't a world-famous fifth circle mage for nothing. This is truly a masterpiece. Isn't this the best one yet? Unbelievable. The crowd inside won't stop raving. Seriously, this is insane. She's in a league of her own. Next up is the performance from the UK team. Right now, the audience is going wild. That guy is raising his sword alone. The top talents are about to be revealed. He seems to be channeling power deep within his body. No one knows what he's planning, but his power is skyrocketing by the second. Everyone is waiting on the edge of their seats for the performance. The wind is crazy, but that just makes it even cooler. He has started to raise his sword. He looks mysterious, not wanting to show his face just yet. The audience is probably hyped for this show. His power is continuing to surge. But suddenly, someone notices he's vanished. Where the hell did he go? Someone spots him and immediately points upward. Turns out he's way up in the air. He's diving down, right before everyone's eyes. This has to be the most captivating performance so far. The audience is totally lived for this. A massive vortex. He's like a literal storm. He just lunged straight down. To the applause of the crowd, the UK's win mage. A totally unique performance. It's no wonder he has so many fans. Every reaction suggests that this year's representatives are all elite. Thanks to those two. That the expectations for our team are getting higher and higher. He's getting ready, and we're up next. Adella, have you heard anything from him? Nothing, but I trust him. The audience. Dot is still waiting for the next performances. Someone in the stands is giving out compliments. The Six Tower Masters are acting pretty annoyed. What a shame. I thought I could finally crush their pride. I should be the one saying that. Even if you don't like it, you have to give them props for their hard work. But why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Something's up. All that talk about him being the youngest fifth circle mage in history. Don't tell me he chickened out. But things can't be that simple. Too bad for you guys, but he didn't run. I just had some business to take care of. But it's settled now. The show. The performances from the US and UK teams are over. So what are you going to show us? That woman turned to nag him. Not going to talk? Talk about being stingy. It's not like that. Honestly, I really can't say. Truth be told, I don't even know. For this performance, the Blue Tower only prepared the outfit. Since Haran isn't the type to use magic. Thought based on AI, we couldn't interfere at all. I'm actually dying of curiosity myself. I wonder what kind of performance Haran is going to give us. Inside the stands. The atmosphere was electric. Amidst the wild cheering and the announcer's voice. The next performance is from Haran stepped out following the introduction. South Korea's representative, Shin Haran. The crowd below cheered at the top of their lungs. Adella and Sungchan looked toward Haran, filled with anxiety. Up above, Kong In and those beside him watched intently. Haran didn't keep everyone waiting. He immediately began casting his magic. As his mana was released, a piano materialized in front of him. Sungchan watched his every move nervously. A piano. Adella added anxiously. What is he trying to do? Haran now sat down on the bench. While everyone watched in confusion, he closed his eyes to compose his emotions. The stands fell silent, following the rhythm of Haran's breathing. Then Haran opened his eyes, a shimmering light glowing in his pupils. His hands glided softly over the keys. The sound seemed to spread through a forest, harmonizing with the trees and grass. The people around him were stunned as they felt a sense of freshness and softness. The graceful flow was transmitted from Haran's hands. Kongin, watching from above, couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Is that sound riding on mana? No. Is he using mana itself to create it? Before the shock could fade, butterflies appeared around Kongin, creatures attracted by the scent of flowers. Not just one, but countless butterflies were flying toward Haran. Kongin muttered in disbelief, spring. It's the presence of warmth, birds chirping, the breath of the grass. Everything is unbelievably real. Are music and mana resonating together? James, standing nearby, couldn't hold back a scream. What the hell? How's he doing that? Hajun was equally panicked. So he really was hiding something. Kongin covered his mouth, breaking into a cold sweat while staring at Haran. Beside the stage, someone shrieked in terror. Kim Kong-in. What the hell is this? Even Kong-in couldn't believe it. I've never seen or heard of a spell like this before. Below, Haran continued to glide his fingers over the keys. A skeptical voice rose, the melody changed. Someone nearby yelled in shock, "Look, it's like a vivid aquarium right before our eyes." Enchanting everyone watching, a question arose as a firebird rose from the ground. Lush green vegetation, the blinding sun. But this was the season of life flowing from Haran's hands. And now, it was summer with a clear blue sky. The audience below went wild, responding as a cool breeze brushed their cheeks. Leaves swayed as if dancing. The season where life stirs and bears fruit. Autumn. Golden deer now flew out of the illusion. And ran straight down into the stands. The audience gasped in shock. Deer. They're real. Real. With every key Haran pressed. Multiple sounds blended as the warmth slowly vanished and winter arrived. Dry leaves fell as a silent white blanket covered the world. The earth was now stark white and freezing. Haran understood this season better than anyone. Because of that cold and lonely time, he became the person he is today. A flash of light sparked in Haran's eyes. All 4 seasons, feeling the heart and will of mana, harmonizing with it. The whole world blended together as all things became one. The space surrounding Haran. That was now a void of pure white. The piano playing grew more wild and intense. The path of inheriting the magic of the great sage, Raybold Beitnell. This place was like a stage made just for him. Everything formed based on him. It was the infinity circle. Sungchan and Adella watched in utter amazement. He thought that simply being born a mage was a blessing in itself. The shock in Kong-in's eyes never left Haran. Haran thought to himself, but without arrogance for that power, because that is a realm that only those who constantly strive for the peak can touch, whether as a child or an adult. That is what Master taught me, to just keep moving forward. Finally, Haran's hands gently lifted from the keys. A small smile played on his lips as he stood up and bowed. A sense of relief washed over him. That was the person he had become. Following his greeting, the audience erupted in wild, excited cheers. Kong-in, Jae-jun, and Ramesh gazed thoughtfully at Haran. Jae-jun frowned, speaking in disbelief. He didn't just infuse mana into sound. He reached directly into the listener's emotions. James added in horror and controlled them. Was that really magic cast without any AI assistance? At that moment, Ramesh glanced at Kong-in and barked, "Kong-in, what the hell is he?" Kong-in covered his mouth, thinking, then replied, "I knew his control was top tier and his mana output was insane, but I didn't think it was on this level." Kong-in's face darkened as he continued. "That's not something you achieve just with mystic eyes or spell modification." In his heart, he knew for sure. He's definitely hiding another type of magic underneath. Sungchan ran over with his arms wide. "You crazy son of a gun." Sungchan excitedly jumped on Haran's back to celebrate. Inside the waiting room, Hyon looked at Haran with praise. "That's our captain. I knew you could pull it off." Adella added, "Later, you have to tell us exactly how you did that." Haran laughed, "Yeah, sure." Shinhu followed up from behind. "With this performance, tomorrow's match strategy will be much easier to pull off." Hearing this, Haran spoke seriously. "About that, since the tournament starts tomorrow, I'm planning to tweak the strategy a bit." The next day at the Red Tower, everyone showed up in force, the cheering never-ending. The host spoke warmly. "And we're finally off. The first match is a 5v5 siege. Teams will advance through a tournament bracket, and the winner of the final match will take all the glory." Following the host's voice, the barrier opened, and the first 2 teams were Italy and South Korea. The Italian captain was already getting cold feet. "Our first opponent is South Korea," another teammate said. "After seeing that performance, I'm starting to get worried." The Italian captain tried to calm them. "Don't sweat it. In a siege, the goal is simple. Capture the enemy base. We don't need to face Shin Haran head-on." When the screen displayed the start, their determined voices rang out. "The match is starting. Let's go." "Got it." And while they were scouting, the Italian captain heard a report from the team. "Captain, someone's coming." He jolted. "What? How many?" Before the sentence could even finish, Haran's group had already met the Italian team, and the person standing right in front of them was Haran. They immediately reported back. "It's just Shin Haran by himself." He jolted again. "What? How many?" Before the sentence could even finish, Haran's group had already met the Italian team, and the person standing right in front of them was Haran. They immediately reported back. "It's just Shin Haran by himself." At this moment, Haran tilted his head, his lips curling into a slight smirk. Joe, on the Italian side, that they quickly dispatched people to Haran's location, yet they were still terrified. No way he came alone. Are the other four surrounding us from the outside? The Italian team regrouped at that spot. The captain shouted orders, stay alert, and search the perimeter. They looked around warily. They were desperately trying to find Haran's other teammates. Haran, feeling bad that they were worrying for nothing, generously let them know, no need to look. I came alone. The Italian captain looked at him, annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Haran smiled. Oh, it means I can take all 5 of you by myself. Those words immediately made them turn pale with rage. They cursed at him, you've got a big mouth. Don't you dare look down on us. With that, they all lunged at once. He's all alone. Everyone get him. Haran didn't say much. The light in his eyes flared. It was resonance. A massive surge of light struck down. That night at their lodging. But the sound of lively cheering could be heard from outside. The atmosphere was incredibly festive. Hyon spoke excitedly. Man, from the opening ceremony to the match, everything was clutch. Shinhu criticized her with a straight face. You seem a bit too hyped, Jean Hyon. Today's win was 100 thanks to Shin Haran. Yeah, we literally did nothing. Hyon laughed loudly. What are you talking about? We are Shin Haran, and he is us. So this is our perfect victory. At this point, Jin Suk looked over at Haran. Oh, by the way, kid, you okay? Haran was confused. Huh? Jin Suk smiled. Didn't you say that if you use your full power, you'd be wiped out for at least 12 hours? Haran replied cheerfully, oh right, I'm Fine. But in reality, he knew. Since resonance is a secret, I covered it up by saying that happens when I use my full power. Adella raised her hand. I have a question. You already dropped enough bait during the opening ceremony. So, is there a reason you had to flex your full power in the very first match? Haran smiled sinisterly. Of course there's a reason. Everyone waited in silence for the answer. Haran pointed his eye and added, when I performed, you know I was wearing the 4 Seasons relic, right? That's the key to all of this. Sung-chan asked back. Oh, so you're saying that thing's like a contact lens? Haran answered seriously. It's a relic that allows me to draw out my full power. But honestly, do you think the other teams know that? Meanwhile, at the UK team's hotel, inside the conference room, as you can see from the footage we captured with the mana analysis cameras, Maya, that has discovered that Shin Haran didn't use any relics throughout his entire performance. Vinsha added, Maya. His mana seemed to be particularly concentrated around his pupils. What was that? Maya replied with a guess. I think it's the mana from his mystic eyes. Vinsha stroked his chin in thought. Maya pointed at the board and continued. And this is the analysis report from British experts regarding his performance. Everyone was somewhat stunned by the data. Even Vinsha was no exception. They've determined that the person in the video is likely a 6th circle mage. Hearing that, Vinsha was shocked. Shin Haran is a 6th circle? Haran has a 6th circle body. So that's why he didn't fall. For Vinsha's provocation trap. Maya pointed it out clearly on the board. This is from the analysis of the match against the Italian team. Every spell that he used in the footage exceeded the 5th circle level. It's estimated to be around 5.5 circles. He used 6 of those spells simultaneously, and they were rated as stable. No overload was detected. In other words, Shin Haran is very likely a 6th circle mage. That means all of our plans have gone up in smoke. We need a new strategy to shut down Shin Haran. Having said that, Maya looked over at Vinsha. So what now, Kyle? The next day, amidst wild cheering, the announcer shouted, with this, the match concludes. All siege matches for the top 16 have ended. The winner was declared as the South Korean flag rose. Haran's team was announced as the South Korean team. Sung-chan was emotional. With tears in his eyes, he choked out, I can't believe a powerhouse like Germany was crushed that easily. Then he looked at Haran. Man, we followed your plan today, but still. Haran interrupted indifferently. I didn't even do anything today. Sung-chan li, you really didn't do anything. So it's all thanks to that high-end decoy strategy, right? Hyon criticized. Your naming skills are trash. Super high-end? Seriously? Back to yesterday's conversation. When Haran looked at them and asked, but do you think the other teams know? Hyon wasn't sure. Huh? Would they? I mean, the 4 Seasons is still a relic. They can analyze it, right? Haran smiled and replied. My guess is they won't. First of all, a contact lens type relic that attaches directly to the eye, it doesn't exist yet, and the eyes created an especially dense mana reaction. Plus, they already know I have mystic eyes. When other teams analyze me, they'll probably think my circle level is the 6th circle. Hearing this, the whole team jumped and shouted in unison, what? Haran sat up and said, exactly. He confidently clenched his fist. We need to fully exploit that point. Actually, according to Vinsha's classification, it's only the 4th circle. But to keep it a secret, I officially announced it as modified magic. So everyone usually thinks I'm a 5th circle mage. For me right now, if rumors spread that I might actually be a 6th circle. Returning to reality, Adella continued. Then the rival teams will change their initial strategies. right? And that will make their movements sluggish. Haran replied with a serious face, yeah. Though I'm not sure if this trick will work on the next opponent. This time, the UK representative, a 5th circle mage. Kyle Vincia. Siege Tournament Quarterfinals. Match 3. South Korea versus UK. Under the stands, the crowd was gossiping busily. Who's going to win this time? It's obvious. The land of history and tradition, the UK. Someone immediately countered. Didn't you see how Shin Haran flexed in the performance and the match against Italy? Korea's got this in the bag. The other person barked, what? You want to bet? The other one shouted back, hell yeah. Kanyan up in the stands, lightly pushed up his glasses. Ramesh, sitting next to him, asked, which side do you two think will win? Ga Jun smiled slightly and replied, of course our Kyle's team is going to win. Kanyan, not wanting to be outdone, shot back. Obviously, Haran will win. So James, sitting in the middle, that watched the two of them bickering and laughed excitedly. Watching this as an outsider is so much fun. Kanyan didn't let it slide and glanced over at James. What do you think? Ga Jun also looked at James, annoyed. James didn't care and just seriously stroked his chin. Not sure. I'll vote for that person. Then Ramesh pointed toward the stands. The battle officially began at this moment. The announcer said, all right, the battle has begun. And right from the start, it's a direct confrontation with the first person stepping up, Kyle. The second person is none other than Shin Haran. Even though it's just the opening, that the brutal attacks of the battle are already unfolding. Vincia spoke up with his trademark smirk. Long time no see, Shin Haran. To be exact, it's been 100 days, 83 hours, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. Haran replied with a cold face. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but yeah, it's been a while. Vincia smiled cryptically. Exactly. I haven't been able to get you out of my head since the day we met. Haran sighed. Are you salty because I turned down your duel? Vincia raised his voice, pointing at Haran. What? Me? Salty? No way. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Haran thought to himself, still as competitive as ever. But he's leaving no openings. Vincia channeled his mana and laughed. That's enough small talk. Seeing the mana before him, Haran marveled. Now I see why they call him the Storm Knight. Gusts of wind swirled toward him as if commanded. The wind was gathering around Kyle. Piece by piece, it was being programmed into place. It sat perfectly within the palm of Vincia's hand. Clearly, Vincia was extremely confident in his own mana. Haran focused, observing every single movement of Vincia. His eyes turned to shock as a layer of protection appeared before Vincia. It was the Wind God's Gale armor. Vincia shouted with total confidence. Show me what the 7th circle feels like, Shin Haran. Haran leaned back to dodge. He was coming. He was starting to feel the pressure, breaking into a cold sweat. He's fast. Haran seemed to be on the defensive. An attack from Vincia that nicked his cheek. Vincia was feeling himself. It was as if Vincia didn't even see him as a threat. Only then did Haran have the chance to unleash his mana. Two massive forces collided, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Vincia laughed even more crazily and shouted, whoa. You're the first one to block my attack, that cleanly on the first hit. Haran replied calmly. So this is Wind Strike. Vincia struck a confident pose. Yep. Wind God Blade, 7th style, Wind Strike. A spell that concentrates powerful wind onto the blade. It drastically buffs the blade's power and speed. Haran obviously knew that power. He thought to himself, I didn't even see that last slash clearly. He's way faster and sharper than I thought. Analyzing pre-match data isn't going to help much anymore. Well, that's why I decided to personally mark Kyle in our strategy. Vincia leveled his sword at Haran. Let's see if he can block this one too. Haran activated his mystic eyes. Thanks to them, he knew. This time, he was launching a flurry of consecutive attacks. Haran nimbly dodged every strike, but it seemed Vincia's attack speed. That was truly insane. Haran seized an opening and launched a fireball. His hand punched directly toward Vincia's chest. Vincia didn't have time to react. He was sent flying backward. Vincia's feet skidded hard against the ground. His eyes turned serious. Haran smirked as he looked over. I expected this to some degree, but I didn't think even a 3rd circle spell. That would do 0 damage. Vincia remarked cryptically, wow, you dodged all of those? It seemed Vincia still wasn't going all out. He pointed expertly at Haran and scolded, but using a fireball? Are you lowballing me? Haran replied seriously, not really. I've never underestimated you. To his surprise, Vincia's whole face turned red. And he looked like he was beaming. For real? Re-energized, Vincia lunged forward. Then come at me with everything you've got, Shin Haran. Meanwhile, everyone was watching him on the monitors. Ramesh clapped and laughed with delight. Damn, he dodged all those hits and even managed a counter. This kid is legit. Shin Haran's power isn't just above Kyle's or Dahlia's. His mana output, mystic eyes, and sheer IQ make him almost unbeatable in terms of strategy. Jun was fuming as he listened. And he's only now revealing he's a sixth circle? That is seriously unfair. James laughed loudly. Exactly. Even among us, that's way too shady, Kim Kangin. Kangin remained silent, though he was just as baffled. From the moment Haran first saw the 4 seasons, he must have been planning this whole operation. After thinking it over, Kangin spoke up. Can you give me your word? Ramesh looked at him skeptically. A promise? So out of the blue? Kangin said sternly yes. Promise that you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say. Jun gave him a look of, let's see what you've got, and replied, fine. I swear on my title as Tower Master and my mana. James said nonchalantly, I swear the exact same. On the honor and mana of the Red Tower. Kangin stared intently at the screen and muttered. No, Haran hasn't actually reached the 6th circle level yet. In this match, Haran might actually lose, Kangin informed them seriously. Haran isn't at the level of a 6th circle mage, meaning in this fight he could get wrecked. But currently, he was still fighting quite smoothly. Vinsha, on the opposite side, shouted, Go all out, Shin Haran. Haran replied with full confidence. Full power? Is that really necessary? It was clear Vinsha was dominating the offense. But when he heard his opponent's words, his mood immediately soured. Are you saying I'm not even worth your full power? Haran replied coldly. Do you really not get it? This match isn't a 1v1. I don't even need to beat you. Suddenly, shouting could be heard coming from Vinsha's side. Vinsha asked in a panic, What? Guys? What's going on? The other side patched through. Kyle, this is an emergency. Vinsha glared at Haran and screamed. What? On Haran's end? He heard the audio coming through his earpiece. Power was shifting from Haran to another location. To support long-range magic through fixed magic coordinates 47-79-33-123. Sungchan, on this end, was in a total rush. The audio was chaotic. 28 to 89 is swarming around you. It was clear Vinsha's teammates were struggling hard. Maya urgently called out, Kyle. Vinsha clearly heard the voice coming through. Kyle, do you hear me? Vinsha flared up, pointing his blade at Haran. You, what did you do? Haran stood tall and repeated, What did I do? His smile turned predatory as he looked at Vinsha. Just a few interesting things. Vinsha retracted the armor around his body. He was starting to get worried about the battle elsewhere. Adella landed the final blow. Outside, the announcer shouted, The match is over. The winner is South Korea. Hearing that, the audience erupted. Jun, now feeling wary, asked Kangin. Who is that kid? How can someone cast magic with that much precision from 2 kilometers away? Kangin hesitated. Good question. I'll have to analyze the footage later to find out. Jun then asked Ramesh, the Red Tower Master. What about you? Ramesh replied jovially, Oh, I have no clue, obviously. Then he glanced at Kangin. Well, I don't know much about the spells themselves, but I bet this kid has a ton of tricks up his sleeve. During the performance and the Italy match, he made everyone suspect he was a 6th circle mage to lure Kyle far away, so he could mark him. After baiting the enemy's strongest fighter, out of their base, he supported his teammates with ultra-long-range magic instead of fighting directly. But the more he spoke, the more Ramesh found it unbelievable. This is wild. Are you telling me this whole plan came from an 18-year-old kid? And on top of that, the kid didn't even actually fight Kyle and is still faking his circle level? This could be dangerous for Dahlia too. Scene shift. The magic book opened as Mimia appeared inside the familiar room. The two sat opposite each other. Mimia rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. I see. So according to the air, that battle maniac is really that strong, right? Haran replied, yeah. And above all, our matchup against him is terrible. Mimia asked skeptically, matchup? He explained exactly. Kyle is a CQC type. He focuses on speed and maintains a constant defensive shield called Wind God. For someone like me, as someone specializing in freestyle magic combat, he's my worst matchup? Mimia asked curiously, but if you use resonance, wouldn't you just win? Haran's expression turned serious. Of course I'd win if I used resonance, but the problem is the opponent isn't just Kyle. Mimia stroked her chin and added, the air mentioned it. You mean that redhead? Her name is Dahlia, right? Haran continued, yeah, exactly. And using resonance puts way too much strain on me. So, if I have to face Dahlia and Kyle back to back, I'll have to fight one of them without using resonance. Mimia sighed. There's again that annoying perfect preparation syndrome. Despite saying that, Mimia was still more than willing to help. It's fine. Being proactive and cautious isn't a bad thing. Haran looked at Mimia with a gentle smile. Thanks, Mimia. Haran was still worried. The Olympiad has only just begun. To face them, I still need to push further. To the 5th infinity circle. The circle of truth. A few days later, the battle continued. In the waiting room, Sung-chan announced, Team USA won their semifinal. Shin-hoo added, they steamrolled their opponents without even using arcane magic. Looks like you were right, Haran. It's safe to assume they haven't revealed any data on Dahlia yet. Jin-suk was hyped. This feels like such an emotional final, doesn't it? Hyeon laughed loudly in agreement. Last year when we played the US, it felt like a funeral. Sung-chan was shocked by those words. Senior, we're still only in the semifinals, you know? Jin-suk grinned confidently. Hey, haven't we basically won the semis already? We already beat Team USA, what's the issue? Haran joined in. Yeah, the semifinal isn't the problem with our current situation. He paused and then said, let's get out there and finish this semifinal. They cheered excitedly. Captain Shin is so cool. Why are you looking so charismatic? Captain Shin, shouldn't you watch out for this guy? A moment later, outside, the announcer spoke. The second siege semifinal has ended. Team South Korea, the Rising Storm, easily crushed the American powerhouse. This year, South Korea is on a whole different level. How they will target Team USA in the finals. Elsewhere, someone slammed the table in rage, knocking over glass. It was Jihan. He couldn't accept it, cursing, damn it. I expected them to do well, but not to this extent. And that kid is at the same sixth circle level as me? Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his phone. If they actually bring home the gold in this situation. No, even if they just get silver, there'd be no way to keep him in check. Jihan called Toolkit. Hey, what the hell is going on? Toolkit paused before replying, you're really impatient. I told you to leave everything to me. Jihan got even more impatient and shouted. You still have to report to me. Tell me exactly how you're going to handle this. Don't leave out a single word. I apologize, but regarding this plan, even for a client like Mr. Shin Jihan, I cannot reveal it to anyone. If I give you a hint, high-level managers are being mobilized to handle this, not just me. Shin Haran will definitely be eliminated. The next day, on the day of the siege finals, Kang-in arrived early and quietly observed the arena. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Seeing the person, Kang-in called out in surprise, Lord Shin In-ha, you came to watch the match in person? Haran would be shocked if he knew. In-ha asked coldly, is everything going smoothly? Kang-in smiled. Yes, the International Counterterrorism Agency decided to accept our proposal. Those stubborn guys? You must have gone through a lot of trouble, sir. In-ha sat down and asked, and on your end? The man sat calmly beside him. Everything's going smoothly here. Ramesh and Jun said there were no issues. Oh, those two couldn't make it today because they're busy. James said he wouldn't be able to watch Dahlia's match. Mentioning that, Kang-in held up 2 fingers and grinned. Thanks to that, it's been a while since we could quietly cheer for Haran together. In-hyuk criticized the choice of words. That sounds a bit weird. His expression chilled slightly. And furthermore, he directed his gaze toward the massive crowd below. On the field, Haran's team had come out. In-hyuk smiled cryptically. I don't think we need to cheer for the boy anymore. Kang-in tilted his head at him. I see. Even Shin In-ha thought the ghost of the Magic God clan finds his son adorable. The announcer declared, the first match of the Olympiad, the 5v5 siege. We will start the finals right now. Shin Haran lunged forward as soon as the match started. Because Haran had a plan. Dahlia's specialty is high-damage fire magic and large-scale destruction magic. Fighting her as a team is a disadvantage. Just like the battle with the UK, forcing a one-on-one is the best way. But unlike Kyle, there's no guarantee Dahlia will play nice. If she and I go head-to-head, one-on-one, I could crush their main base using fixed-coordinate magic like last time. But if Dahlia chooses to go all out on offense, I'll have no choice but to storm the enemy territory. What bothers me is the U.S. strategy. If Dahlia makes that call, we'll definitely lose. Finally, Haran reached Dahlia's base. Dahlia stood with hands on her hips, looking at Haran. So you've arrived? But the cool vibe didn't last long. Dahlia excitedly chatted about the weather. The weather's great today, isn't it? On a day like this, we should be strolling in the park, not fighting. Haran watched her suspiciously, sizing her up. Then he finally spoke. It seems your other 4 teammates stayed back at the base. Dahlia laughed out loud. Making unnecessary moves and falling into those traps you said is such a drag, right? Haran calculated silently. She realized my fixed-coordinate magic was preset. The battle was sparked right then by Dahlia. Dahlia channeled her mana, aiming at him. Oh, by the way, our team strategy is a total defense with 4 people, minus me. Unless your teammates show signs of grouping up with you, that our team won't budge an inch from the base. As long as I, the specialist in mass destruction, am here. That your team won't try to regroup with you, which means my team won't need to see my face. Haran noticed the aura surrounding Dahlia. It was blue fire. Dahlia added, in other words, this match is strictly between us. Dahlia's scorching hellfire lunged straight for Haran. He quickly dodged and launched a counterattack. Adella signature ultimate technique. Not the pride of the Red Tower. Scorching fire. It burns at a temperature on a whole different level than normal flames. Those who master that magic can freely. Wield blue flames at 1,500 degrees Celsius. Dahlia saw right through Haran's thoughts and called him out. How long are you going to keep testing the waters? You're being boring, Shin Haran. Haran said while running. I wish you'd go a little easy on me. Hearing that, Dahlia giggled. Don't go crying now. At this moment, he activated his mystic eyes. I can't observe Dahlia's magic circles. A notification appeared. Minimum condition to observe magic circles. Within 4 meters and looking directly at the core with mystic eyes. Haran felt the pressure. But the range of scorching hellfire is too wide to approach, and even those tiny orbs incinerate everything within a 10-meter radius. She's a handful, done in a completely different way than Kyle. A protective shield was deployed, but only made him more worried. I wanted to use the shield to block her magic and observe the magic circles through it, but against that geothermal heat, even a shield will melt instantly. Dahlia's eyes widened with excitement. Hey, are you seriously thinking of running away? I'll be so disappointed if you do. With that, Dahlia launched a new attack. It split into small, perfect groups, but heading straight for Haran. Haran focused on the incoming attack and nimbly jumped high to dodge it. Mana was activated midair right after. Gale winds shaped like bird wings flew back toward Dahlia. Dahlia recognized them as wind blades. With a cold snort from Dahlia, the wind blade struck right in front of her. Haran took the momentum to launch another attack. One more wind blade was unleashed. Dahlia's eyes widened in surprise at the trajectory. Still, this level won't work on me. Finally, Haran moved back down to the ground. However, looking at the result, he felt uneasy. I thought this curve and speed would pierce through. He finally spoke. Guess there's no other choice. Haran decided to use resonance. Adella's eyes widened in shock as she thought. Water-type magic? With such a sloppy spell, you can't stop my superheat purgatory. The two spells collided, creating a violent explosion. The battlefield between Adella and Haran was covered in thick steam. The space became blurred, and the commentator was stunned. We can't see a thing. What the hell is going on? Witnessing this spectacle, Adella froze for a beat. In the hazy mist, Haran remained standing alone, steady and unshakable. That's when she cheered excitedly. You're the first one to block my attack, so perfectly. And you're still holding back, aren't you? Then Dahlia kept spamming new moves, unleashing a whole barrage of techniques at him. The arena was once again plunged into a hazy mist. The stands erupted in a frenzy, people whispering, the steam has reached all the way here. I can't see a thing anymore. Even Dahlia's own vision was being hindered by her moves. The steam is blocking my line of sight. If this was intentional, a flash of light suddenly streaked through the sky. She reacted instantly, spinning around. There you are, through the thick steam. Dahlia's attack shot upward, but it completely missed the mark. She was stunned. He's not there? Violent thunder and lightning began to crackle. Out of nowhere. Haran had been lurking from behind, prepping a finishing blow. Seeing the lightning surrounding her, Dahlia frantically looked around. From behind. But this is too much. But it won't pierce through my defense. Seeing Dahlia just repeating the same move over and over. Haran couldn't help but roast her. Is that all you've got? Then he immediately lunged at her, his eyes cold and sharp. A warning shot grazed past her face. Dahlia grew more and more terrified. This crazy bastard, she thought. She used her quick reflexes to jump high and dodge. Internally, she was sighing in relief. Thank God, but it only grazed me. I didn't think he'd charge and right at that moment. Dahlia's rage boiled over. She screamed at him, punching a woman in the face. You got zero manners. Her face darkened. She unleashed all her power. Haran simply flicked his hand, shattering her technique. Dahlia was spamming attacks like a maniac, and Haran was dodging like a maniac. She thought excitedly, this is actually fun. This tension. I don't know how long it's been since I felt this way. My earpiece is gone. Did it fall out back then? Whatever, it doesn't matter. This match is going to be decided between the two of us anyway. More importantly, I need to focus on this round. Thinking that, Dahlia became even more determined to unleash a massive burst of power for the final showdown. However, she could feel it clearly. Haran was incredibly strong. Dahlia continued to think, but what's with this uneasy feeling? Is this guy really not Sixth Circle? If he wasn't, he wouldn't be struggling this much. He should have overwhelmed me with pure firepower by now. Haran spoke up, as if reading her mind. Dahlia, you're probably thinking I'm not a Sixth Circle mage, right? She froze instantly. Haran sheathed his sword and continued, don't get twisted. It's not that I'm avoiding Sixth Circle magic. I just don't need to use it. My goal was to collect intel on you. On your superheat purgatory. Dahlia shot back immediately, bullshit. If you were a six-circle mage, you would have crushed me with magic instead of talking. Haran continued. If this were a solo match, then definitely. But this is a team match. The tournament is still long. Dahlia was confused. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that even without you, your teammates could beat us on their own? Haran affirmed firmly, absolutely. This time too, Dahlia lost her cool and shouted. Then say that again after you take this hit. But right then, the announcement rang out. The match is over. Dahlia was stunned. What? The winner is South Korea. The media started reporting. The winner of the first Olympiad event, the Siege, is South Korea, a true underdog story. The high-level black mage leaders observing the match commented. They're being way too extra for such a showy performance. Another person replied, why? Isn't it fun? He continued, let them enjoy themselves while they can. Once this Olympiad ends, they won't be laughing anymore. After saying that, the high-level leader shot a dangerous look. Shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, cut the crap. He's almost here. At that moment, the TV screen went pitch black. The whole group of subordinates bowed respectfully in greeting. You've arrived, Lord Underworld King.